Good morning. We are going on the record at 10:06 a.m. Monday, July 5th, 2021. This is Media Unit 1 of the video recorded deposition of witness 7/5/2021 as taken by counsel in the matter of an independent investigation under New York State Executive Law Section 36-8. This deposition is being held remote via Zoom. My name is Andrew Baker from the firm Veritex Legal Solutions. I am the videographer. The court reporter is Michelle Moskowitz, also from Veritex Legal Solutions. Will the court reporter please swear in the witness? Thank you. We may proceed.
The attorneys participating in this investigation acknowledge that I am not physically present in the deposition room and that I will be reporting this investigation remotely. They further acknowledge that in lieu of an oath administered in person, I will administer the oath remotely. The parties and their counsel consent to this arrangement. If you have any objections to this manner of reporting, please indicate your appearance, your agreement for the record, please.
This is Benjamin Rosenberg and Tanya Warnke of Deckert. We represent the witness and we consent to the procedure.
This is Abena Menu from Cleary Gottlieb, but acting as a special deputy to the First Deputy Attorney General, and we consent.
Can the witness raise her right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Elizabeth, Elisabeth, Lyon, Lyon, Smith, Smith.
Thank you very much.
You may.
All set, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Smith.
Yeah, wherever you want.
Okay. Good morning.
Yeah, straight ahead like that.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Abena Menu. I'm a lawyer at the law firm of Cleary Gottlieb, and Hamilton, but I'm acting as a special deputy, the First Deputy Attorney General for the New York State Attorney General's office. Now let my colleagues introduce themselves.
Andrew Weaver, also of Cleary Gottlieb, Special Assistant to the First Deputy New York Attorney General of the State of New York.
Liliana Rembar with Cleary Gottlieb as well, acting as a special assistant to the First Deputy Attorney General for the New York State Attorney General's office.
Ms. Smith, before I start asking questions today, I'm going to give you some background information and some ground rules. So New York Attorney General has appointed the law firms Cleary Gottlieb, and Hamilton, and Vladek, Raskin, and Clark to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law Section 63-8 into allegations of sexual harassment brought against Governor Andrew Cuomo, as well as the surrounding circumstances. You're here today pursuant to a subpoena issued in connection with this investigation. As you can see, today's proceeding is being video recorded. You are under oath. That means you must testify fully and truthfully, just as if you were in a court of law sitting before a judge and jury. Your testimony is subject to a penalty of perjury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you would like to make a brief sworn statement, we ask that you do so at the end of our examination today. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Although this is a civil investigation, the New York Attorney General's office also has criminal enforcement powers. You have the right to refuse to answer a question if answering the question would incriminate you. But any failure to answer can be used against you in a court of law in a civil, that is a non-criminal proceeding. Asserting your Fifth Amendment privilege does have evidentiary significance. If you choose to assert your Fifth Amendment privilege, that fact could be presented to a judge or jury in a civil proceeding, who would be free to draw a conclusion from your assertion of that privilege. Do you understand?
Yes.
You're appearing today with your attorneys present. You may consult with your attorneys if you have any questions about the attorney-client privilege. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And as you can see, we have a court reporter present with us virtually, and she needs to take down my questions and your answers to create a transcript so that the reporter can create a clean record. It's important for you to provide a verbal response to each question. So please do not shake or nod your head or give responses like, understand?
Yes.
If you do not know the answer to a question, please say you do not know. Please allow me to finish my question before we begin to answer, and I will try to do the same so we do not talk over each other. And that's important to let the reporter create the transcript. You will not be permitted to review a transcript of this testimony. If at any time today you want to clarify an answer you've given, please let me know. If you do not understand a question, please let me know and I will try to ask the question in a different way. I will be asking about names and dates and other specific information. Even if you don't remember a specific name or date, I would ask that you give me your best approximate answer while indicating that your answer may not be exact. If you need a break at any point, please let me know. If there's a question pending, please answer the question first and then we can take a break. Please confirm who's in the room with you.
Ben Rosenberg and Tanya Warnicki.
And please confirm that none of you is using any technology to create a recording of the proceeding on your end, including screen capturing tools.
We are not using any such technology.
Okay, and Ms. Smith?
Yes, we are not using any such technology.
And please confirm that you're not allowing anyone else to listen in, including through any devices.
Yes, we are not allowing anyone else to listen in, including through other devices.
Okay, and counsel?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. And please confirm that you are not and will not communicate in real time or during breaks with anyone else about the substance of your testimony.
I can confirm that.
As do we.
Thank you. Executive Law Section 63.8, the provision under which this investigation is being conducted, prohibits you and your counsel, Ms. Smith, from revealing anything about what we ask or what you say during your testimony to anyone. If anyone asks you to disclose any such information, please let us know, including any reason they give for seeking such information, and we'll discuss with you whether any disclosure will be permitted. Please note that you are protected from retaliation for participating in today's testimony. We ask that you let us know if you are concerned about any potential retaliation from anyone, including the executive chamber. Ms. Smith, are you taking any medication or drugs that might make it difficult for you to understand my questions?
No.
Have you had any alcohol today?
No.
Is there any reason why you would not be able to answer my questions fully and truthfully?
No.
Please state your name, date of birth, and current home and business address for the record.
My name is Elizabeth Lyon Smith. Sorry, what was it? Date of birth?
Date of birth.
My home address is
And your business address?
it's the same as my home address.
Ms. Smith, have you ever given testimony?
No.
Did you do anything to prepare to testify today?
Yes, I sat down with my counsel, Ben Rosenberg, and with Tanya for a couple days last week.
How long did you meet with your counsel?
For 6 hours total.
Did you speak with anyone else other than your counsel?
About the substance of the testimony?
In preparation for testifying?
Not in preparation, no.
Okay. Did you speak with anyone else other than in preparation for testifying?
I mean, about the deposition or?
So I'm just going back to your previous answer where you clarified, and so I want to know if there was anyone else you spoke with in relation to your testimony.
Yes, I let my mother know that I would be testifying. I also I contacted Jeff Pollock when I was first contacted to let him know that I would be testifying. I spoke with Steve Cohen yesterday just regarding the nature of how I would be paying for my legal bills for this. And I also received a call from Chris Cuomo a few days ago, he was calling me to see if I had been subpoenaed and who my lawyer was, but none of those conversations regarded the substance of the testimony.
And when did you contact Jeff Pollock?
The day that I received the subpoena to be deposed.
And what's the reason you contacted Mr. Pollock?
I was anxious about it, and outside of my mother, I didn't really know who else to call. I know that he hadn't been contacted about this, and I wanted to, frankly, just share some of my agita and confide some of my anxiety about it, but it was mostly for just emotional support.
What did you discuss with Mr. Pollock?
That I was agitated by the fact that I would have to give a deposition.
What's the reason you're agitated by having to give a deposition?
I've done a lot of things in my life, and one of them has never been being deposed.
Did you speak with Mr. Pollock about anything else in relation to your testimony?
No.
And what did you discuss with Chris Cuomo?
He called me to ask who my lawyer was.
Did you discuss anything else?
No.
Besides your counsel, your mother, Mr. Pollock, Mr. Cohen, and Mr. Chris Cuomo, did you speak with anyone else about the fact that you were speaking with the investigative team?
Yes, I spoke with my college roommate from Dartmouth, who's a lawyer.
Anyone else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
One other thing. Let me just clarify. Is I did receive a text message from Melissa DeRosa about connecting when we were in New York City, and I told her that we could not be in contact because I was going to be deposed.
What did Melissa DeRosa's text message say?
Are you around for drinks this week?
And what did you say in response to her?
I said, it is best if we do not speak because on the advice of my lawyer, it is best if we are not in contact because I believe I said on the advice of my lawyer, it is best that we are not in contact.
Did she respond to your message?
Yes.
What did she say?
She responded with 3 heart emojis.
Did she respond with anything else other than the emojis? And what was the reason for speaking with your college roommate?
She's a lawyer. And again, it was another person to offer sort of moral support advice just about this. She's someone who deposes people on a daily basis.
Did you speak with anyone else other than the individuals you've mentioned?
No.
Have you spoken with anyone about testimony that she or he has given to the investigative team?
Sorry, can you repeat that? You broke up.
You broke up.
Of course. Have you spoken with anyone else about, let's start again. Have you spoken with anyone about testimony that she or he has given to the investigative team?
No.
All right, let's pull up tab 1, which we will mark as an exhibit.
Okay, and so just so technically, so you're going to put this on the screen?
Yes, we will.
Okay, okay.
Can we get it down? Is it going down? Okay.
I'll send something.
Counsel on record, this is the court reporter. Just when you flip pages and stuff by the microphone, it does break up a little bit. So if you can just be mindful of that.
Okay, okay. Got it.
Okay, Ms. Smith, please take a moment to review the document we have on the screen, and we can scroll down if it would be helpful.
It's a little bit hard to see given our technological issues, and we're still waiting to get things printed. I can represent to the witness that this is the subpoena for I think for testimony.
Okay, thank you. And just let us know if you can't see any of the documents we put up. Ms. Smith, is this a document subpoena you received from our office?
I believe so.
Did you read that subpoena?
I did.
Did you do anything to collect documents in response to the subpoena?
I did.
What did you do?
I searched my phone. I searched my text messages. I searched emails. I searched my recording app. I searched notebooks. I searched Google Docs. I searched, did I say voicemails? So to see if I had any responsive documentation to send to you guys.
And were you the person who collected any responsive documents?
Yes.
And other than the documents that have been provided to us to date, have you found any additional documents in response to our requests?
No.
We'll put up tab 2 and we'll mark that as an exhibit as well. Can you see this document, Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Is this a testimony subpoena you received from our office?
You know, it's hard to read. We can stipulate that it is.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Did you read this subpoena?
Yes.
And do you understand that this testimony today is being taken pursuant to the subpoena?
Yes.
Ms. Smith, please take us through your educational background, starting with college.
I received a Bachelor of Arts from Dartmouth College in 2005.
What is your current employment status?
Self-employed.
And what are you self-employed as?
I'm concluding political consulting on 2 different projects.
What are those 2 projects?
Sure. One was serving as the executive director of Comeback PAC, which was a independent expenditure on behalf of Andrew Yang's campaign for mayor. Additionally, the other project was as a senior advisor on the Corey Johnson for Comptroller campaign.
Ms. Smith, do you have a relationship with Melissa DeRosa?
I do.
What relationship do you have with her?
I would say that we are both personal friends and people who have been professional colleagues in the past.
When did you first meet Ms. DeRosa?
I believe it was 2013. I believe it was the fall of 2013.
How did you meet?
At a parade when I was working for the incoming mayor of New York City, Bill de Blasio, and she was working for the governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo.
And what led to your meeting at that parade?
It was a chance meeting on the street. It's sort of like all the politicians sort of convene in a corner, and we said hello.
You mentioned that you and Ms. DeRosa were professional colleagues in the past. What did you mean by that?
From about May, I think it was April or May of 2018 until November of 2018, I served as a consultant to Andrew Cuomo's re-election campaign for governor and to the New York State Democratic Party, as well as to Tish James's campaign for Attorney General.
And how did you work with Ms. DeRosa in that capacity?
I served in a communications role as a communications advisor on the campaign. So I worked fairly closely, I would say on a daily basis with her in that role.
How did you come to work for the campaign?
She and the governor reached out to me in about I believe it was March of 2018, to see if I would be interested.
When you say they reached out, what do you mean by that?
They texted and called me to see if I would be interested in consulting for his reelection campaign and for the New York State Democratic Party.
How did you respond?
At first, I declined because I believed I had a conflict of interest. But after subsequent conversations, it was determined that the conflict did not get in the way of me working with them. And so, again, I'm not exactly sure on the date, but I believe it was May. I officially came on board.
What conflict of interest did you think you might have initially?
I was working on a congressional primary in New York City. I had a client who was primarying an incumbent member of an incumbent Democrat from the New York congressional delegation. So I believe that could have been a conflict, given that as governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo was the sort of the head of the New York Democratic Party.
What were your responsibilities on the campaign?
It was overseeing sort of the communication strategy, with a heavy focus on how we responded to attacks from opponents. And I oversaw debate prep, but generally I would just say our response. I did a lot, in politics, we call it rapid response. That's largely what I did, was rapid response, overseeing communication strategy and debate prep.
What do you mean? What is rapid response? What does that refer to?
It's basically on campaigns, and I've done this on other campaigns. It's where you're the person who helps come up with a strategy to respond to opponents' attacks, but also looks at ways that you can, that you can share with the media vulnerabilities that your opponents might have.
Does this involve opposition research?
Yes.
And what do you understand by opposition research?
Opposition research means taking a full inventory of your opponent's, personal details, from their date of birth to any records on, if they're an elected official, their votes, sort of any information that's out there in the public domain, and anything that could be relevant in the course of a campaign. It's essentially, on campaigns, you also do the same for yourself. We do self-research so that you have a sense of what issues could come up in the media, both positive and negative.
Did you report to anyone in your role on the campaign?
The campaign manager, Maggie Moran, I would say was my direct line of report. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that I reported to. It would have been Maggie, would have been my primary person that I reported to, but I was in regular contact with other people.
Who are you in regular contact with?
We had a communications team on the campaign who was the press secretary, Danny Lever, who was the communications director on the campaign. And I was also in fairly regular contact with Melissa and with Larry Schwartz. But I wouldn't say that I necessarily reported to any of them.
What was your title?
I didn't have an official title. I sort of went as a communications consultant. In some news clips, I was called rapid response consultant. So it really depends. I don't think that my contract or anything like that had an official title.
Where were you based geographically?
New York City.
Did you interact with the governor?
Yes.
How often?
It really depended. Sometimes it would be once every couple of weeks. The most I ever interacted with him, sometimes it would be once a week. The most I ever interacted with him was when we were doing debate prep, and that would be, a few consecutive days at a time. And we probably did 2 separate debate prep sessions. But otherwise, I would say, once a week, once every couple of weeks.
And other than during debate prep, what types of interactions did you have with the governor?
Phone calls. And phone calls and a couple in-person meetings or interactions. Yes.
And other than your relationship with Melissa DeRosa as personal friends and when you worked as a consultant on Andrew Cuomo's reelection campaign, do you have any other relationship with her?
Outside of being personal friends?
Correct.
No.
Do you have a relationship with Andrew Cuomo?
Yes. I mean, he worked for me and we have stayed in contact since the campaign.
I think you said Andrew Cuomo worked for you.
Oh, wait, did
I think that, and perhaps I misheard.
Did I say that?
I believe so.
Well, yeah. No, I worked for, sorry, I apologize for that.
That's no problem.
I would like to think that, but no, I in fact worked for Governor Cuomo. But I have stayed in touch with him occasionally since the campaign.
Okay, when did you first meet Governor Cuomo?
After I was hired, so May of 2018. And again, it might have been April or May of 2018.
You said that since you consulted on the reelection campaign, you've stayed in touch with him. How often have you communicated with Governor Cuomo since the campaign?
I would say sporadically. After the campaign, I went and I was a senior advisor for Pete Buttigieg on his presidential campaign. And I would hear from the governor. He would give me a call once every few months to check in. I saw him in person twice during the presidential campaign. And then after the presidential campaign, again, we kept in touch sporadically. We kept in touch sporadically over the phone and connected a couple times in person as well.
Did Governor Cuomo communicate with you about the presidential campaign?
Yes.
Other than the presidential campaign, what other topics did Governor Cuomo discuss with you after you stopped consulting on his reelection campaign?
Well, during the course of the presidential campaign, it was just the presidential campaign. After that, we discussed, COVID and how it was hitting New York City. Sorry, New York City, New York State.
Did he ever ask for your advice?
Yes.
Okay. What did he ask for your advice about?
Just general communication strategy, how I thought he was doing, if there were things that I thought he could be doing better in his press conferences.
Were you compensated for providing this advice?
No.
How often would the governor ask for your advice after you stopped consulting on the campaign?
Again, very sporadically. I would say in 2020, we maybe had 6 phone conversations.
How long was each call on average?
It could be anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour.
Other than COVID and the presidential campaign, have you communicated with the governor about any topics since you stopped consulting on his reelection campaign?
Since I've stopped?
Correct.
Well, we've been in touch. Yeah, we've been in touch about what we're discussing today.
Okay. When did you start communicating with the governor about, well, let me start again. What do you mean when you say what we're discussing today?
About the allegations of sexual harassment that he has faced.
Okay. When did you first communicate with the governor about the allegations of sexual harassment that he has faced?
Directly with the governor, I can't remember the exact date. It would have been either in February or March of 2021.
And what about with anyone else?
With his staff, in fact, that would have been toward the end of February 2021.
2020.
Or
the end of February
2021.
Forgive me.
Yeah,
I misspoke.
Although no, you're actually correct. I first heard from them in December 2020. I believe it was December 2020.
And we'll go back to that. Do you have a relationship with Chris Cuomo?
I do.
Okay. What relationship do you have with Chris Cuomo?
So I work on Democratic campaigns, and I have worked with him from that perspective of someone who represents and handles communications and media relations for political candidates, and him as an anchor. So I've had clients appear on his show, do town halls with him, and so it's primarily been in that sense.
When did you first meet Chris Cuomo?
Sometime in 2015.
Have you spoken with Chris Cuomo about the allegations of sexual harassment against Governor Cuomo?
I have.
When did you first speak with Chris Cuomo about those allegations?
I can't remember the exact date, but that would have been either late February 2021 or early March of 2021.
Do you have a relationship with any other current members of Governor Cuomo's executive chamber?
Yes. Rich as a party. He is, I think he's a senior advisor on communications with them. He's someone I consider a personal friend. I'm less close with him than Melissa DeRosa, but he is someone I got to know during the 2018 campaign. And, he would occasionally call me for communications advice in between. I dealt with him on 2018 campaign a little bit, but he would call me just for advice on stuff between 2018 and now. And I think we, socially had a drink a time or two. I would see, I knew Stephanie Benton a little bit. She's the chief of staff, I think, socially. But we didn't really work together a ton. But I would see her at events and occasionally text she would text me during the presidential campaign. Those are, I think, the only current staffers that that I have relationships with, but it's possible that I am forgetting someone.
What about former members of Governor Cuomo's executive chamber? Do you have relationships with any of them?
Yes. Or she goes by. She was, I think, the governor's Albany press secretary. I can't remember her exact title, but she was the governor's campaign secretary in 2018. I've maintained a social relationship with her. We, had dinner once when restaurants reopened in the summer of 2020. Danny Lever. She was the governor's, I think, official side communications director, but she had taken time off to be the campaign communications director in 2018. I would say that she and I also maintained a social relationship where we would, if I were in town in 2019, where we would have a drink or occasionally text, usually not about work, just about social matters. And Peter Agemian, again, I saw him at one social, was it one? Yeah, at a social occasion during the presidential race. And we texted a couple times during the presidential race, just about the presidential campaign. And then he and I were in touch when he was in the governor's office during February and March of 2021. And you're saying former, right? Former
Correct.
members? Okay.
That was a question.
Yeah, I just need to clarify. Josh Blasto, I was in contact with him in February and March of 2021. I'd met him a couple times before, but I didn't really have a relationship with him prior to that. Steve Cohen is someone who is also in touch with in February and March. He had been the secretary to the governor. And I had met him once at when the governor had like sort of a staff reunion in 2019. Maggie Moran, who was the governor's 2018 campaign manager. I maintained just like a text and phone relationship with her during the presidential election, mostly just her checking in, offering moral support. And that's all that's coming to mind at the moment.
Okay. So you mentioned that the governor's staff, well, you mentioned that you first heard from the governor's staff in December 2020 about the allegations of sexual harassment against the governor. What did you hear from the governor's staff?
So the exact details are a little hazy, but what I recall was getting outreach from, I believe, Melissa and maybe Rich and Danny, or some combination of Rich and Danny, with regard to a tweet that Lindsey Boylan had posted accusing the governor of sexually harassing her when she was working for him.
you remember when you got that outreach from Melissa and Rich and or Danny?
It was December, I believe.
How did they reach out to you?
They called me.
What did they say?
And this is not verbatim, but that Lindsey Boylan, a former staffer of the governor, had posted a tweet online accusing the governor of sexual harassment. They wanted to know if I'd seen it. And, they said that it was false and wanted to do sort of a gut check with me on how they were planning to respond to it.
Did they tell you how they were planning to respond to it?
Yes.
What did they say?
That one, they were going to deny the claim and say that there was, no veracity to it. And two, that Ms. Boylan had made inaccurate statements about how her how her employment with the governor's office had come to an end, and that they were going to clarify the record with official records from the governor's office.
Did they say anything else?
That's what I remember.
What did you say?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, what did you say? You broke up.
What did you say in response?
It sounded like the right course of action.
Did you say anything else?
I may have, but that's just what I remember.
Did they say anything about whether they had looked into the truthfulness of Ms. Boylan's claims?
Yes, I looked into. I think that was implicit in them saying that they were going to correct the record about how her employment was terminated, that they had records in the governor's office that contradicted what her statements were.
Did they tell you
about how her employment had come to an end?
Did they tell you what records they had that contradicted Ms. Boylan's claims about how her employment had ended?
Yes, they said that they had personnel records.
What did they say about the personnel records?
That they contradicted, that they showed that what Ms. Boylan had said on Twitter about how she'd come to leave the office was not true.
Did they say anything else about the personnel records?
It's possible, but not that I remember.
Did they describe what the personnel records showed?
That it contradicted what she was saying online. Specifically that I think she had said online that she had tried to quit the office multiple times, but it showed something different. I can't remember what it was that it showed, but I think maybe that it had not been of her choice or something like that.
So you mentioned two things that you heard from Melissa and Rich and or Danny when they reached out to you in December. The first was that they were going to deny Ms. Boylan's claims about sexual harassment and say that there was no veracity. Did they say anything to you about whether they had looked into Ms. Boylan's sexual harassment allegations?
So what do you mean by that?
Did they say whether they had investigated Ms. Boylan's sexual harassment allegations?
It didn't come up, but I would, all she'd said online was that the governor had sexually harassed her. She did not make any specific allegation of sexual harassment.
Okay, so all Ms. Boylan said was that the governor had sexually harassed her. Did Melissa and or Rich or Danny say whether they had investigated Ms. Boylan's claims that the governor had sexually harassed her?
They'd said that it was not true, but I can't recall whether they said they had investigated it or not.
And then I think the second point that they communicated to you was that Lindsay Boylan had made inaccurate statements about how her employment with the governor's office had come to an end. At the time, what had Lindsay Boylan said about how her employment with the governor's office had come to an end?
I would have to go back and check the records, but as I said previously, I believe she had said that she had tried to quit multiple times.
And so did Melissa and or Rich or Danny tell you that Lindsay Boylan had not previously tried to quit multiple times?
I believe what they said was that they had documentation that that showed the opposite, that was not the truth about, you know, how her employment there ended.
So I'll ask the question a different way. Did Lindsay Boylan say anything about how her employment at the governor's office ended?
I don't recall. I would have to see, but my recollection, again, my recollection now, 7 months later, is that she had said she had tried to quit multiple times and had like not been allowed to, but I can't tell you verbatim off the top of my head what she said in those tweets that day.
When's the last time you had a discussion with anyone about the executive chamber's clarification of the record about how Lindsay Boylan's employment with the governor's office came to an end?
It came up in March, in February and March of 2021. So the last time I would say was March of 2021.
And what discussion took place in March 2021?
Well, first, it might be easier if I say what February. So in February, late February, she posted a Medium post, a post on Medium saying, elaborating on her claim of sexual harassment against the governor. So we discussed it then. I don't think we discussed the response necessarily, like how they clarified the record then. In that discussion, we discussed we discussed sort of the charges that she was leveling and the veracity of them and how to respond to them. We discussed the response, because your question was about when we discussed the response, setting the record straight, right?
Right.
That came up. There were a couple stories, maybe one, potentially two. There are two stories that I can remember in March of 2021 that had asked questions about the response, how the governor's office had responded to her initial claims about how her time there had come to an end.
So there were two stories in March 2021 that asked questions about how the chamber had responded to Lindsay Boylan's initial claims. And so what were the discussions that were had about the stories?
And to be clear, there may have been more stories. There are just two that come to mind, and they're both in the New Yorker. And it was just about, making clear what was in the records and why the records were shared with the media.
And can you elaborate on that?
Yes. It goes back sort of to the December conversation, which is that members of the media were looking into why these records were released. And the governor's office in March said that they had released these records to sort of correct the record and combat what they believed were falsehoods in Ms. Boylan's tweets in December 2020. So the conversations were about sort of making sure reporters knew about that.
And before the governor's office said in March 2021 that Ms. Boylan's records were released to correct the record about the circumstances of her departure from the executive chamber, had you ever heard that explanation from the executive chamber?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Before the governor's office said in March 2021 that Lindsay Boylan's personnel records were released to correct the historical record about the circumstances of her departure from the executive chamber, had you ever heard that explanation from anyone in the executive chamber?
Yes, in December of 2020.
And how is it that you heard that explanation in December of 2020?
When I received calls from them about how they were going to respond and asking sort of for a gut check, they ran some sort of statement by me and also said, we are we have documentation, records that contradict what she said about the nature of how she left the office. And we're going to share them to set the record straight.
So to go back, you mentioned a phone call in December 2020. And is it the case that Melissa and Rich or Danny were all on that phone call?
I can't remember. Honestly, I cannot remember the specifics. I just sort of remember the three of them at that time.
Okay. Is it possible that you had more than one phone call with any of them?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Did you ask any questions during your discussions with them in December 2020?
I'm sure I did. I just can't remember.
And other than speaking with them, did you communicate with them in writing about the allegations against the governor in December 2020?
Yeah, we may have texted about it at the time, but I don't remember and I don't have any record of it.
Okay. And did they ask you to play any role in responding to allegations against the governor at that time?
No.
Did they ever ask you to play any role in responding to allegations against the governor?
Only in the sense that it was primarily just giving advice to them on how they should respond. The governor's office was generally the folks who are doing the responding. I would talk to members of in February, March. I would talk to members of the national media more about sort of how this would play out politically for the governor. But I never was the person who they never asked me to, go out and talk about any of these specific allegations or, any of the women that were coming forward.
Have you played a role in connection with the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
What do you mean by play a role?
Have you, so you mentioned being called to provide advice. Have you done that or done anything else in relation to the allegations against Governor Cuomo?
Yes. I was called to give advice starting in, the December thing was sort of informal. It was just sort of out of the blue. I hadn't been in contact with them probably, I don't know, in a while. But in February, they had contacted me about helping with the response to something else to some of the stuff around nursing homes. And then it sort of bled into helping with the response to the sexual harassment allegations.
Who contacted you about helping with the response to nursing homes?
It was Melissa DeRosa.
And what did she ask you to do?
So she'd had a call with legislators that had been leaked to the media, and she called to ask me for advice. On how to handle it with the media.
She called you on the phone?
Yes.
Did she ask you to provide services?
Define services.
Did she ask you to play a formal role?
No, I mean, no, she didn't say, will you play a formal role? She was just asking for advice.
Can we stop for 1 minute? There's someone knocking the door. It may be documents. Can we take 1 minute?
Sure.
We needn't go off. Documents in hard copy. Okay.
Did she say she was going to pay you for your advice?
No.
Did she say anyone was going to pay you for your advice?
No, when she contacted me in February.
Correct.
No, it wasn't it was not a discussion we had.
Okay. At any point, have you had a discussion with anyone about being compensated for the advice that you're providing?
Yes.
When?
In March, when it became more of a time-consuming endeavor.
Okay.
Sorry, there was a.
One minute, there's a knock. It's okay. It's okay.
Are you good to go?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think you said in February, Melissa DeRosa contacted you about for advice on how to handle the situation with the nursing homes. And that led into helping with the response to sexual harassment allegations. How did that happen?
As we were sort of dealing with that story, sort of, my recollection was out of nowhere. There was this Medium post that was authored by Lindsay Boylan. So they just, continued to ask me, and there was sort of a small group around for advice on that as well. I describe it sort of as, mission creep.
Do you remember where you were when when you became aware of the Medium post?
Probably my apartment. I'm not positive.
How were you contacted? How did you become aware of the Medium post?
I think it was a phone call from Melissa or maybe Danny. I think one of them pointed it out to me before, I saw it online. Yeah, no, it was Melissa, I believe. Yeah.
What did Melissa say to you?
Have you seen this Medium post that's online from Lindsay Boylan? She is making, a number of allegations against the governor.
How did you respond?
That I would read it and get back to her.
Did you have any other discussions with Melissa or anyone about the Medium post?
Yeah, after I read it, we had a discussion about how to respond to it.
I think earlier you said there had been a discussion about the charges in the Medium post and the veracity and how to respond. What discussions were had about the veracity of the allegations in Lindsay Boylan's Medium post?
The main one that sticks out to me was she had said something about the governor suggesting that they play strip poker on a state plane. There were, staffers who were, I guess, present for that plane flight who were going to put out a statement saying that that had never happened.
And is it your recollection that the staffers who were on the plane said they did not remember that happening, or that they categorically denied that it had ever happened?
I believe it was the latter, that they denied that it had happened.
Were there discussions about any of the other allegations in the Medium Post? Yes. The other allegations aren't coming to mind. I know that she'd there were, I just can't remember the specifics of them, but my recollection was that we discussed them. The thing that stands out the most to me was the denial of the strip poker thing, and the governor, or I can't remember whether it was the governor or through staff, denying that he had forcibly kissed her. Was there any discussion about the governor kissing Lindsay Boylan, whether it was forcible or not?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I meant just now. Yes.
And what was the discussion?
Was that he denied it.
That he kissed Lindsay Boylan?
Yes.
So in terms of discussions with the governor's staff about the allegations of sexual harassment against the governor, you've mentioned communications, or a communication in December 2020 with Melissa, maybe Rich, maybe Danny. You've talked about this discussion with Melissa in February about the Medium Post, and discussions about how to respond to it.
Let me, sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted. Please continue.
I think the question was, and were there any others? So, right.
So there were.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
So by that time, there were more people who were involved in the discussions, who were giving advice. Melissa had reached out to a broader group to give advice on the call about the nursing home response that had leaked to the media. And so I remember Jeff Pollock being involved. Jeff was the governor's pollster. Josh Vlasto, who had worked for the governor. Danny Lever, who had by that time had left the governor's office. Rich as a party. I think Steve Cohen was on those calls. So my conversations with them then, it was less like I think Melissa, my recollection is Melissa had called me to make me aware of the Medium Post. But basically from that point on, the conversations that we had about that and subsequent allegations were had as a group, with that group that I described.
And I had heard, but maybe I misunderstood, that group had been contacted to provide advice about the nursing homes, but it sounds like that group's mandate also expanded, like yours, to include the sexual harassment allegations.
Yes.
Okay. What was Jeff Pollock's role in this, in connection with the response to sexual harassment allegations?
It was the same as mine. He and I were both offering sort of an outside view and an outside perspective on how to handle the press response to these.
What about Josh Vlasto?
Similar, the same.
Danny Lever?
His was a little bit different because he had actually worked in the governor's office in Albany, and had a little more familiar, but whereas Jeff and I are very much outsiders, neither of us have ever worked in the governor's office or anything like that.
Okay. How would you describe Danny Lever's role?
Offering advice on how to respond with an understanding, like Josh, of the Albany Press Corps, how the state press corps works. That's something that I and Jeff wouldn't necessarily understand because we just didn't really deal with those folks.
Rich as a party?
Rich, was the governor's senior advisor on communications. So he was primarily the person who, he and Peter Jemian, who was the press secretary, they were the ones who would actually, as a group, we would discuss, go back and forth. This is in, what should we say? Should we say this? Should we say this? It's Rich and Peter who would actually go out and deal with reporters, deliver the response, but they're also a part of the group and would offer their own input on issues as well.
You also mentioned Steve Cohen.
Yeah.
What role did he play?
Just offering advice, and also sort of with the eye of, none of us in this group were lawyers or anything like that. And, he had the experience of, being in Albany, understanding that sort of ecosystem, the reporters up there, but also a lawyer. And I've found it generally when you're having conversations about press responses, it's not the worst thing in the world to have a lawyer on the line.
And what's the reason for that?
Just because lawyers offer a different perspective on these, and it's clear with certain issues, right, that you can that it can veer into more legal territory. But generally, I just think that it's a good thing on high-profile PR issues to have that. It doesn't hurt to have a legal input, and that's something that I've employed throughout my career on presidential campaigns and the like.
So far we've talked about discussions between December and February when the Medium Post came, which expanded to include a broader group. I'd like to know about your involvement in any discussions about the sexual harassment allegations, including the governor's staff after the Medium Post. What involvement did you have in those discussions?
I continued to offer strategic advice on how the governor's staff and the governor himself should respond in the media to these allegations. On a few occasions, as I mentioned before, my relationships are with the national press. I spoke with the media. Never on the record, but I spoke with the media just about, national media, because what they care about is not the allegations, is that they just care about what it means and how it's going to play out. They just care about the politics of these things. And I would say that the Albany team doesn't know the national reporters as well. So Jeff Pollock and I, had sort of more informal conversations with national media about the, 10,000-foot view of these things.
And you said those communications that you had with the national media were never on the record. Was there a reason for that?
No, I mean, when I'm giving context to a reporter, it's generally just not on the record. They call to say, hey, how's it going? How's it shaking? Is there anything I should know on background? On background meaning, something they can use the sense of, or something where they can sort of like do a blind quote, but they generally look to us to give them sort of a perspective on, how the politics are playing out. They don't need a formal statement, and that's, not the most helpful thing that we can offer.
So were you involved in any other discussions other than about the Lindsey Boylan Medium post and the articles in March about the response to her allegations and your discussions with the national media?
Yes, I was involved with the response to the subsequent allegations that came out.
Okay. What was your involvement in the response to subsequent allegations that came out?
It was the same. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sure. Taking the allegations in turn, what was your involvement in the response to them?
It was the same. It was primarily offering strategic advice on how the governor's office and the governor himself should respond.
And what were those subsequent allegations?
So I can't necessarily remember the exact sequencing. There was Lindsey Boylan, Charlotte Bennett, Charlotte Bennett, Anna Rooch with a photo at a wedding. Karen Hinton. Anna Lis. There is a accuser number 6. There is a 6th accuser that was anonymous. There were a couple anonymous ones, I think. And was Alyssa Katz.
So taking them each in turn, and thank you for going back and trying to remember this. It's not meant to be a memory test, so we'll go over the allegations later on as well. But starting with Charlotte Bennett, when did you first hear anything about potential issues concerning Charlotte Bennett's interactions with the governor?
It was I believe right after the Medium post from Lindsey Boylan.
And what did you hear right after the Medium post from Lindsey Boylan?
We, the internal team that I had mentioned that we just went through, had a discussion about other potential people who might speak out or who had left the governor's employ on not great terms. And my understanding was that there was some chatter that the first time I heard of it was that in the context of, that there's chatter that Charlotte Bennett may come forward and say something publicly about some interactions that she had had with the governor.
Did you hear anything about the interactions that Charlotte Bennett had with the governor?
Yes. Well, subsequently, there was a phone call where, and I can't remember the exact sequencing here, whether she had come out publicly first or we had discussed some of this stuff more in detail. But I recall that there was a call where Judy Mogul, who is a lawyer in some capacity for the governor, had mentioned I'm not sure what the technical term is for it, some sort of exit report or something like that, where Charlotte had requested to be moved from working directly with the governor because she had felt uncomfortable at some of their interactions. I was not on the call where Judy sort of went through the specifics of that. I had some other conflict. I missed it. So I heard that stuff secondhand, but I believe that was in late February.
And who did you hear about the call from?
I can't remember who it was.
What did you hear about what Charlotte Bennett had said about her interactions with the governor?
Just that she and the governor had developed a close relationship when she was working, I think, as his briefer, and that she had believed that it was going in that she didn't believe at the time that it was sexual harassment, but she believed that it was going in a direction that was not a good direction for a boss-employee relationship, and had thus requested that she be moved to like another arm of state government where she wasn't working directly with him.
Did you hear anything else?
Yeah, I mean, there were some specifics that were in there, I think, about where she had mentioned conversations that they'd had about their personal lives. That they discussed his leadership on, I can't remember the name of the bill, on some legislation he did related to sexual assault and sexual assault reporting, and how she herself had been the victim of sexual assault in college. Those are the things that I'm remembering right now.
What was your, did you have a reaction to what you heard about the account of Charlotte Bennett's interactions with the governor?
No.
Was there any discussion about the truthfulness or credibility of Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
To my recollection, at the time, what we had discussed was that the governor, and I didn't discuss this directly with the governor. I think when we first responded, there are other members of the team, and I could be off on some of this timeline here. But my recollection was that some members of the team discussed this directly with the governor, and that the governor acknowledged that he had some conversations of the nature that sort of correlated or were similar to the nature of what was described, but that he had not intended for them to make Charlotte Bennett uncomfortable, and that I think his recollection of the tenor of them was slightly different from how she characterized them in the reports, but it was not that there weren't questions about her credibility. We didn't discuss her credibility or anything like that.
Did anyone challenge her credibility as far as you can remember?
No. The governor, and through other people is how I remember hearing that, did acknowledge that he did have, as he has had with other staff, myself included, that he does occasionally ask about, staff's personal lives. He did not, mean it to be inappropriate or make her feel uncomfortable. And my recollection is that Charlotte had not, that she'd specifically said, and I think Judith or someone said that she had specifically said that she didn't consider the conversations that she'd had sexual harassment. But no, it wasn't a question of her credibility. I think it was just a question of how each party remembered it. But also the last thing that I said was about how she had characterized it when she had discussed it with Judy Mogul, I believe.
Did you find any conversations about Charlotte Bennett's sexual harassment allegations against the governor to be enraging?
To be enraging? I maybe.
And what do you mean when you say maybe?
I mean, it's entirely possible.
And what would you have found enraging about those discussions?
I don't know. It's been a while. Generally, I mean, when you do, when you give communications advice, strategic communications advice, as I do, there's a natural push and pull, right? And I like to generally have things done my way when I'm giving advice. And so if things aren't necessarily being done my way, I might find them enraging. And
in this context, how did you think that the governor and or the executive chamber should be responding to the sexual harassment allegations? What was your way?
I can't remember.
So what was the relevance of what you just said about how you like things done your way, and if they're not done your way?
I don't understand what's the relevance of it. I mean, she's trying to, the witness is trying to answer your question. I'm not sure I understand the question. What's the relevance of it?
And that's fine, Ben. You don't need to understand my question as long as Ms. Smith does. So Ms. Smith, what's the reason when I was asking the question about whether you found any of the discussions enraging, what's the reason you went back to talking about how you like things done your way?
Just generally when I'm giving PR advice to people asking for it, there's a natural push and pull. So, sometimes I'm happy with how a response that someone gives, sometimes I'm not. So that's the context I could see, nothing, it's not always exactly as I like things. So that's what I mean there.
And in connection with the sexual harassment allegations against the governor, was there ever a time when either the governor or the executive chamber was not heeding your advice?
To my recollection, I think we usually came back around to things that I was advising, but it's natural when you do what I do, when you give advice to people, that not everyone is going to be on the same page from day one, on day one. And the process can sometimes involve a lot of push and pull. But I think overall that there might be some small exceptions, but that the governor usually ended up in a pretty good place in terms of how he responded to these things.
And what were you advising in terms of how the governor and the executive chamber should respond to the allegations of sexual harassment?
It depends on which one you're discussing.
And again, Bennett, what were you advising?
I would have to see sort of what we were saying at the time. I cannot recall, whatever statement we put out, 4 months ago. I just can't remember that off the top of my head.
Okay. So you mentioned Charlotte Bennett. I think the next person you mentioned was Anna Rush. What did you hear about Anna Rush?
That it was an interaction at a wedding where he had put his hands on her face, and she had, which is and that she'd felt uncomfortable from it.
And did you have any discussions about Anna Rush's complaints?
Yes.
With whom?
The group that I mentioned.
What did you discuss?
The nature of what she was saying, and how to respond to it.
And did you discuss your reaction to what Anna Rush was saying?
Yeah, I do remember that one, because I think that as someone who has worked with Governor Cuomo over the years, who has seen how he greets people in public, who had seen how his father greeted people in public, that the insinuation that was sexual in nature or inappropriate, I thought that was I did not think that rose to that sort of level. And I thought that was being unfairly used against the governor, and being lumped in with sexual harassment when it was, I think, a very different sort of interaction.
What is your understanding of sexual harassment, Ms. Smith?
I cannot give you a legal definition of sexual harassment, but it generally does not include greeting, how you greet strangers at a wedding.
And are there any other aspects of your understanding of sexual harassment?
Objection. If you can answer the question, answer it.
No, I just repeat what I said before.
And so your understanding is that sexual harassment isn't implicated when someone greets a stranger at a wedding. Is that a fair summary of what you said?
Yes, I don't know that that's a technical legal definition, but yes.
And I'm not asking for a legal definition. I'm just asking for your own understanding. And Karen Hinton, what did you hear about Karen Hinton's allegations?
So I don't think we heard anything about it until it was it was published in the Washington Post. We might have gotten, so with a lot of this stuff, so with a number of these things, the reporters reach out in advance for a response. That one is a little bit scrambled in my head because I was traveling that day. I was in Washington, D.C. I remember hearing about it when I was at the airport. It must have been before it was published, because I doubt they would have published it without a response. And I think my recollection was just that we would deny. I can't remember specifically, but just to deny that the governor himself denied that it had happened, and that the response on the record from the office or whoever gave the response, I can't remember whether it was the office or whether it was the governor himself, that it would be that it was denying her allegation.
And how did you understand that the governor denied that what Ms. Hinton said had happened actually took place?
That he denied that it happened, that he didn't have a recollection of that happening.
And did you hear that from the governor?
I don't know. I can't recall if he was on the call that day. Again, I was at Dulles Airport. I remember I was at Dulles Airport sitting on the floor in a corner, and it was very hectic because I had a flight to catch. I don't think the governor was on the call.
So how did you hear that the governor denied Ms. Hinton's allegations?
I believe it was through Melissa.
And were you involved in responding to Ms. Hinton's allegations?
I was in giving brief advice on how to respond. Yes.
What advice did you give?
I thought that their response, which was to say that it was false, was correct. And I thought generally just to deny it was the right approach.
Going back to Anna Rush, did you give advice on how to respond to her allegations?
Yes.
What was your advice?
Well, part of it being informed by, my view that this is sort of a different animal, right? Which is to say that this is traditionally how he greets people. And he didn't mean to make her feel uncomfortable. And I think that there was general consensus in the team that this was being unfairly lumped in with other allegations.
And which other allegations did you think Anna Rush's issues were being unfairly lumped in with?
Anything having to do with the workplace. So Charlotte Bennett, Lindsay Boylan. Because in the media, it's being, they're trying to, it was like there was a narrative that was sort of building, and they were using this as an example when it really isn't the same sort of situation.
And just to be clear, I'm not suggesting you've said this, but I want to understand, is it your understanding that sexual harassment is limited to workplace interactions?
I cannot give you a definition of sexual harassment, a legal definition of sexual harassment.
And I understand that. I'm asking about your own understanding. Is it your own understanding that sexual harassment is limited to workplace interactions?
To the extent that I've thought about it, no, not necessarily. But I don't get, no, not necessarily.
And going back to Charlotte Bennett, did you provide advice on how to respond to Ms. Bennett's allegations?
Yes, as we discussed, yes, I did.
What was your advice?
Look, again, I can't remember the specifics of it. I would have to see, the statement that we put out. But in general, but in that situation, the governor, it was the governor acknowledging that he may have made her feel uncomfortable. And so to acknowledge that and to show contrition.
Did the governor follow that advice?
Yes.
From the beginning?
Define what you mean from the beginning.
I think earlier you had said something about how ultimately you think you got to the right place. So I'm asking whether initially your advice that the governor should acknowledge that he may have made Ms. Bennett feel uncomfortable and to show contrition was followed.
I don't remember the evolution of the statement. And it wasn't a conversation that I necessarily had with the governor. I believe that this was a conversation I was primarily having with the team. But with any sort of statement that you give in response to these things, it's going to evolve. It's usually going to evolve. You don't get it 100% right on the first try. So it's very likely that it may have evolved. But again, I don't have a specific recollection of this statement, where it started and where it ended up.
And I think that, so just now you said your advice was that the governor should acknowledge that he may have made Ms. Bennett feel uncomfortable. I think when you were talking about Ms. Roosh, you had said her allegations involved an interaction at a wedding where the governor put his hands on her face and she felt uncomfortable. In that case, was there a reason why you did not advise the governor to acknowledge that he may have made Ms. Roosh feel uncomfortable?
Objection of the form. If you understand the question, you can answer it.
I don't really understand the question.
So I'll ask the question again. So I understood you to be saying that with Charlotte Bennett, the issue is that Charlotte Bennett may have felt uncomfortable, and the advice you provided was that the governor should acknowledge that he may have made her feel uncomfortable. When you were talking about Ms. Roosh's allegations, you said the governor put his hands on her face and she felt uncomfortable. So I'm trying to understand what distinction you were drawing between Charlotte Bennett, who felt uncomfortable with her interaction with the governor, and Ms. Roosh, who felt uncomfortable with her interaction with the governor.
Well, I think the governor did say, I'm sorry if I made Anna Roosh feel uncomfortable. Again, I don't remember specifically. This was a while ago. But I think that there's a difference between an interaction with people at a wedding and interaction in the workplace. And also, again, this is a traditional greeting that the governor gives to people. And it is a greeting that when I've seen him give to people, they've responded very warmly to. And it's a greeting that I've seen his father give to people, including myself, and that I found to be a very warm and endearing form of greeting someone. So I found that it was, the allegation that there is something more to it is, I did not think it was fair to characterize it as sexual in nature, or for the media to lump it in with any of the other allegations.
And in your understanding, who characterized Anna Roosh's interactions with the governor as sexual in nature?
The New York Times story.
And in your understanding, is sexual harassment something that is necessarily sexual in nature?
Objection.
You can answer, Ms. Smith.
I think I've said to you what I don't have a specific definition of sexual harassment in my head.
Right, but in your understanding, is sexual harassment necessarily sexual in nature, yes or no?
Objection.
You can answer. And to be clear, it can be yes, no, or I don't know.
I don't know, and I don't necessarily understand the question.
Well, you said that you didn't think it was fair to characterize Ms. Roosh's interactions as sexual in nature. So I'm just using your words. In your understanding, is sexual harassment something that is necessarily sexual in nature?
I don't know.
So I think the next woman you mentioned was Anna Lis. What did you hear about Anna Lis?
Actually, before we start that, or at a reasonable point, it sounds like this might be, can we take a short break?
At a reasonable point, we can take a short break. Ms. Smith, would you like to take a break now?
Sure.
Okay. Let's go off the record and then we can talk about how much time.
This is the end of media unit number 1. We are off the record at 11:46 a.m. This is the beginning of media unit number 2. We are on the record at 11:56 a.m.
So Ms. Smith, before we took a break, I was just starting to ask you about Anna Lis's allegations. What did you learn about Anna Lis's allegations against the governor?
Through a Wall Street Journal story.
And how did that story come to your attention?
I think, I don't know if we had gotten, if I'd heard about it before it had come up, or maybe I had. I don't remember hearing a ton about it. And then I remember seeing the story online.
And what did you hear about Anna Lis's allegations?
Just whatever was in the story.
Do you remember the nature of her allegations?
I think what she said was that she had never, I think what she'd said was that the governor had once given her a kiss on the cheek and called her like darling or sweetheart, or something like that.
And did you provide advice on how to respond to Ms. Lis's complaints?
I probably did.
Do you remember what that advice was?
I don't.
Did you have any discussions about Ms. Lis's allegations with anyone?
Yes, we did discuss it briefly, which is, and I believe as a team, and I think the consensus was that the media was starting to maybe write about was that this one wasn't particularly serious or worrying, but it was indicative of the media's desire to just write about anything that was coming their way.
When you say the consensus was that this allegation wasn't particularly serious or worrying, what do you mean by that?
That we did not believe that the allegation was particularly serious or worrying from a public relations standpoint.
And what's the reason you didn't believe that the allegation was particularly serious or worrying from a public relations standpoint?
I think in a lot of workplaces, in most workplaces, giving someone a kiss on the cheek seen as a customary greeting.
Ms. Smith, before you started advising on the response to the sexual harassment allegations against the governor, and at any point over the course of your involvement in responding to the allegations, did you ever speak with anyone about the definition of sexual harassment?
I did not.
Did you make any efforts to look into the definition of sexual harassment?
No.
And when you say that in a lot of workplaces, giving someone a kiss on the cheek is seen as a customary greeting, what is that based on?
My experience in a lot of workplaces.
And in your experience in a lot of workplaces, do you give people kisses on the cheek?
I do.
And who have you given a kiss on the cheek in the workplace?
I mean, how many hours do we have?
Have you kissed your subordinates on the cheek in the workplace?
I believe so, yes.
And have your supervisors kissed you on the cheek in your workplace?
Yes.
And what about on the lips? Have you given your subordinates a kiss on the lips?
No.
You also mentioned an anonymous complainant, or maybe more than one anonymous complainant. When did you first hear about an anonymous complainant?
There was, in my head, I think of it as accuser number 6. And that would have been, I think, around, the governor did and I'm just going back, the governor did a press conference on the 2nd. So it would have been like March 9th, I remember, something like that, March 9th or 10th or 11th, somewhere in that week.
And how is it that you remember this time period?
Because I remembered it was the week after the governor had done his first press conference addressing the allegations. That and also it was that was the week when at the end of that week was when calls had begun for the governor's resignation. So it stands out, chronologically more than others necessarily would.
And what did you hear about the person you are referring to as accuser number 6?
That she was accusing what I'd first heard, because if my recollection's correct, we'd heard like 2, or maybe it was 2 different stories. I can't remember whether it was what I heard or 2 different stories, but the Times Union, which is the paper in Albany, had reached out to the governor's office to say that they were doing a story on an anonymous allegation that the governor had forcibly touched a female staffer at the governor's mansion.
How did you hear about this?
So I'm a little bit unclear of the time. So on the timing of it, whether it was first through the Times Union and then that we got, then I heard sort of on the call that there had been, that the anonymous accuser in question had filed something internally. It's possible that I heard just before we'd gotten a call from the paper that there was a staffer that had filed like some internal complaint about it. It was in pretty close proximity time-wise. It would have been the same day or, same timing, but I can't remember whether it was, I heard about the news story first or the complaint first.
Who did you hear about the allegations from?
It was on a group call with that sort of core group that I mentioned.
And do you remember which member of the core group spoke about the allegations?
I don't.
And what discussion was there about the allegations?
That the Times Union, the discussion that I remember, really was one that the Times Union was going to print this. There was a question of how do we respond, but also that, this was an allegation of a different nature and more serious nature than what we'd seen previously in the allegations.
Is there any other discussion?
No, that's all I can remember.
Was there any discussion about the credibility of the allegations?
Objection in the form, but you can answer.
What do you mean by credibility of the allegations?
Was there any discussion about whether or not the allegations were true?
Yes, because the governor vehemently denied them. And and this is one where I don't think on the initial call, but we had a follow-up call where the governor was involved, and he did vehemently deny these. And I think it was noted among the team that these were allegations of a different nature, right? And it didn't really that they weren't really in line. They didn't sort of fit the pattern of what the other women had alleged in the workplace.
How did the governor vehemently deny the allegations?
He said they're not true.
Did anyone ask him whether the allegations were true?
I believe so. I don't remember the exact contours of the conversation. But I do remember that the governor was very adamant that these were not true.
Was there any discussion about investigating the allegations?
Can you elaborate on what you mean by investigating the allegations?
Was there any discussion about doing anything, taking any steps to look into the allegations?
There was discussion about, okay, my recollection of the allegation was that she said that she'd been alone with the governor at the residence, at the mansion, and that this had happened. So to the extent we had a discussion about it, it was to look up, when she was at when she was at the mansion, just to see what days she would have been there.
And did anyone look up when she was at the mansion?
I think so. I don't remember. I think so, but I don't remember like ever hearing like the specific dates or anything like that. But I think at least there was maybe an effort to look it up, but you would have to double check with someone else on that.
Who was involved in the discussion about looking up when the complainant was at the mansion?
The sort of the group that I mentioned.
Did any members of the group say anything about trying to find out when the complainant was at the mansion?
No, it was just more, was she there? When was she there?
Was there any discussion about the identity of the complainant?
I did hear her name.
And what did you hear?
What her name is?
Correct.
That her name was Brittany Comiso.
And do you know whether any member of the group confirmed that Brittany Commisso was at the mansion?
I can't remember that. So I can't remember that, but I do know that, but what I can say is that, that her job did involve her occasionally going over there.
And how do you know that?
Because that just came up in the conversation. I just can't remember the specifics of it.
What was your reaction to the allegations by this complainant?
Well, my initial allegation was that they were of a different nature. And I was a little bit, put off by the allegations, given that she was alleging, forcible physical conduct. That was my initial reaction.
Did you have any other reaction, either then or later?
Well, after, discussing it with the governor and hearing him, deny it, and thinking, I take him at his word. I believe him and what he had to say about it, especially in light of, as someone who has seen a lot of how these sexual harassment, or whatever you want to call sexual misconduct, or these things play out, was that this did seem at odds with all the allegations. It seemed like an anomaly, and it seemed like something that would have been extremely out of character for the governor.
So is it your view that the other allegations were in line with the governor's character?
It is, in terms of the things that we've discussed, I think that what I would say is that this incident seemed just wildly out of line with the governor's character. The governor, greeting someone in public, with putting his hands around their face, you can find hundreds of photos of him doing that. So this did seem anomalous.
So you've mentioned Anna Rush's allegations. What about Charlotte Bennett's allegations? Are those consistent with the governor's character?
I've never heard any allegations like that previously. But I would say that the governor, and generally in politics, that the nature of the business, because it is, sort of close-knit, stressful, that it is pretty common for people to show an interest in other people's lives in a way that maybe you don't do at a law firm.
So just focusing on Charlotte Bennett's allegations as they've been disclosed in the New York Times, in your mind, are those on the line of anomalous or in line with the governor's character?
I'm going to object to the form.
You can answer, Ms. Smith.
If you can answer the question, you must answer it.
No, I don't understand the question.
You said that the anonymous complainants we've identified as Brittany Commisso's allegations seem like something that would have been extremely out of character for the governor. So I'm asking, well, with respect to the allegations that Charlotte Bennett has made publicly, would you say that those are out of character for the governor, or not out of character for the governor?
I don't think that those are in character for the governor. I do think that what he was saying, which is that that his I think I'm trying to think about how to correctly say this, is that his interpretation of them as just as having a conversation with staff about, chit chat about personal lives is, he's someone who I think is friendly with his staff and tries to take an interest in staffers' lives. That's something he said at the time. That's something he said publicly. And I think the interpretation of his conduct in that situation was different from how I would interpret it and different from how he interpreted it.
How would you interpret his conduct?
Is taking an interest in the lives of people who work for him.
Charlotte Bennett alleges that the governor asked her if age differences in relationships mattered. Is that something that is out of character for the governor in your view?
I've never heard him ask that question.
Have you ever heard him ask similar questions?
I don't know what similar questions to that would be.
Charlotte Bennett said that the governor asked about whether she would have a relationship with an older person, an older man. Is that something that you consider to be out of character for the governor?
I haven't heard him ask that question. And I'm asking, I haven't heard him. Yeah.
And I'm asking whether you think that would be out of character for the governor.
I haven't heard him ask that question. So I don't know. I don't really know how to answer this beyond that.
And you said that after discussing with the governor and hearing him deny Brittany Commisso's allegations, you believe him and what he had to say about it. What did he have to say about Brittany Commisso's allegations?
That they were false. That I could just tell that he was he very strongly denied them.
So he very strongly said Brittany Commisso's allegations were false, correct?
That this incident never happened. Yes.
Have you heard Brittany Commisso's account of what she said happened?
Not beyond what was, reported just sort of briefly in news clips.
Have you done anything to look into the truthfulness of Brittany Commisso's allegations other than hearing the governor say they were false?
I saw the news clips, read the news clips.
And you said that, especially as someone who has seen how sexual misconduct allegations play out, you believe the governor's denial. What did you mean by that?
Well, this was at odds with everything else that had been reported publicly. And so it seemed to stand outside of everything else.
Okay. So does that mean you believe everything else that was reported publicly?
No, it does not.
So just so I understand, is it right that am I correct in saying that you believe Ms. Commisso's allegations are false because the governor says they're false and because her allegations are different from the other allegations against the governor?
This is what I'm saying, is that I think that those are two separate things. But in other cases, right, that we discussed earlier, the governor did acknowledge that some of the conversations that he may have had with Charlotte Bennett, but that he believes that he did not mean to make her feel uncomfortable. With the Anna Ruch Obviously, there's a photo of that, and the governor does acknowledge that that happened. It was a different situation with the 6th allegation.
Understood that it was a different situation with the 6th allegation. What I'm trying to understand is whether you're concluding from the difference in the allegations that the allegations are therefore false.
No, that's me just commenting on, as someone who has generally seen how these stories play out, that it seemed notable to me that this was so at variance with other things.
And when you say, as somebody who has seen how these stories play out, what are you referring to?
Someone who regularly reads the newspaper and watches TV news.
And which stories are you referring to specifically?
Any sort of stories about sexual harassment. I can't pull them out of my head right now.
You said that in addition to speaking with the governor's staff about sexual harassment allegations, you also spoke directly with the governor. What discussions did you have with the governor, or what discussions did you have involving the governor directly about the sexual harassment allegations?
Well, is this just as to number 6 or any?
Or generally? Ms. Smith, if you have any clarifications, you can let me know. Ben, this is not a deposition where you object or ask clarifying questions or anything.
Okay. We just want a clear record. Really, it was a fair comment on your question.
Ms. Smith, do you remember my question, or should I ask it again?
Yes, you can ask it again.
Do you need me to ask it again?
Yes, please.
Ms. Moskowitz, can you repeat my question?
Question, you said that in addition to speaking with the governor's staff about sexual harassment allegations, you also spoke directly with the governor. What discussions did you have with the governor, or what discussions did you have involving the governor directly about the sexual harassment allegations?
So when I spoke with the governor directly, one-on-one, it usually wasn't necessarily about the specifics of the allegations. As I mentioned, I'm someone who, I worked for him in 2018. He is someone he would check in on me during the presidential campaign. And so I would just try to check in on him during this, make sure he was doing okay. Those were most of the conversations that I had with him, was just, how are you doing? How are you holding up? How's your family? How are your daughters? How are they handling all of this? Occasionally, we may have discussed just, in broad strokes, some of this, but I would say that our conversations were generally just more checking in on a human level.
What did the governor say about the sexual harassment allegations, whether generally or specifically?
I can't remember from our private conversations.
Excuse me?
I can't remember from our private conversations.
What do you mean when you say your private conversations?
Like when I spoke with him one-on-one versus when he was on a more general call. I wouldn't be able to distinguish.
And I'm not asking you to distinguish. I'm not limiting my question to any one-on-one conversations. So what did the governor say about sexual harassment allegations in any discussions in which he was involved?
Well, it depends what allegation you're discussing.
Okay. Please elaborate on what he said about different allegations.
Well, again, it depends what allegation you're discussing.
Okay, so I want to know about all of the allegations.
Okay. He said that the Lindsay Boylan accusations were false. And when it came to the Charlotte Bennett accusations, he acknowledged that he had discussed with her, that he had, asked her questions about her life, her personal life outside of sort of, I think that's just the best way to characterize it, that he'd asked her questions about her life and had discussions about, life in general. And that he had never intended to make her feel uncomfortable. I don't remember any discussion with him about Anna Lis. When it came to, as I mentioned before, I can't remember if he was involved in the conversations about Karen Hinton. I don't remember him being involved, so I can't remember that. With accuser number 6, I remember him denying it vehemently.
Did you ask him any questions in relation to his denials of the allegations?
Did I ask him any questions? I mean, I'm sure I did when we had calls. I just can't remember anything that I asked.
Did you, I think earlier you mentioned that you had conversations or you were involved in discussions also involving Chris Cuomo about the sexual harassment allegations, is that correct?
Yes.
What did Chris Cuomo say in those discussions?
In which discussions?
In any discussions about sexual harassment allegations against Governor Cuomo?
I would say that he generally offered a perspective. You know, he was joining the calls, obviously as, you know, the governor's brother, but he offered the perspective of someone who understands how the media works and how things are likely to be covered in the media, and would offer advice from that perspective. As to specific things that he said in the conversations, I can't remember.
And do you remember the general tenor of the advice that he provided?
It was just generally, this is how this might play in the media. You know, it was that sort of thing. It depends on, it probably would have depended on the case, but I can't remember you know, the specific things that he was saying.
And going back to Charlotte Bennett's allegations, Charlotte Bennett alleged that the governor asked if she had ever had sex with older men. In your experience, is that out of character with Governor Cuomo or in character with Governor Cuomo?
I've never heard him ask that question.
So would you describe that allegation as an anomaly?
I would say that is out of character, but I've never heard him ask that question. Yeah, I've never heard him ask it.
Charlotte Bennett also alleges that Governor Cuomo told her that he was open to relationships with women in their 20s. Is that, in your understanding, out of character with Governor Cuomo?
I've never heard him. I've never heard him say that. But with any of this stuff, I think it depends on the context. And there are contexts in which people can be joking at the workplace. But again, I haven't heard him ask that or say that.
Would you consider that to be in character for the governor?
I have not heard him say that. So I guess I would say that would not be in character.
Okay. And then going back to the what you described as the governor's vehement denials of Brittany Camisso's allegations, what specifically did the governor say?
This did not happen. But I beyond that, you know, we're talking early March, so I can't remember the specifics.
And you said that at, I think you recalled that around March, you talked about being compensated for your advice when your involvement became more time consuming. Please tell us more about that.
I just discussed with them I said, oh, this is taking up a lot of my time. It might make sense for me to be compensated.
Who did you say that to?
Probably Jeff Pollock, Melissa, maybe others. I can't remember, but I do remember specifically discussing it with those two.
How did they respond?
I said, yeah, that would make sense. Let us know.
And when you said this was taking up a lot of your time, how much of your time was it taking up?
A number of hours a day.
More than 4 hours a day?
Well, it depends. There are some days where it could be 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day. Some days where it could be 1 hour a day. It just depended on the day. But at the height of things, there was sort of a nonstop avalanche of incoming. But it's not like this. It's not the type of job where you like stamp in and out.
And at the point when you raised the topic of compensation, how many hours do you think you had spent in connection with the sexual harassment allegations?
Well, I can't remember when I raised the topic of compensation. And so I can't remember how many hours I would have spent.
You said Jeff Pollock and Melissa DeRosa had said that would make sense. So what happened next?
We sort of went back and forth on it. We never actually really reached a conclusion on it. I sort of dropped it in part. I just sort of dropped it.
What's the reason you dropped it?
The reasoning there was that even though I had been spending a lot of time doing it, is just politically, if I wanted to be showing up on a report at the time, giving paid advice versus unpaid advice.
Sorry, I think I missed what you just said. Politically, you did.
Whether I wanted to show up on a campaign report at the time giving paid advice versus just offering the unpaid advice that I was giving.
So you raised it as a question. Did you not want to show up on a report as providing paid advice?
I went back and forth on it.
And what's the reason you went back and forth on it?
Because I work in a business that's consumed by optics.
Okay, and so how did that influence your decision-making here?
Because I work in a business that's consumed by optics, and optics are important in politics. And financially, I could live without it. It wasn't, I could live without whatever the compensation was.
Okay, so you said you work in a business that's consumed by optics. What do you mean by that?
So optics, it's how the public perceives things, and I guess I don't understand this question is what I'm saying.
So I had asked you what happened after you spoke with Jeff Pollock and Melissa DeRosa about getting compensated for spending days 8 or 10 hours a day in connection with the response to sexual harassment allegations. And you said you went back and forth, you never reached a conclusion and you dropped it. And then I asked, what was the reason you dropped it? And I think your response was politically, if I wanted to show up on a report as giving paid advice.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to understand what you meant by that. And your next response was you work in a business that's consumed by optics and
yes.
Public perception. Were you concerned that the public would not, were you concerned about a negative perception of your involvement in responding to sexual harassment allegations against Governor Cuomo?
Well, that's sort of what the concept behind optics is, yes. I'd also just been sort of out of the public sphere for a very long time. And so that was probably part of is that I didn't have a huge interest to be, necessarily in the report. But yeah, it was about the optics.
And what was your concern about the optics of publicly disclosing your involvement in responding to sexual harassment allegations against Governor Cuomo?
It's not even just publicly disclosing, it's just being paid for it, which is that there was clearly a lot of interest from his political opponents in everything that was going on. And, I didn't want to, have people, his political opponents seize on it and say, oh, she's being paid X amount to do this for the governor. Again, it really just has to do with the nature of politics, and especially New York politics.
And were you concerned about this from your perspective or the governor's perspective, for both?
My perspective.
Okay, and how are you concerned about it from your own perspective?
The optics and the nature of New York politics, where the governor has a lot of political opponents who jump over everything, and didn't relish the idea of being attacked in the New York Post for being paid to give advice to the governor on this stuff.
And was it your view that by providing your services for free, you would be less vulnerable to attack?
I can't tell you that I really thought it through at this level. As I said, it was a conversation I'd had with them a couple times. I potentially, that was maybe a part of my thinking on it. It was a few conversations that we'd had.
Is there anyone else to whom you provide your services for free?
Yes.
And on the same scale?
On the same scale, yeah, I would say that I have provided, and right beforehand, I was providing advice to someone multiple hours a day, yeah, for free. It's not uncommon. And I've also provided advice to, people outside the political sphere for free. But yeah, no, it's not completely uncommon for me.
Was there any discussion about the rate at which the rate that you may charge for providing your advice?
Yeah, usually I would charge like depending on the work. I think that's probably what we discussed was like somewhere in that range. I can't remember if it was for a month or for 2 weeks.
And other than Melissa DeRosa and Jeff Pollock, do you remember discussing the financial arrangements with anyone?
It's possible that I did. I just remember those conversations with those two people, but it's entirely possible that I did.
Did you have any discussions with the governor about the financial arrangements?
Not about the financial arrangements. The governor at some point had, the governor at some point toward all the end of this had wanted to see if I would consider doing something formally for him. But the financial stuff didn't come up.
Okay, what discussion did you have with the governor about that?
He just wanted to see if I would, formally, because, it was his understanding that I wasn't like formally doing this. I was offering behind the scenes advice, and he just wanted to see if I would formally do something for him. And I said no, because by that time I'd started to take on other commitments.
When did that discussion happen?
Like mid-March, I think.
And you said the governor wanted to see if you would formally do something for him. Did you discuss what the something would be in any more detail?
Just sort of what I was doing before, but on a more formal basis, like serving as a spokesperson.
How did the governor ask if you would serve as his spokesperson?
He called me.
Was there anyone else on the call?
I don't know. I can't remember.
And what did the governor say during that call?
Would you consider coming on in a more formal role for me?
And what did you say?
Said, I'll think about it, but probably not. I've got other conflicts.
Did either of you say anything else on that call?
I mean, it's very possible, but I can't remember. That was the main gist of the conversation.
You remember how long that call was?
Not particularly long.
Did you have any other discussions about your taking on a formal role?
With the governor?
With the governor or any member of his staff?
I remember that the governor had, and this I heard from Josh Vlasto, is that Josh Vlasto had told me that the governor had approached him about serving in a more formal role. And so I think, maybe Vlasto and I had discussed it, and we both said that no, that we weren't going to do it. He probably for different reasons. I can't remember what his thing was, but that's the only one that comes to mind right now.
And do you remember if the governor did the governor mention to you that he had also asked Josh Vlasto to take on a more formal role?
It's possible. I can't remember the specifics.
Did you speak with Melissa DeRosa about the request for you to take on a more formal role?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you discuss?
That I wasn't gonna, that the governor wanted me to do. Well, let me back up for a second. I believe I informed her after the call that yes, that he had requested it, and that I was unlikely to do it.
What did she say?
I can't remember.
Did she try to encourage you to take on the more formal role?
Not that I recall.
Did you have any other discussions with the governor about taking on a more formal role?
Mm-mm. Just that one.
And what were the other conflicts that you thought prevented you from doing that?
I had just taken on a client in New York City who had called on the governor to resign. So I, seemed a little bit awkward.
Did you continue playing a behind the scenes role in connection with the sexual harassment allegations?
At that time, right around then, that was when, after accusal number 6 was when it was sort of the convergence of 2 events. It was when there were no more accusations coming out. I think there's one more that came out after that, which was a woman in like upstate New York or something at an event said the governor hugged her or something like that. I was by that time I definitely pulled back, but it was the daily sort of barrage of media incoming had stopped. So there wasn't much use for me to be involved anymore. But 2, I was taking on other work. So one was that New York City race, and I was and I was, looking to set up the other thing that I mentioned at the beginning of this call, which was the independent expenditure. So it was just sort of a confluence of those 2 things, which is that the media interest in the governor and all this stuff had sort of dropped off, There were no new accusations, and I was taking on other work.
When's the last time you spoke with the governor or a current or former member of the executive chamber about the sexual harassment allegations?
I saw the governor about 3 weeks ago was the last time. They came up in broad strokes. We did not relitigate any of the specifics of it. But obviously there were references to the fact that these things were out there, and it happened in our conversation.
Okay, that sounded really vague. So tell me what happened 3 weeks ago.
I'm sorry, but why is that vague?
Well, she said, can you describe your conversation with the governor from 3 weeks ago?
Yeah. I had a discussion with him just about sort of how things were going. He just wanted to do a check-in about how things were going, how things were going politically, how his session had gone. We did a review of his, Jeff Pollock was there. We did a review of his polling numbers. So it's just sort of looking at this political state of play. And it was a very broad look at the political state of play. And that was just a piece of it. It was really looking at all the major political issues that are out there right now and the things that had come up during session.
How did this discussion take place?
We had a meeting at his office in New York, in the city.
At 633 3rd Avenue?
Yes.
Who was there?
Melissa DeRosa, Governor Cuomo, Jeff Pollock, and Charlie King.
When did this meeting happen?
Like 3 weeks ago. I'd have to check the exact date, but like 3 weeks ago, or like 2.5 weeks ago. It was, I just can't remember the exact date. It was like the week, it wasn't last week. It wasn't the week before. It was the week before that.
So the week of the 21st of June?
No, it would have been before then.
The week of June 14?
It was either the week of June 7th or June 14th.
How did this meeting come about?
Melissa reached out to set it up.
Who did she reach out to?
To Jeff, me, and to Charlie.
What did she say when she reached out?
Are you guys free to meet this week at the 633 3rd Avenue?
How far in advance did she reach out?
I can't remember. I don't know. Maybe the week before, a few days before, probably a week before, but I just can't remember.
Did you discuss an agenda for the meeting beforehand?
No.
Did you do anything to prepare for the meeting?
No.
So I'd like to know the specific date of the meeting, and I appreciate you'll need to check that. How long was the meeting for?
It was about 2 hours.
What did you discuss?
I was late to it. But it was about 2 hours.
And when you say it was about 2 hours, what do you mean, considering that you were late for it?
Meaning that like the meeting as a whole was 2 hours, but like, I wasn't there for all of it.
How much of the meeting were you there for?
I probably missed the first 20, or so minutes. It was okay. It was a Thursday. I remember it was a Thursday. Wait, hold on. I think it was Thursday the 10th.
Of June?
Yes.
And what was discussed at the meeting when you were there?
It was, the entire meeting was just a, most of the meeting was a review of a poll deck that Jeff Pollock had put together on, public perceptions of the governor, and the budget that he'd recently passed, as well as general feelings in the Democratic Party about issues like policing, Israel-Palestine, capitalism, socialism, and the governor's favorability numbers, unfavorability numbers, that sort of stuff.
Was there any discussion about the sexual harassment allegations?
And there was a polling section. Sorry, I was about to add that. There was a polling section that looked at whether it had, how it had impacted, how a variety of different things had impacted the governor's numbers, and that was one, and what the public perception was of that.
Other than the discussion about the potential polling impact of the sexual harassment allegations, was there any other discussion about the sexual harassment allegations, including the investigation into them?
The discussion that we had was about just politically going forward, how, because his numbers had taken a hit, from some of the allegations with the public because of the media coverage, was just, realistically how much is recoverable, whether it's not recoverable, and sort of just like how much would be movable, going forward.
Was there any other discussion about the sexual harassment allegations, including the investigation?
The fact that the investigation was happening was discussed, and that there would be a report coming out was discussed, and that a report could have political ramifications for the governor, but none of the substance of the investigation or the allegations was discussed. We didn't go and relitigate any of the stuff that had come out in February or March.
And when you say you didn't go and relitigate any of the allegations, what do you mean by that?
What do I mean by that? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
Is that we were looking at things based from the political perspective, which is, are his numbers movable? After these allegations, is he able to improve his numbers after these allegations? How did these allegations affect his numbers? And will an investigation and all that, will that ultimately affect his numbers? And so it was a political conversation.
And before that meeting 3 weeks ago or so, before that meeting on or around June 10th.
Yeah, and sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I can go, when we're off camera, I can double check the dates. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Before that meeting, when was the last time that you had a discussion with the governor or any members, any current or former members of his staff about the sexual harassment allegations?
So 2 weeks prior to that, we had a meeting with that same group in the governor's, in 633 3rd Avenue. That was, there was no polling presentation at that one. And again, it was just a check-in about how we thought the legislative session was going, you know, how the budget had gone, issues, you know, sort of thorny political issues that could come up. We discussed the mayoral race. Again, we discussed the sexual harassment stuff in the context of the political ramifications in terms of how it, and that was before we had the polling information. So just, you know, the sense of how much of a hit he had taken with the public on these numbers. How much of a hit he had taken with the public in his numbers because of the allegations.
Did you discuss anything else in relation to the allegations or the investigation?
As with the other meeting, you know, the fact that there was an investigation happening, that there would be a report that would be public and that it could have political ramifications.
And before that meeting, when was the last time you had any discussion touching on the sexual harassment allegations with the governor or current or former members of his staff?
With the governor, it wouldn't have been since March. Yeah, it wouldn't have been since like mid-March. With staff, I mean, we probably just had casual one-off conversations, but nothing memorable. I really, you know, the sort of group conversations that I discussed before that we'd had in February and March really just sort of petered off in, I would say, in mid to late March, because that was when the allegations petered off. And, you know, for me personally, it was when I just had other obligations that I had to attend to, other professional obligations. So, you know, I'm sure I had conversations with members of the staff. You know, I consider myself a personal friend of Melissa DeRosa's, but I you know, I can't remember anything specific, any specific conversations that we had about it. There was also no new information that came out. So really from that point on, it was more just looking at how it was playing in the public sphere. So, you know, we'd generally be in contact like about polls that would come out. Oh, X number of people feel this way about the governor because of allegations. X number of people say the governor should resign because of these allegations. So it was really looking at it from the broad, you know, political perspective.
Did you ever speak with Melissa DeRosa about receiving subpoenas in connection with our investigation?
Yes, I mean, I told her when I got the first subpoena, I told her that I had been subpoenaed.
What did you discuss?
That I had been subpoenaed.
Did you discuss anything else?
Not really. With Melissa, no. I also talked with Steve Cohen when I received that about you know, to let him know I'd been subpoenaed, and I inquired with him about the cost of my legal costs, given how much time I'd spent, you know, helping, you know, the governor on the front end, and I hadn't asked for compensation, and this is obviously a pretty costly process for someone. And after I had that conversation with Steve, I did mention in a subsequent conversation with Melissa that I had discussed that with Steve.
And what did Steve say in your discussion with him about getting your legal fees compensated?
That he would look into it.
And did he?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he tell you subsequently?
That the campaign is going to reimburse me for my legal costs here.
And I think you mentioned, well, I believe you mentioned earlier that you had dropped the discussion about compensation. So to be clear, have you received compensation from anyone for any advice that you've given to the governor or the executive chamber in connection with the sexual harassment allegations?
No.
And what about in connection with the nursing home allegations?
No.
And did Steve tell you how it is that the campaign is going to reimburse you for your legal fees?
No.
Based on the interactions that you've had with the governor and Melissa DeRosa, is it your understanding that Melissa DeRosa speaks for the governor?
Yes, in the sense that we use in politics, that that in politics, right, with certain politicians, they have aides that when you're talking to them, it's sort of assumed that they're speaking on behalf of the person that they, are working for. Every sort of politician has people like that. That person can change over time. It's sort of a stock sort of phrase. It's sort of a cliche in politics to say, this person, when they speak, they're speaking for the governor, or they're speaking for the senator, or they're speaking for the president. It doesn't mean that literally she's always speaking, for the governor, but she is seen as someone who is close with him and has his trust and has his ear.
Have you ever worked for or provided services to Governor Cuomo's executive chamber?
No.
Before December 2020, were you aware of any allegations of potential sexual harassment against Andrew Cuomo?
No.
Before you spoke with Governor Cuomo's staff about Lindsey Boylan's sexual harassment allegations, had you discussed with anyone Lindsey Boylan's complaints about the work environment in the executive chamber?
I remember like a month earlier, she had tweeted something about it being like a toxic work environment. And there being like some conversations around that, but none of it was, I think that was like, it was maybe with like Danny, Melissa, but it was just, I think my recollection is Lindsey had tweeted something about it being like a toxic work environment or something.
And what conversations were had with Danny and Melissa and any others, current or former members of the chamber, about Lindsey Boylan's complaints?
Just that she had made them. I don't really remember the conversations around that time. I remember the ones around sexual harassment. That was a while ago. I mean, that must have been before then, but I just can't remember the specifics of it.
And do you remember if there was any discussion about responding to Lindsey Boylan's complaints about the work environment in the chamber?
I mean, I'm sure there was. They must have had to respond. I just don't remember.
Do you remember providing any advice about responding to Lindsey Boylan's complaints about the work environment in the chamber?
If they asked me for advice, I would have given it, but I don't remember. I don't remember that particular, any of the specifics of those conversations.
So let's put up tab 9.
All right, so should we use, or may we use the books that you gave us?
You may.
To open,
yes,
to
you may.
open, to open to tab 9. It's the same, your number is the same as ours, I take it. Oh, we did 2 volumes? Okay. No, volume 2 is 2. 1 of 2. Okay.
Do you guys mind taking a drink?
No.
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so tab 9 are tweets from Lindsay Boylan on December 13th, including her tweets about sexual harassment allegations. Ms. Smith, earlier you had referred to tweets by Lindsay Boylan about the circumstances under which she left the executive chamber. Am I right?
I refer to tweets about like sexual harassment and how she'd left the office. I believe so.
Right. Can you point me to the tweets you were referring to about how she left the office?
Documents, so it goes on to this page, to the back page as well. See.
So I don't see them in here.
Okay, we have other tweets from Ms. Boylan, so let's go to tab 8. And let me know if you see the tweets you're
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I was referring to. Can you give me a second to read through these though?
Sure.
Okay.
So which tweets were you referring to earlier?
Well, I think I'm sort of maybe was conflating the December 5th and December 13th, but the tweets about, what were these? Tab 9. So these both were December. Is the tweet about, I tried to quit 3 times before it stuck. That tweet, and then also, yes, I did not sign whatever they told me to sign when I left. Nope.
And what did you understand about the truthfulness of those tweets?
Was what I had been told, which was that that was not the conditions. Those were not the conditions under which she left the office, and that my recollection was that there was something off about the NDA thing, or whatever she said here, which is signed. Because here it sounds like she's trying to imply that there's like an NDA, but I do remember that that in the conversation it was about the tried to quit 3 times before it stuck.
And so what were you told that no, Lindsay Boylan did not try to quit 3 times before it stuck?
I can't remember what specifically I was told. It was all honestly a little bit complicated. But I was told that what she was saying was not true.
And were you told in what respect what she was saying was not true?
That the conditions, and again, I just can't remember, it's a little, I can't remember the specifics, but that what she was describing as the conditions for how she left, that was not true.
And what are you seeing in these tweets about the conditions that you say she is describing?
The quit 3 times and the did not sign whatever they told me to sign when I left.
So if it were the case that Lindsey Boylan had actually tried to quit 3 times, then would that statement be true?
It depends on the context. Because I think the context is generally really important when you're talking about how you part ways with the job. So I can't remember the exact specifics of what eventually came out. But my recollection was being told that this was not true, that the governor's office had information. The record in the governor's office showed that this did not comport with reality.
And who was involved in a discussion with you about Lindsey Boylan's statement that she tried to quit 3 times before it stuck, not comporting with reality?
So, as I said earlier, my recollection was that it was Melissa, Danny, and Rich, like some combination of those 3.
Was the governor involved in any of those discussions?
No.
And did you have discussions with Melissa, Danny, Rich, or anyone else from the executive chamber about disclosing information about Lindsey Boylan's employment at the executive chamber to the press?
Yes, as I stated earlier, they had done like a gut check with me on a statement and said that, that they were going to, to clarify the conditions under which, Lindsey Boylan actually left. So yes.
And how did they say they were going to clarify the statement about the conditions under which Lindsey Boylan actually left?
They were going to share the employment record that showed that the actual conditions under which she left, and employment record, personnel record.
And did you have any understanding of whether the governor had approved the disclosure of Ms. Boylan's employment records to the press?
I don't recall the governor's name. I don't recall the governor coming up in that conversation.
But did you have any understanding of whether the governor approved this disclosure of Ms. Boylan's employment records?
I did not.
Did you ask whether the governor approved the disclosure of Lindsey Boylan's employment records?
I did not.
Is there a reason you did not ask?
I didn't think to ask. Again, and let me just give some clarification. I was not, so in February, March, I was very much involved, right? Day to day speaking with them. I was called here as just a gut check. I was not involved in day-to-day conversations with them about all this. I was not on, super long phone calls or anything like that. So my involvement here was much more peripheral than it would have been in February or March.
And if your involvement had been less peripheral, would you have approached the situation differently?
Not necessarily, but I might have. I think what I'm trying to do is to say that this was a more just quick conversation. When I use the term gut check, it's to me what a gut check means is when someone has made a decision or has largely come up with a plan, and they just are like, oh, well, let me call someone else just to make sure that I'm not like crazy, right? They're not calling me to go through every single step of something or every single part of a decision that's been made. And that is my sort of recollection of what the nature of this conversation was.
And who did you understand had made the decision to disclose Lindsay Boylan's employment records?
I don't know. I just know that the decision had been made.
You say you know that the decision had been made. Did you associate the decision with anyone?
No.
Did you assume that the governor approved of the decision?
No. The governor is not always involved in his press decisions. So I wouldn't make an assumption one way or the other. And by his press decisions, I mean the decisions made of his team and how they're going to interact with the press.
And which members of the team did you understand had made the decision to disclose Lindsay Boylan's employment records?
So just to go back to what I said before, I didn't have that level of discussion with them. It was just
Please go ahead.
Yes. I spoke with, to my recollection, and I can't remember the exact sequencing, whether these were group calls, but I remember speaking with, to my recollection, some combination of Melissa, Rich, Danny, and that they did a gut check. Who specifically did the gut check? If I recall correctly, it was Melissa who did a gut check, but it was more in the general sense of this is a statement we're going to give, and this is how we're going to back it up.
And what did you understand about how they were going to back it up?
Which is, as I said before, that they were going to provide the facts on the nature of how Lindsay's employment with the governor's office had come to an end.
By showing Lindsay's employment records, correct?
Yes.
To whom?
With members of the press that were writing on tweets of Lindsay's allegations.
And did you understand that Melissa DeRosa was involved in the decision to show Lindsay's employment records to members of the press?
What do you mean by involved in the decision?
Melissa DeRosa spoke with you to get a gut check about the decision to provide a statement and back up the statement by showing Lindsay Boylan's employment records to members of the press, correct?
She was a part of the conversations. Yeah. And again, like as I said before, and I'm saying this out of caution because I don't want to mistakenly misrepresent any conversations I had, that I spoke with some combination of those three that day and was told about this plan. My recollection was that Melissa was a part of those conversations and that she may have been the one to say it, but I'm doing the best I can here with something that was not a particularly memorable experience in my life.
Is it fair to say that you understood that Melissa DeRosa was part of the decision to show Lindsay Boylan's employment records to members of the press?
She was part of the decision to share them with the press. Yes.
Did anyone say anything about whether showing Lindsay Boylan's employment records to members of the press could be considered retaliation?
No.
Did you consider whether showing Lindsay Boylan's employment records to members of the press could be considered retaliation?
Sorry, did I consider whether it could be retaliation?
That was the question.
No, that I didn't consider that.
You referenced a statement. Did you ever see the statement that Melissa DeRosa mentioned to you?
She may have sent it to me, or just verbally said it over the phone. My recollection was that they said something very, very brief, but I cannot remember the specifics again.
Do you remember discussing the statement with anyone other than Melissa DeRosa?
Going back to what I said before, and adding the caveat again that, you know, this was not a particularly memorable experience in my life. I do remember some sort of combination of Melissa, Rich, and Danny. It's possible that there was another person involved. It's possible that not all three of those were involved, but that is what my recollection is.
And what do you remember about the statement?
The one thing I remember was it said something about an allegation made on Twitter. And again, I could be wrong. And that I'd said, take out the on Twitter part, because like the on Twitter thing, Twitter doesn't matter, right? Twitter's like as formal as doing something else. That's really all I remember.
So did you provide comments on the draft statement?
Verbally, I think I did.
Did you want to be involved in commenting on the draft statement?
What do you mean involved in commenting on the draft statement?
Did you want to comment on the draft statement?
Want to in what sense?
You commented on the draft statement. Is that something you wanted to do?
If I guess I don't understand what the question is.
Did you consider not commenting on the draft statement?
I don't think I considered it either way.
You were called in December 2020 for your advice on the response to the sexual harassment allegations against Governor Cuomo, correct?
Yes.
Did you want to be involved in providing advice on the response to sexual harassment allegations against Governor Cuomo?
I generally want to be helpful to people I consider friends and people who are going, facing serious allegations. So I don't think about want or not want. And so it's the wording of your question has sort of thrown me off, I guess. I don't know that want is a word that that's sort of what I'm stuck on. But
did you consider
I would want to help them.
Did you consider it your duty or your responsibility or your obligation to help respond to the allegations of sexual harassment against Governor Cuomo?
If you can answer. And
I guess I'm sorry. I just don't understand what you're asking here.
When you were called to provide advice, did you think about saying, no, I can't do this?
I don't think so, but I can't remember what my internal thought process was, when they called me.
At any point in helping behind the scenes to respond to sexual harassment allegations against Governor Cuomo, did you consider saying that, no, you did not want to help?
Yes, there are times when certainly I'm sure I felt that way. It's exhausting when you're helping people out who are getting like 30 media requests a day, soliciting your advice, and you've got other things going on. That I think would be a natural reaction, and definitely one that I would have. Yeah. And definitely one that I did have, because again, it's exhausting, on an emotional and just time consumption level.
So what were the reasons that you did help to respond to the allegations of sexual harassment against Governor Cuomo?
The reasons is that I'm friends with Melissa DeRosa. I have great respect for Governor Cuomo. I consider him a friend. I consider him a mentor. I've worked in politics for a long time. I know that in politics, people are there for you in your highest moments and abandon you in your lowest moments. And I don't want to be one of those people. I have been someone that has been a subject of negative press, who has seen who knows what it feels like when people abandon you and what it feels like when people stand by you and offer you advice in these tough moments. So even if it's not necessarily something I feel like doing or want to do, when, maybe I'd rather be out having Aperol spritzes with friends, it is something that it's important to me to do on a personal level.
And on a professional level, was it also important for you to be involved?
To me, it's more on a personal level.
Was it also important to you on a professional level?
I mean, and to the extent that the governor is someone I work for, wanted to see succeed, yes.
So you mentioned a statement that you described as a brief statement regarding Lindsey Boylan's allegations. Did you ever see any other statements regarding the response to Lindsey Boylan's allegations?
Just whatever was in the press, whatever was in the press about the allegations.
Are you aware of a longer draft letter or op-ed responding to Ms. Boylan's allegations?
I found out about that in March when it was written about in the media.
And other than what you found out about through media reports, did you learn anything about a longer letter or op-ed responding to Ms. Boylan's allegations?
No, that was the first I'd heard about it. And I didn't hear anything more about it really at the time. At the time in March, but I had no knowledge about it until, it had popped up in the Wall Street Journal or wherever it popped up.
And as the draft statement that you did comment on, do you know who drafted it?
No idea.
How did you first become involved in discussions about that statement?
Wait, we're talking about with Lindsey Boylan in December?
Correct.
As I mentioned, I can't remember the exact sequencing. I just remember, as I recall, conversations with some combination of Melissa, Danny, and Rich. Again, it could have been another person involved, maybe not all three of them. It was not a memorable experience in my life. But no, there was no discussion that I can recall of who drafted it.
Did you see a copy of that draft statement?
As I said before, can't remember if it was like texted to me or something like that, or if it was just read to me over the phone.
Other than the discussions that you've referenced, did you discuss that draft statement with anyone else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you send it to anyone?
Not that I'm aware of. Because I also can't remember whether it was verbally or written, or it was written down.
And do you have any understanding of the governor's involvement with that statement?
I do not.
Did it matter to you whether any of the sexual harassment allegations against the governor were true or not?
Objection.
You can answer, Ms. Smith.
Well, you objected.
That's I think there are problems with the question, but if you can answer the question, you should answer the question.
I don't believe that any of the allegations against the governor were true.
I think earlier when you were talking about Charlotte Bennett's allegations, you suggested that there was no question about her credibility. What did you mean by that?
I'm sorry, that there were no questions about her credibility? Is that what I meant by that?
That's what I understood. Are you saying that you don't think Charlotte Bennett is telling the truth about her allegations?
What I'm saying is that I don't think the governor intended, as he said, that the governor intended to make her feel uncomfortable. I don't think that he intended to make her feel uncomfortable with that line of conversation, with any line of conversation. Do I know what the verbatim conversations that they had were? I do not. I know, I don't know that everything that's been reported was a verbatim conversation, but I guess that's something that we'll learn, coming out through the report.
So I guess I'll ask my question more specifically. Does it matter to you whether or not Charlotte Bennett's allegations, regardless of what the governor intended, which she has not made allegations about, does it matter to you whether or not Charlotte Bennett's allegations against the governor are true?
Does it matter that what is being reported and that what she's saying happened are true?
That's a question. Yes. Does it matter to you?
I mean, the truth, and it's just,
what do you mean, does it matter?
I don't
What does it mean? It matter in what sense?
Ben, I'm not asking you the question, Ms. Smith.
Oh, but come on, it's an unfair and too broad question.
Ms. Smith, if you need me to ask my question in a different way, I can ask it.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah, let's go. Another version would be okay.
Okay. In helping to respond to the sexual harassment allegations against the governor that Ms. Bennett has made, did it matter to you whether or not what she was saying was true?
It is my understanding that there was a difference of opinion about the intent of the comments made, and that as the governor has stated, that the truth will come out about things that were said, and that his understanding is that his comments were not meant in a way to make her feel uncomfortable. So what matters to me is whether I believed the governor acted in an inappropriate manner in the workplace. And I do not believe he did that.
So to try to summarize, you do not believe that the governor acted in an inappropriate way in the workplace. Is that what you're saying?
What was the end of the question? I couldn't hear. I could not hear the question.
Ms. Smith, do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Ms. Moskowitz, can you do that?
So to try to summarize, you do not believe that the governor acted in an inappropriate way in the workplace. Is that what you're saying?
Let me rephrase that slightly, because I think what the governor did say was that if he made anyone feel uncomfortable, or now that he regrets that, and that he now knows that some of these comments could be seen as inappropriate. yeah, what would matter to me is the governor's intent in all of this and whether or not he made someone feel uncomfortable. Look, all of these things depend on context. And I don't believe that the governor had the intent of making people feel uncomfortable or making, comments that would be perceived as inappropriate.
So I think I just heard you say, but let me know if I misheard you, that what would matter to you is if the governor made anyone feel uncomfortable. Did I hear that correctly?
No, you did not hear that correctly.
Okay. So can you explain to me in your words then what would matter to you as you were just saying it?
Can I ask, so I have a question. Can I ask a question here?
If you need a clarification, you can do that.
Is it? I don't even understand these questions. Does it matter? What I said was what matters to me is the governor's intent. And the governor, as you said, and I take the governor at his word, is that he did not intend to make anyone feel uncomfortable. And he did not intend to be inappropriate in the comments that he made. And I feel like I feel like I need a bathroom break and we're going in circles a little bit. So can we take a break?
Happy to take a break.
Okay.
This is the end of media unit number 2. We are off the record at 1:37 p.m. This is the beginning of media unit number 3. We are on the record at 2:16 p.m.
All right, we'll put up tab 14 and we'll mark that as an exhibit.
14?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
In front of you.
So let's look at the first page and the next page.
Oh, I didn't realize it's a long exhibit. I'm sorry.
And then let's go to the page with the number 3164 on the bottom. So the statements.
Okay. So can I read through, do I read through each of them?
You can read through each of them for context if you want. I'm going to ask you about 3 lines.
Okay.
Change. And the lines I'm going to ask you about are Lever's statement at the beginning that the statement they have for Lindsay is bad. Are you guys talking to them? Your response, yes, I'm working on it. And then your statement, I would not attack her.
For me. Okay, we're going to 164, you said?
Yep, 3164.
Okay.
Okay. So what's the background of these messages?
So if you go back to, if you go back to Danny's first, the statement they have for Lindsay is bad. Are you guys talking to them on three? So these are the first time I'm seeing these in a long time. But looking at the,
Go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I would have to double check the date, but it seems like this is probably the day when Lindsay's Medium post came out, and we were workshopping what how the governor or the governor's office should respond. And it looks like the next several tweets are between, or texts or emails, I can't tell, texts, are between Danny, Josh, and me about the tenor and the words used in this statement. So I believe that was the context.
And is this consistent with your recollection about the advice you provided at the time that the executive chamber should not attack Lindsay?
So I don't remember the statement, nor do I remember the advice that I gave at the time, but it sounds like the advice that I would give.
Okay, let's turn to tab 15, which I think is a version of the statement.
To tab
15.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Is this the statement you were referring to in your texts with Danny and Josh?
So it looks like in the what I'm referring to in my text with Danny and Josh is, let me look at the time. No, I mean, it looks like the ones that I'm, and again, I can't remember I'm sorry, I cannot remember the sequencing here, but like if you look at, do you mind if I just refer you back to, hold on. Yes, it looks like that. Yes, that this first paragraph is what we were referring to in the text back and forth.
And when you say this first paragraph, what are you referring to?
This is an ongoing and transparent that.
The first paragraph of tab 15.
Of tab 15, okay. That you are describing as attacking Lindsay?
Yeah, yes. Well, I don't know if I was describing it as attacking Lindsay as much as I was saying that we should not attack Lindsay.
Did you have any discussions with anyone about not attacking any of the complainants who made sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Yes, my general blanket view on all of these was that, and just generally taking a step back, is that I think it is the wrong strategy when confronted with these things in the press to attack, to like go and do statements. I mean, look, it all depends on the context, but yes, I would say to the extent that I had blanket advice on these things, it was generally to show some sensitivity and to never, to never put out statements attacking them. Sorry, I'm just reading this.
Take your time. It may be easier to read it here.
Yeah. But yes, that was what I was referring to.
Okay.
I believe, yeah. I just. Yeah, I said I would not attack her, but I don't remember if it was in direct relation to this, but generally, yes, if that makes sense.
Okay. And let's go to tab 21.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this is an email chain that includes you. Melissa DeRosa had sent some information and context in response to a message that you had sent earlier about a collection of text messages involving Lindsay Boylan. And you responded at the top, I think the tweets with no fingerprints, OTR, are fine to pass along. I would lay off the other stuff because it would only point back to the governor's office and reinforce bully storyline. Do you recognize this email?
I don't remember this email, but it looks like something I would send.
And we're going to mark this as an exhibit. What do you understand by your statement? I think the tweets with no fingerprints, OTR, are fine to pass along.
So, because tweets are, public information, right? It's all on the internet. And so flagging it for reporters with, without having them say, oh, I was sent this by the governor's office, that's fine. Because if I recall correctly, these tweets had already been in stories previously. If I recall correctly, that they had been out there, right? They're in the public domain. So that's what I meant by no fingerprints, OTR, which it just means like flag them for the reporter's awareness and they can use them, but it's not like saying the governor's office passed along these tweets.
And what would be the issue if the governor's office had passed along some tweets?
Honestly, it's just like if with any sort of thing when I'm working in PR and politics, if something's already a matter of public record, it sort of muddies it to have it being like something was passed along or whatever, because it's already in the public record.
So if something were not in the public record, how would you approach it?
It depends.
Okay. So what did you mean by your second statement? I would lay off the other stuff because it would only point back to the governor's office and reinforce bully storyline.
Right. So if you look at the other things, what is, so I'm not positive what 9/26/18 at 10:30 a.m. is, or 9/30/18 at 10:06 is. Oh wait, hold on. Below. But the things below, so can you clarify for me, below are the 9:30 and 9:26, are those text messages that had been sent? No, sorry. So I don't know 9/26/18, 9/30/18. I don't know where those were from, nor do I know where the text messages are from, or except that it says that they were sent to two top members of the administration. But my assumption at the time, and my assumption still would be that those weren't public information, and that while I can understand, and this is part of what we do behind the scenes in PR, is you sort of have as I mentioned before, I think we discussed sort of the push and pull of your internal discussions. And I think, this was an example of push and pull where it was suggested that these, in addition to the stuff that's already publicly available, the 4 tweets, were that there are these 3 different things below that could have also been sent to the press, but they were not public information. They were private. And so what I was saying was I would lay off the other stuff because it would only point back to the governor's office. And by that, I mean, because they're not public, right? So they had to get them from somewhere. And, you know, people probably aren't going to think that Lindsay Boylan is providing those herself. And reinforce bully storyline. By that point, I think in the days leading up to, and again, I would have to double check and have my memory jogged on this, but I believe before 224, there started to be stories written about the governor's office being, you know, having a bully atmosphere. And so I was just saying that this would all point back to the governor's office and reinforce the bully storyline. And just generally it goes in with, I think, what I was saying before, which is like, don't get into the position of attacking someone.
And were you suggesting that this information, just make clear what you're referring to, the information about complaints of bullying and harassment against Lindsay, information about Lindsay contacting the governor's council, and information about text messages that Lindsay had sent to members of the administration was private information. And so it would be seen as attacking Lindsay if the executive chamber provided that information to the press.
I think it could be perceived as that way. Yes. So, and there could be, that's my interpretation, but there could be a legitimate debate. Obviously I'm on one side of it, but there could be people on another side who are saying, well, this provides important context, right? And this is, in any PR conversation, a lot of the sort of discussions we have, whether it's this or for someone else that I work for.
And was there such a debate in this instance?
It appears so.
And what's the basis for saying it appears so?
Because I mean, I have to see the others, but it's like, without more context, it looks like, you know, I don't really want to comment on it. I don't want to read too much into it without more context. But, and why I don't want to read into it without more context is because a lot of ideas are thrown out, you know, behind the scenes. And I think just because an idea is thrown out, it doesn't mean that it's being suggested that this is a great idea or something we should do. It's just like offering a sort of a buffet of options of how you can respond to a story.
And do you know whether this information, the information starting with 9:26, 9:30 in the text messages was in fact shared with the press?
I don't think it was. So I don't think we shared anything like that from like 224. I don't remember during my time in February or March sharing that sort of stuff with reporters. Again, I wasn't the person who would have been, you know, the direct contact sharing this. As I said, I sort of provided counsel to the governor's office on, you know, actions that they should take. So, but I don't remember, you know, subsequent to this, like this sort of stuff being shared.
And your advice was to lay off sharing that type of information, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to tab 26.
Okay.
Okay, so take a minute and read it.
And just to orient you, I'm particularly interested in your statement in the very first line. We made a mistake yesterday with this entire response. And then later on, you say, going hard has gotten you guys to where you are now, which is a very bad place.
Take your time and read through it.
Okay. So
there's no question. Just read through and then she'll ask a question.
Okay, but I do have a question.
Oh, you have a question. Okay.
So we made a mistake yesterday with this entire response. Because I see these, but this looks like me quoting something Melissa maybe said to an email chain or something. We made a mistake yesterday with this entire response. Because then in my next text, I say, what did you mean by this?
Okay.
So I just want to clarify that, because then it goes down here.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Why don't you take a minute and read the whole thing, just so you have it all. That's fine.
And just let me know when you're ready, Ms. Smith.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready.
All right, so let's walk through the text messages. I understand from your first statement that in this line, we made a mistake yesterday with this entire response. You're quoting something that Melissa DeRosa had said, and you were asking her what she meant by this, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
And then later you say you disagree with her. And just to be clear, this entire response refers to the statement responding to Lindsay Boylan's allegations in her Medium post. Is that correct?
This is given the day after we were discussing the Lindsay response. So that would be my assumption, but I don't know if that there are other, no, that would have been the only statement that we gave on the 24th would have been about Lindsay. So yeah, yes, okay.
And then when you say going hard has gotten you guys to where you are now, which is a very bad place, what do you understand by that?
My general view, I think, with regard to the Cuomo press strategy, outside of this, but sort of their general MO from, even before I worked for them, is that they, I think, tend to sometimes overreact in the media to things. I saw that sometimes on the campaign. So it may be a reference to that. I think generally it is sort of a reference that I am sort of a broken record with them, in that I do think sometimes that they are a little bit too combative in how they respond with people. And this is not limited or necessarily just about this. And, keep in mind that this is also right after what opened the floodgates to all of this stuff, right? Which was Melissa had done the call with the legislature, which then leaked. Then a member of the legislature, at least one, Ron Kim, I remember, had put out I think he was the one, maybe, I'm just trying to think. He was one, I never worked in Albany, so I'm not familiar with all the names and characters. So forgive me if I'm mixing some of this up. But my recollection was that they did this call. Ron Kim leaked to the media some of the call, and the Cuomo response to that leak was very, very, very aggressive. And then that then sort of led to the bullying stories. And I feel like it was the bullying stories, and then that was when the Lindsay Boylan Medium post came out. So, because what I sort of remember in what I discussed in this was that it was just this, it was like a snowball effect, right? It just kept getting bigger and bigger because of how they were responding. And I think that they were responding too aggressively. So when I'm saying that going hard is that it is in that context, which is, I believed that, and I had said this to them at the time when I'd watched the governor do a press conference about Ron Kim being very, thinking at the time that this was very unwise, how he had handled it, and that he had gone too hard. And then, which is a very bad place, you could go hard if you want to keep ruining his reputation. I said, I also agree the Biaggi thing was idiotic. I can't remember specifically what was said, but I think someone in the office had maybe put out a statement attacking Biaggi because Biaggi was maybe another person who had leaked from the call or criticized them from the call. And this was something that both Jeff Pollack and I were in agreement on, that the governor's office should take a smarter tone, I would say, and maybe be less bellicose.
So let's turn to tab 28. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document? We'll mark it as an exhibit.
Which, the photo or the?
Start with the first page.
Which is the first page is, does it, I don't see anything on.
Is Bates stamp 434?
Correct. It looks like it's a text message from you attaching with an attachment. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
It's tweets. It looks like these are tweets from Caitlin that were liked by Charlotte Bennett.
At the time, did you know who Caitlin was?
Yes. So no, not on a personal level, but as I mentioned before, when, and I can't remember the context in which we were discussing it before, but earlier this morning, when the Lindsay Boylan Medium post went up, we had a discussion as a team, about, okay, well, is there any other gossip out there about, other people who could come forward or other people who left the office on not great terms? And I can't remember exactly. So I think that there were two things. I think one, there's like a little bit of an Albany gossip mill where it's a small world where, something gets said to someone, gets around, whatever. But two, I think that there was a recognition, and I think that's how it came up, is that there was a recognition in the office with Judy Mogul, because she had a conversation with Charlotte when she was leaving that indicated it was on bad terms. So we were conscious of the fact internally at this point that that Charlotte was someone who could potentially make accusations publicly. And Caitlin was discussed in like a similar context, but it was more in the context of I think that the governor had treated her in a way that, that was like more like bullying, like had yelled at her for, messing up calls and stuff like that. So knowing that, I would be monitoring people's Twitter accounts, because that's where people generally leave breadcrumbs, right? And where people leave breadcrumbs, and by that I mean they leave like little pieces of, to use lawyer words, like evidence, is by their likes, right? Because they're not thinking people are looking at their likes. But so I could see that then that Caitlin was retweeting Lindsey Boylan, and that Charlotte Bennett was liking Caitlin and Lindsey Boylan's tweets, which just seemed notable to me in light of the fact that, I had received the vague information that these were two people who had, I think they maybe were still in, I know Charlotte was still in state government, but who had not left, working in close contact with the governor on good terms.
You're on mute, Abina.
Thank you. Was the idea that Charlotte Bennett and Caitlin might have allegations to make against the governor, and so you were monitoring to see whether they might come public with their allegations?
I can't remember if by that time I had learned any of the specifics about Charlotte. And again, I can't remember the sequencing of this, right? But I remember distinctly like some like Albany chatter, right? Because it's, state capitals are small worlds. And even though I'm not up there, I think that some of that was conveyed on these calls. But more formally, that there was an awareness of Charlotte, filing, I don't know what the technical term is with that. So it was more just looking through and out of curiosity being like, so I don't say anything that this is what it could be, but it's more curious, like that they're clearly monitoring this situation, and maybe could be coming out. It's in politics with opponents and stuff like that, or opposing staff. One thing I've noticed is that or reporters or anything like that, is that people telegraph a lot of things through their likes, because they don't think that people are monitoring their likes the way that they do tweets and replies. And it kind of can give you an insight into how they're thinking about things. So I think that that's sort of what I was getting at there.
And what did you see? Please go ahead.
That this was on their radar screen, and if they're sort of liking tweets that are liking Lindsey Boylan's tweets or tweets that are critical of the governor, or saying this is difficult, the helicopter, and they're doing this like in earshot, Twitter earshot of reporters, that's as close as you'll get to going public without actually going public.
So you saw the tweets as possible evidence of their intention or the possibility that they may go public with allegations against the governor?
Potentially. I also just think it was something to keep an eye on, and it was curious to me.
But you said you had been monitoring their Twitter, correct?
As I had with reporters and other things like that. But since I had heard their names, I started to look just to see if they were leaving any breadcrumbs.
Did you monitor anyone? Did you monitor any other individuals' Twitter to see if they were leaving any breadcrumbs?
Reporters. Let's see.
What about any other former or current chamber staff?
Yeah, it's very possible. Let me think. I would have, obviously by that point, Lindsey was on the radar screen. Not. It's possible, but I can't think of anyone off the top of my head right now. But I would generally, for an example, Jesse McKinley, his handle is in here. He's a New York Times reporter. So it's like, I might check his likes to see what he's liking, because then that gives me an insight into what he might be reporting on, what he's interested in, who his sources are.
And did you learn any information about, did you learn any details about Charlotte Bennett's or Caitlin's potential allegations at that point?
As I mentioned, I think in our first session this morning, and I can't remember the exact chronology, but after the Lindsey Boylan Medium post, there was an internal discussion about some of this. There was a call where I think where Judy Mogul discussed with some of the people who are were on these calls. Some of the things I report, again, I know I'm a broken record here because I don't know what the exact term is, but something that Charlotte had said about why she wanted to be, transferred out of the governor's office, and then that could be something public. I don't know if I was aware of that by this time when I was monitoring the tweets. I may have been. But again, that was also a call I wasn't on myself. I can't remember why I missed it, but I'd heard about some of it secondhand. So for whatever reason, their names were on my radar screen. I just can't remember the particulars.
And what about Caitlin? What had you heard?
That was more informal, honestly. That was, if I recall correctly, or what I recall, was hearing about that maybe from Danny Lever, which is that Kate, and it was unofficial. It was, again, you know, politics, state government, state capitals especially are sort of gossipy places, but that there was, I think, some gossip going around that Caitlin had said that she was displeased with, you know, her time working with the governor, that he had yelled at her, she thought unnecessarily, and that she could be someone who, you know, could file a complaint or go to the press or something like that. It was an informal conversation, though, with Danny that I think alerted me to it. And it might have been a conversation with, for some reason, I recall, maybe, for some reason I remember it was Danny telling me and Josh Flasto about it.
Let's turn to tab 31. And I'll give you a chance to read it, but just to let you know what I'm focused on, it looks like it's a draft statement, a version of a draft statement with Melissa DeRosa's edits. Jeff Pollock reacts to it, and you say, Melissa, I thought the plan was now not to do this. And then Melissa sends yet another version.
Okay. So take a minute to look.
Yeah.
Thank you for that background. That's very helpful. So why don't you look through the whole thing with that in mind.
Then I can mark it up with my pen.
Sure.
Okay.
You may want to scan the whole thing.
I'm scanning.
Just to get a sense of it, and then when there are questions asked, you can go back to it.
No, I am scanning it. I just want to get a sense of
totally fine.
What my time commitment is. I don't remember receiving anything this long.
All right, one at a time, please. I can't get you both. I need you to talk one at a time, please.
Okay. Okay.
I think you have to look at the hold up just so you know what's in it.
Okay. Okay.
Ms. Smith, I'm ready to ask you questions whenever you are ready.
Okay.
And you always have a chance to go back and look at a document if you want.
What page am I supposed to read through?
Okay, so I'm not going to ask you about a specific page right now. I'd like to know whether you were involved in any discussions about versions of a draft statement along these lines.
Well, it appears that I was.
And do you recall this discussion? Please go ahead.
Well, so look, I cannot remember the specifics of this.
Do you recall if there was a push and pull about this statement?
Yes, so I don't remember this specific statement, but I remember there were a number of times over the course of this, month or so where we would receive sort of longer statements like this, where I would, and in this case, I said that, the plan was not to do this. So I was not involved. I can just tell from the language used in here that I was not involved in drafting this. And, that I'd said, I thought the plan was not to do this, but I, but I don't remember a ton of the specifics around it.
Do you recall the origins of this statement? And there's another document, tab 30, I believe, which shows that or maybe tab 29, which shows that it first came from Stephanie Benton.
I don't remember the origins of it.
All right, let's flip to tab 29, see if it jogs your memory. Do you see that there's an email from Stephanie Benton originally to Melissa and Judith Mogul?
Yes.
Okay. And then Melissa says she will set up a call to go through this. Do you remember talking about this draft statement?
I remember vaguely this because the one thing that I remember having a discussion about was the second. For some reason, I remember a conversation about a statement involving the second one with the artifact from Bill Clinton. But I don't remember any of the specifics really of the conversation.
Okay, what do you remember about the discussions about the draft statement?
I'd have to see the timeline of when we put out our, because I guess what I would have to see the timeline of when we initially responded to the Boylan accusation in the Medium post, and what, if this was before or after, because I don't remember.
Okay, we can pull up the press release. Let's go to tab 12. So do you see that tab 12 is a February 24th, 2021 statement about Ms. Boylan's claims?
Yes. Okay.
So going back to tab 29, that's after.
Yes.
25th and 26th.
So this ties together my recollection was that I'm sorry if I'm pausing repeatedly because I'm just trying to, and I don't want to sort of, you know, put together things now just because I see them in front of me. But my recollection was that we'd done that statement on the 24th, but it was seen by, I think, as ineffective at pushing back against some of the allegations. So there was a thought that we do a longer, in this case, much longer statement responding to the sort of the swarm of stories out there, which was the Boylan stories and the bullying stories, the Boylan and the bullying stories that had come out in the days beforehand.
And who saw the February 24th statement as ineffective and thought a longer statement was required?
I don't remember the exact people who signed on to that. I remember getting this from Melissa, and Melissa having stated to me that we didn't go hard enough. But I can't say that I have like a list of who was on this side or who was on that side. And I also know plenty of people outside who said that we didn't, respond comprehensively enough or hit back hard enough. But, I don't remember the specifics. Like I can see in some of these text messages that obviously going back that, Melissa didn't think we were responding hard enough, that, Josh Vlasto thought we could be responding harder. But beyond that, like I wouldn't really feel comfortable speculating on who those people are. But I do know that there was a general sense that that we could have pushed back harder on and in a more detailed way on some of Lindsay's claims and the bullying claims that that the governor had received from members of the legislature.
You know whether the governor favored this more detailed and longer response to Lindsay Boylan's allegations and the bullying allegations?
I don't know that.
So looking at tab 29, this draft statement was sent from Stephanie Benton to Melissa DeRosa and Judith Mogul. Seeing that the draft statement came from Benton, the governor's chief of staff, does that suggest to you that the draft statement came from the governor himself?
It suggests that is very possible. Sometimes that is how he sends out his communications, is through that way.
And you had said in an email about the statement, Melissa, I thought the plan was now not to do this. What discussion was there about whether to issue this longer statement?
So I don't remember the specific conversation that we'd had about it, but I can tell you, looking at this now, that I would have said that this is not something that we should have sent out. But I don't remember the pros, cons outside of sort of what we've just discussed in broad strokes, which is that that always, it seemed like in this context that there was some disagreement on whether we had responded effectively in the earlier iteration of the statement. And I don't remember the exact conversation I was referring to when I said I thought we'd agreed not to do this, but I can tell you that, like, looking at this, I would have said not to release this statement.
And what's the reason you say looking at this, you would have said not to release the statement?
Well, a few different reasons is one, we'd already responded. It didn't make sense to respond again and sort of reopen the story. Two, generally when you're dealing with situations like this with a series of unsourced allegations, and I'm not saying that that means that they're untrue or true or anything like that, that there's no PR value in getting in a tit for tat of this is true, this is not true, this is true, this is not true. Because if the things aren't true and you're responding to them, that means you're in essence elevating them, because a response then gives it airtime. So as a PR strategy, that just doesn't make any sense. We'd also, had a statement saying that this was the allegation, so when her Medium post came out, the allegation that got the most sort of traction in the press, and that was seen as like, it was the strip poker thing. We had 4 people already on the record saying this isn't true. And I thought that was pretty definitive. And a lot of this is, when you're doing these responses, is, the wordier you get, the more you say, the more it seems like thou doth protest too much. And it just seemed like a disproportionately long statement to give to, what we were supposedly responding to. And it was a little bit all over the place, frankly, ending with all these sort of out of nowhere, political quotes. So it's just not something I would have suggested releasing.
And is it your view that this proposed response, generally speaking, was disproportionate to the allegations that the executive chamber was responding to?
Yeah, not disproportionate necessarily in terms of the tone. I don't see anything here that's like overly negative, or, well, some of the stuff here I think it does get a little bit too personal about Ms. Boylan. It is not something that I think would have been appropriate for the governor to put out there in his own words. But disproportionate in that, like, if you're a 5, it didn't seem like these were the things that merited her comments merited, a 5-page statement.
And let's turn to tab 32. It's a short exchange. And just to summarize, it looks like another discussion about the same statement. This time, Melissa DeRosa is asking you to work on the draft. And the idea she suggests is to get to agreed upon language that stays in his voice, I quote. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And does this suggest that the governor authored the longer response to Ms. Boylan's allegations?
Not necessarily. From my experience working on the 2018 campaign is that we drafted a lot of things in the governor's voice and put them out that he never saw. And on political campaigns or in government offices, a lot of statements go out in people's voices that aren't necessarily written by them. It's possible he had a hand in writing this. It's possible that other people did. It's possible it was a group effort. But I personally just cannot say say definitively right now that I know who the author of that was.
Did you have a hand in drafting the statement?
I did not.
And other than seeing Melissa DeRosa's comments and the email that came from Stephanie Benson, can you tell if anyone else had a hand in drafting the statement?
I don't know.
And do you remember any discussions involving the governor about versions of this longer draft statement?
I don't remember having a conversation about this statement. But again, that's because I don't remember. If you would ask me, and if you just asked me out of the blue if I remembered any of this back and forth or this statement at all, I would not have.
Ms. Manu, when you have an appropriate time, I'd like to take a bathroom break, very short.
Okay, we can stop now so you can take your bathroom break.
I appreciate that, thank you. 5 minutes. Thanks.
This is the end of Media Unit 3. We are off the record at 3:18 p.m. This is the beginning of Media Unit number 4. We are on the record at 3:24 p.m.
All right, let's go to tab 135.
135?
135.
Okay, it's in this book. So let me take this one from you. Here you go.
Yes.
And we'll mark it as an exhibit. Ms. Smith, have you seen this tweet before?
Yes.
Okay. When did you see it?
When it was tweeted.
What was your reaction to it?
I was surprised.
What's the reason you were surprised?
Because because it was false.
And what was false about it?
One, Tom Watson is someone I only know of via Twitter. And 2, I had participated in no smear on Lindsay Boylan.
Did you respond to this?
I did not. On Twitter? No.
Did you respond in any way to it?
No.
And do you know Lindsay Boylan personally?
I do not.
Did you have any concerns about the optics of this tweet?
No.
Did you have any concerns at all about this tweet?
No.
Did you speak with any reporters about Lindsay Boylan's allegations against the governor?
I would only have spoken with reporters in the context of what we discussed before. Like my conversations with reporters were generally with national reporters, and it was just political reporters. It's about the political context of these and how this plays out for the governor. But this, as I mentioned before, when it came to the specifics about, the allegations being made against the governor, those were being handled by the governor's office.
Did you speak with Isaac Dovier at the Atlantic about Lindsay Boylan's allegations?
I spoke with him about the larger storyline, right? He's a national reporter who writes on, the politics of things.
And did you take away from your discussion with him that he thought the whole thing was bullshit?
My recollection, I honestly, I don't recall my conversation with Isaac.
Let's go to tab 25. And it looks like this is from a text message chain. The name is Rapid Response Priv and Confidential. Do you know anything about the name of this text message chain?
About what do you mean the name?
The name Rapid Response Priv and Confidential. Are you familiar with a group called Rapid Response Priv and Confidential?
Yes, it was a text chain that we had.
Who are the members of this group?
Well, just reading it, it was me, Danny Lever, Peter Jebian, Rich as a Party, Jeff Pollock, Melissa, Steve Cohen, Steph Benton, Beth Garvey, Judy Mogul, and Danny Lever. Oh, and twice.
Do you know who named it Rapid Response Priv and Confidential?
Melissa, I believe, because she started it.
And what did Rapid Response refer to?
Just that this is a chain where you are sharing information as it comes in, so that you can respond to it. It's Rapid Response is just sort of a catch-all for that sort of stuff.
And what about the Priv and Confidential aspect?
I don't know.
So do you see that on February 24th at 8:45, p.m., you said, just talk to Isaac Dovier at the Atlantic. He's very hard on our side on this.
Yes. And
then you said total mind meld. Later on, you say, he says he could be convinced to write something on Andrew because he thinks this whole thing is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
What do you understand by the statements you made about your discussion with Isaac?
That we're discussing the context of everything that's going on. As I mentioned to you guys before, my role, my informal role here in my that I took on was talking with national reporters about the bigger picture here and politically sort of what, what it meant for the governor. And what Isaac, and like the politics behind all this stuff. And that's sort of what Isaac's beat is writing about, the political implications of, what someone is doing here, or political implications of legislation.
And what did he think this whole thing is bullshit refer to?
I think the general atmosphere that people were just coming for, the governor, and, that was when you started to see a drumbeat of, people saying the governor should be investigated or consider resigning. And he was, because it would have been about a week before was when that call had happened with Melissa. So there was just like this sort of avalanche of negative stories coming out against the governor, and sort of a very negative narrative building against the governor. And so, my understanding of what this was talking about how this whole negative narrative that was building against him was bullshit.
Let's go to tab 23.
Okay.
And I'll take it's an email from you to Melissa with the subject questions to practice. Are these draft questions you prepared for the governor?
Yes, for media prep.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say for media prep?
With candidates, with people facing big moments or who may have to face the press, people in my role generally do media prep with them, where we go through likely Q&A that they'll receive from the media.
Did you go through these questions with Governor Cuomo?
Eventually, but not on February 24th.
When did you go through these questions?
March 22nd. I'm sorry, March 2nd.
And what's the reason you remember that date?
Because it was the day, was it March 2nd or March 1st? It was the day before he did his first big press conference addressing the claims that had come out in the media.
And how did you speak with him on that day?
We held a media prep session in Albany.
Who was there?
The governor, me, Jeff Pollock, Rich as a Party, Peter Jemian, Melissa DeRosa, Linda Lacewell, Stephanie Benton, and then maybe Judy Mogul. I think Judy Mogul was there. And his daughter popped in. His daughter Michaela popped in at one moment.
And how long were you there?
For that media prep session?
Did you do anything other than the media prep session?
So for the media prep session, we did that evening. The next day was when he did his press conference, and we did a shorter prep session the next day.
How long was the initial media prep session on March 2nd?
About 2 hours.
How long was the shorter one?
About 1 hour.
Did you cover these questions at the media prep sessions?
Some version of them. I don't know that these were the exact ones, but these provided a roadmap.
How did the governor respond to the question of whether he forcibly kissed Ms. Boylan?
He denied it.
And is there a reason that the question was framed as whether he forcibly kissed her?
Yes. So I wrote these questions from the perspective of if I were a member of the media, and asking questions off of things that were written in the media. So from the perspective of being an antagonistic reporter.
Did you ask whether the governor had just kissed Ms. Boylan?
No, I think I just asked this question.
Did you ask the governor whether he touched Ms. Boylan's legs, arms, or torso?
I can't remember if I asked that question.
Do you remember whether he answered that question?
If I had asked it, he would have answered, but I can't remember if I asked all of these questions.
Did you ask the governor whether he told Ms. Boylan he wanted to play strip poker?
I did.
And what did he say?
No.
Did you ask if the governor told Lindsay Boylan that she looked like a better looking version of his ex-girlfriend?
I did.
And what did he say?
My recollection is that he had told Stephanie Benton that he thought that that Lindsay looked like a better looking version of his ex-girlfriend.
And who did you hear that from? Did the governor tell you that?
And from Stephanie Benton as well.
Okay. Did you ask the governor whether he called Lindsay Boylan Lisa?
I can't remember.
And did you ask the governor whether he thought it was appropriate that he compared Lindsay Boylan to his ex-girlfriend?
I did.
And what did he say?
My recollection was that he said that they bore an uncanny resemblance. Inappropriate. He said that his recollection was that they bore an uncanny resemblance, and he was just pointing out a fact.
And who is this ex-girlfriend?
I can't remember the full name. It was in the news stories.
Lisa Shields?
Yes. Yes.
And did you ask the governor whether he made unflattering comments about the weight of female staffers?
Yes.
What did he say?
No.
Did you ask the governor whether he made any comments about the weight of female staffers?
I think I just asked the question as written.
Did you ask the governor whether he brought up the romantic relationships and significant others of female staffers?
Yes.
What did he say?
That he had, but in joking context.
Did you ask the governor whether he had ever had inappropriate relationships with women on his staff?
Yes.
What did he say?
No.
Did you ask the governor whether he had ever had any relationships with women on his staff?
No.
Did you ask the governor if he thought other women would come forward?
No. And So these were written on February 24th. That by that time it was March 2nd. So, there had been a couple other, I remember specific that was moot.
Sorry, so are you saying the question was moot?
It was out of date by that point.
There were more allegations that came out after March 2nd, correct?
Sure, but I remember specifically not asking that question.
Okay. Did you ask the governor whether he had regrets about the language he has used toward women in the workplace?
Yes.
What did he say?
Some version of what he said in the press conference the next day, that if he made people feel uncomfortable, that he regretted that.
Did you ask the governor, did you say to the governor that he had a long history of saying inappropriate things to women, like the time he repeatedly told a young female TV reporter that he wanted to see her eat the whole sausage? And did you ask him if he believed those comments were acceptable?
Yes.
What did he say?
To look at the context of the comments. And that in the context, it was not inappropriate.
Did you ask the governor any other questions during the 3-hour or so prep sessions that you had with him?
It's likely that I did. But I can't say that I remember them.
Did you take notes of the prep sessions?
I did not.
Okay, let's, we can take that down. Did you speak with any reporters about Charlotte Bennett's allegations against the governor?
Did I speak with any? Not that I recall. Again, going back to what I've said before, my conversations with reporters were about the sort of general context. I would receive comments from reporters about some of the allegations, but my role was to speak with national reporters about sort of the political ramifications of these things. And
when you spoke with reporters, was it because someone had asked you to speak with reporters?
Oftentimes reporters would reach out directly because they know I'm someone, a woman who would work for the governor. Occasionally, we knew that there were national reporters who were sort of looking into this, looking into these storylines for national publications. And, they wanted someone who could sort of speak to them, on background sort of about what everything meant for the governor. And in those cases, I would sometimes speak to reporters.
As you advised the executive chamber and the governor in responding to allegations of sexual harassment against the governor, was your advice informed by what you knew about potential other allegations against the governor?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. So for example, as you advised the governor and the executive chamber about how to respond to Lindsey Boylan's sexual harassment allegations, was your advice informed by what you knew about potential other allegations against the governor from Charlotte Bennett, for example?
I don't recall. And I don't recall the timing either. If we had responded, before some of those, but I just don't recall.
Let's go to tab 30. And this looks like a conversation between you and Melissa DeRosa about a draft response to Charlotte Bennett's allegations. Do you see that?
I think we were looking at the wrong.
Oh, wait, we're looking at something different. We're looking at tab 30, but it's not.
33. 33.
Oh,
33.
33.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Give us 1 minute to take a look at it.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the background of this?
I don't remember.
Is it fair to say that you and Melissa DeRosa are discussing a draft response to Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
I don't remember.
The statement at 1:09:05 a.m., February 27th, is a draft response to Charlotte Bennett's allegations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you asked Melissa DeRosa in the text message before whether she had talked to the governor about that draft statement, correct?
I said, have you talked to Andrew about this?
Andrew refers to the governor?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can't tell from the context here if that meant that it was about the next text I sent. The next text I sent was almost 2 hours later. So to me, those don't necessarily correlate.
Okay. And then your next, Melissa responded to say, I think it'll be helpful if you talk to him. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you respond that convo was so enraging. You see that?
Yes.
Do you interpret those text messages to suggest that you spoke with Governor Cuomo, that you had a conversation with Governor Cuomo?
No, because I don't remember the context of them.
Okay, do you have an alternative interpretation of these text messages where you asked Melissa DeRosa if she has spoken to the governor? Melissa says she thinks it'll be helpful for you to speak to the governor, and then you respond saying that conversation was so enraging.
So she asked me to speak to the governor, but at 10:17, and I responded at 10:17, that convo was so enraging. So I don't think that, in the 20 seconds between those texts that I'd had the chance to speak with the governor. So I don't think it was about a conversation that I'd had with the governor.
in between the texts.
Yeah.
Okay. You said that statement is enraging. Are you referring to the draft response to Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
I don't recall the context and what this was referring to.
Any idea what you were referring to?
No idea.
This was on February 27th, the day that Charlotte Bennett's allegations were publicized, correct?
If that's the day that they became publicized, then yes.
Is it plausible that you were discussing Charlotte Bennett's allegations when you were talking about conversations and statements being so enraging?
Meaning, can you clarify that we were talking about that my comment, that statement is enraging, was about Charlotte Bennett's comments?
That it had something to do with either Charlotte Bennett's allegations or the response to Charlotte Bennett's allegations. Is that plausible?
It's possible, but again, I don't know, just from looking at these texts in a vacuum.
Let's go to tab 35. Tab 35 is a New York Times article about Charlotte Bennett's allegations. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yeah, oh yes, sorry.
And that's February 27th?
Yes.
Did you read this article about Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
At the time, yes.
And what did you think of these allegations at the time?
Sorry, can I reread the story?
Of course.
Okay, and sorry, and your question was?
Ms. Moskowitz, can you read back my question?
Question, and what did you think of these allegations at the time?
That these would require, you know, a serious and substantive response from him. And likely in person.
What do you mean by likely in person?
Versus, you know, via a statement. So before we'd just given out statements from the governor. And this is when we began to, you know, decide that he needed to do an in-person press conference.
Did you speak with the governor about Charlotte Bennett's allegations as detailed in February 2021?
We discussed it at the media prep that I mentioned.
Did you prepare questions?
But I can't remember if I discussed it in any other forums with them.
Did you prepare questions for the governor for that media prep regarding Ms. Bennett's allegations?
I would have, yes.
And counsel, if we have not received those questions, we would like them. And do you remember what?
I understand.
Do you remember what questions you asked for that media prep?
I don't.
Do you remember if you asked the governor whether he asked Ms. Bennett questions about her sex life?
I don't remember the questions.
Do you remember if you asked the governor whether he asked Ms. Bennett if she had ever had sex with older men?
I don't.
Let's go to tab 37. And this is another discussion between you and Melissa DeRosa about a draft response to Ms. Bennett's allegations, correct?
Yes.
And on the last page at 2:17:32 p.m., you made a comment that paternalistic is really creepy. People are going to pick up on that word as really creepy. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And do you remember making that comment?
Yes.
What do you remember about the draft statement?
That the draft statement used the term paternalistic. Because I see it in, you know, 2 pages prior in, I don't know how to, like 2 pages before that, I see a draft of this statement, I think, that used that term. And I said that I thought that that was a creepy term to use.
And what's the reason you thought that was a creepy term to use?
I just think it's, honestly, I just think it sounds creepy to use in this context.
What do you mean by creepy?
I'm not sure I can necessarily put my finger on it. I just think paternalistic is a weird word.
And is it the case that you thought describing the governor's conduct toward Charlotte Bennett as paternalistic was consistent with allegations of sexual harassment that she was making?
No.
Did you think that describing the governor's conduct toward Charlotte Bennett as paternalistic suggested something inappropriate in his conduct toward her?
No.
What did you find creepy about the use of the term paternalistic?
I just didn't like the word. Sometimes the word just doesn't sound right. And, you know, Melissa then suggested mentor, mentee. That sounded better to me. The word paternalistic has a lot of connotations to me that I just think are weird.
And what connotations does it have?
It depends on the context in which it's used.
In this context, what connotations did you think it had?
I honestly don't know, except that I just didn't like the use of the word paternalistic in this context.
And later on in the text, you made a connection between the word paternalistic and push-ups. Can you explain that statement?
Yes. My understanding was that there'd been some sort of like push-up contest or something. And I just thought, again, using the term paternalistic, it just doesn't correlate with that. You know, I just think that the use of the word paternalistic just seemed off in this statement.
And later you said you thought the term paternalistic sounded creepy, retreading. What do you mean by that?
I didn't hear you with the thing.
Well, I couldn't hear you.
Sounded what?
Creepy, retreading.
I think I meant, wait, where is that?
This is tab 42.
Oh.
Oh, I think I meant to say creepy rereading.
Okay. Did you discuss the draft statement responding to Charlotte Bennett's allegations with Governor Cuomo?
I can't remember.
Okay, and in the second line, you say in the statement, you said, I don't love the word paternalistic in the statement, but Melissa, he seemed pretty set on it. Who are you referring to as he there?
That would seem to imply the governor.
What discussions did you have with the governor, or what discussions did you have involving the governor about about the response to Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
I don't remember. So let me rephrase that. I remember having a conversation that I remember discussing prior to the press conference that we discussed. I don't remember the specific questions that were asked. And I remember reviewing the statement that we discussed, right? The statement that used the term paternalistic. So, I mean, that's what I remember.
Let's go to tab 50.
We get to read it from the back. This is first. Okay.
And just so you know, I'm focused on Josh Blasco's statement on February 27th at 3:02 p.m., that spoke to MDR, this clause has to come out, nor did I ever think that I was acting in any way that was inappropriate.
Okay.
Do you remember any discussions about taking out the clause, nor did I ever think that I was acting in any way that was inappropriate from the draft statement responding to Charlotte's allegations?
I don't.
Do you remember any discussions about whether the governor thought his conduct in regard to the sexual harassment allegations was inappropriate?
Yes. During the media prep session, outside of the Q&A, he started it out by reading his draft of his statement that he was going to deliver at the press conference. And the draft that he read was basically what he delivered the next day in the press conference. And in it, in the statement, he said, he addressed it by saying something like, I didn't intend for these. I didn't think I was saying anything inappropriate. I didn't intend to make anyone feel uncomfortable. I would have to go back and check the exact language. But that was when it was addressed.
Ms. Smith, did you ever advise Peter Jamian to delete tweets about Kavanaugh, Franken, Me Too, Weinstein, people resigning, or sexual harassment?
Yes, I did.
And how did you give him this advice?
I can't remember. It was like over the phone or text or something, but I told before, but I did tell him to do that.
What's the reason you told him to do that?
Just because I knew that Republicans or people would come back and try to do a gotcha of any time that he or others on the campaign staff had sort of talked about these issues online and tried to weaponize them against him. It's a pretty common tactic in politics.
Did you have similar tweets that you deleted yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah.
And when did you delete similar tweets?
Late February, early March.
Did you give anyone else similar advice?
Rich and Melissa, if I recall correctly.
Did you think there was anything inconsistent between the tweets that you deleted and your position with respect to the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
I don't understand the question.
Did you think there was anything contradictory between the tweets that you deleted and the position you were taking with respect to the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Meaning?
Did you think that anything in the tweets that you had deleted undermined or was at odds with or was inconsistent with or conflicted with any of the positions you were taking as to the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
No, my concern was that people online would just use them sort of in a cheap gotcha way to say, oh, well, you said this about Kavanaugh, now you're defending Governor Cuomo. It was to avoid a a lot of the cheap shot tactics that dominate social media. It was to avoid a minor annoyance for staff.
And you communicated your advice to Peter Jemian via Signal, correct?
I don't remember how I communicated them.
All right, let's pull up tab 34.
34.
And we'll mark it as an exhibit. Does this jog your memory about how you communicated your advice to Mr. Jemian?
Yes.
And how did you communicate your advice to Mr. Jemian?
This looks like it was over Signal.
And is there a reason you used Signal to communicate that advice?
I can't tell you what the reason was.
How does Signal work, Ms. Smith?
It's like text message. It's encrypted, but it's encrypted. It's generally how I communicate with people in politics, on campaigns, etc. On campaigns these days and in state government these days, you are you're advised to communicate via Signal versus text message.
And in your discussions with the executive chamber between December 2020 and the present, has anyone advised you to communicate via Signal?
No.
Have you advised anyone to communicate via Signal in those communications?
I don't think so.
And is it the case that on Signal, you can set messages to disappear?
Yes.
Did you set your communication with Mr. Jemian to disappear?
I can't remember.
Did you speak with Josh Dawsey about Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
I spoke with Josh Dawsey. But I don't remember the content of our conversations. It was the content of our conversation. But again, my recollection of the conversation was that it was more broadly about sort of the political ramifications about this for Governor Cuomo.
In your discussions with reporters about the allegations against Governor Cuomo, did you ever deny the allegations against Governor Cuomo?
I would have, because I would have said what Governor Cuomo had said about individual allegations, I would think.
Let's go to tab 57. Is tab 57 a statement from Governor Cuomo responding to Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
Sorry, was that a question?
That's a question, yes.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll mark it as an exhibit. So let's go to tab 62. Does tab 62 contain another statement, this time a draft statement, responding to Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Sorry, what was the question?
Question is, does tab 62 contain another statement responding to Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
It seems to contain, a few different drafts of a statement responding to it.
And let's go to tab 64. Is that a final version of a second statement responding to Charlotte Bennett's allegations a day after the first statement?
Can I see the previous statement? What tab was that at?
The previous final statement, that was tab 57.
Okay. So yes, this looks like a second statement that we put out in addition to the first one.
What's the background for issuing two statements within a day of each other, responding to Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
I would have to go back and check the record. My recollection was the first statement was what we gave the New York Times, and we also released it publicly just for one story, right? It was essentially just for one story, but we decided to put it out publicly as well. And then the next day we put out a more full statement after seeing the full story.
And what record?
But I would have to go back and just check the timing on that.
And what would you check?
Just that's the sort of the chronology of those things.
Are there documents that you would use to check the record?
The time story and things like that. That's what I would look at.
And what do you know about the second statement?
I don't remember anything about it except that we put it out. Apparently, I can't tell you that I remember the specifics of this statement.
Were you involved in drafting the second statement?
I believe so, but I don't have any specific memories of it. But I believe I was involved in it.
Did you ever hear about any articles planning to publicize your involvement in responding to the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Yes.
How did you hear about those articles?
From other people. I remember one time Danny Lever told me. And a reporter had reached out to me. I think it was from an Albany paper. And another time I'd heard from Rich as a party, I believe about a Wall Street Journal story.
What was your reaction to those possible stories?
That my preference would be not to be named in them.
And what's the reason your preference was not to be named in the stories?
For the same reason. I mean, we had this discussion before, which is any mention of my name would bring scrutiny upon me, and generally I prefer less scrutiny is better, I think.
Were you concerned that any mention of your involvement would bring scrutiny on your business?
On my business.
Let me ask the question a different way. Were you worried that any scrutiny of you might negatively impact your business?
Yeah, it's possible.
And were you able to keep your name out of the stories?
I myself did not do anything, did not have any contact with the reporters I didn't have any contact with the reporters who were planning to use my name in stories. If I remember correctly, my recollection is that Danny, Rich spoke with reporters, and my name didn't end up in stories.
And did you ask Danny or Rich to intervene on your behalf and speak with the reporters to keep your name out of the stories?
I remember with Danny, because Danny was going to be mentioned in one as well. And we were both like, all things being equal, would prefer not to be mentioned in the story. And Danny was close with the reporter who was writing it. I can't remember the publication. It was like an Albany reporter. It wasn't someone that I knew. With Rich, I don't think I told Rich, get my name out of the story, but my name didn't end up being in the story.
Did you communicate to Danny or Rich that you did not want your name in the story?
Yes. So, as I said before, all things being equal, I think my preference would be not to be named in the stories.
And in fact, a reporter reached out to you directly to ask whether you were involved in connection with the sexual harassment allegations, correct?
Yes, that's the Albany reporter that I mentioned before that had also reached out to Danny. It was someone, but it's someone I don't know and don't have a relationship with.
Ms. Moskowitz, did you need me to repeat anything?
Sorry, just with the page turning, it breaks up the question.
I'm sorry, I think that was me. Sorry about that.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I think my question had been whether you had been in contact with any of the reporters about your involvement in the sexual harassment allegations and responding to sexual harassment allegations.
I remember receiving an email from an Albany reporter in March about it. And that was one where Danny had also been mentioned and spoke with the reporter. There's a Wall Street Journal story. And it's very possible that other reporters brought it up. I have a recollection of maybe someone with the New York Times, maybe Katie Gluck with the New York Times raising it. That is it.
How did you respond?
That's in terms of what I can remember.
How did you respond to the reporters?
I didn't respond to Albany reporter because Danny spoke with him. I never spoke with the Wall Street Journal. In terms of the New York Times, I remember just sort of the conversation just sort of fizzled out. But I can't remember what we said exactly.
Did you admit your involvement in helping to respond to the sexual harassment allegations?
I don't think I ever received a point blank question from it. And I just can't recall the specifics of the conversation.
So you remember that you were asked, are we wrong to include you on a list of longtime allies who have been involved in helping Cuomo navigate the series of crises recently, even if informally?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you remember being asked, are we wrong to include you on a list of longtime allies who have been involved in helping Cuomo navigate the series of crises recently, even if informally?
Is that may be what I was referring to from the New York Times?
And the question is, do you remember?
I don't remember the exact wording. I just don't.
Would that have been a point blank question?
No, that doesn't sound like a point blank question to me.
Okay. What would a point blank question have sounded like then?
Just, are you doing this or not?
What was Linda Lacewell's role in developing responses to press inquiries or drafting press statements?
She would just give advice. I can't say that she had any specific role that I can sort of pinpoint.
What kind of advice was she giving?
It would just depend on. It would be hard for me to characterize it. I just don't recall. Maybe change this statement a little bit here, change this a little bit here, but I don't know that I have a precise characterization of the type of advice that she was giving.
All right, let's go to tab 104. This is on March 9, 2021. Melissa DeRosa sends a draft statement. The last line is, the governor's previous statement that he has never touched anyone inappropriately stands. And then you say, I thought we weren't having that last sentence in there. What's the reason you thought that last sentence was not going to be included?
I don't remember the context.
Were there any concerns about saying that the governor had never touched anyone inappropriately?
I don't know that, no, not that I recall, but it sort of seems like an odd place to put that sentence. but I don't remember the context.
Well, let's keep going. Then Pollock, what do you want with the last sentence? I don't love it. I want them saying you didn't address it.
I can't hear.
I'm sorry, where are you?
And I can't hear where the page is turning. So can you just repeat that question?
Of course. So I'm on page 10 of the PDF. This is 1480, page numbered. And Jeff Pollock says, what do you want with the last sentence? I don't love it, but I don't want them saying we didn't address it. Does this jog your memory about the discussion?
No, I still don't remember it.
And continuing on, not the next page, but the one after that.
Which page number?
4182. You say, saying that seems to confirm the charge. What do you understand by that statement?
I don't know.
Ms. Smith, were you involved in discussions about an independent investigation into the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Meaning, sorry, meaning what?
Broadly understood, were you involved in any discussions about anyone independently investigating the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Yes.
Okay. What discussions were you involved in?
Putting out, I remember there was a drafting of a statement about it. I can't remember the person's name, but the governor did put out, I think, a statement about saying that that he was appointing someone to handle an independent investigation. I remember that.
When did you first become involved in any discussions about appointing someone to do an independent investigation into the allegations?
Well, to be clear, I was only involved in discussions about any statements around it.
Okay, when did you first become involved in any discussions about an independent investigation, including any statements about an independent investigation into the allegations against the governor?
It would have been whenever we were having those discussions.
Right, and I'm trying to find out, when were you having those discussions?
I would have to take a look at the timing in the emails or in the press, because I don't remember off the top of my head when that was. Except because I can't remember whether it was after Accuser 6 or after his press conference. You know, the chronology gets a little mixed up in my head sometimes when I go back and try to think of these things.
And do you remember the candidates who were discussed?
There was a judge, maybe, or retired judge. Barbara Jones.
Do you remember any other candidates who were referenced?
Janet DeFiore.
Anyone else?
No, those are the names that come to mind.
Do you remember any discussion about Robbie Kaplan?
No, I don't.
Were you involved in any discussions about making a referral to the Attorney General's office?
I think so.
What discussions were you involved in?
I don't recall the exact specifics, but I remember that there's discussion about naming and again, this is where, there are some of the limitations of me being a PR person versus a legal person sort of intervene here. So is that, if I recall correctly, there was criticism when the governor had said he was referring it to Barbara Jones, and then there was pressure on the governor to refer it to the AG's office.
Was the governor involved in any of those discussions?
I believe he was, but I don't think I was a part of those conversations.
Did you discuss with the Yang campaign the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
I checked in with them to see if they were going to put out any statements about them.
When you say you checked in with them, what do you mean by that?
Just to say, are you guys planning to put out any statements on the allegations against the governor?
Who did you ask?
Probably maybe his campaign manager or his friend. I don't know what his position was. Either or maybe.
What did you learn?
At that time, they weren't going to.
Did that change?
Yes.
When did it change?
I can't remember the timing, but later. A few days later. I can't remember the exact timing.
Did you have any discussion with anyone on the campaign before they changed their position?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever make any suggestions about how the Yang campaign should respond or not respond to the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
I don't think so.
Did you flag information about the appointment of an independent investigator to the Yang campaign?
I don't recall.
Let's look at tab 53.
No, 53.
So going to the fourth page.
Okay.
This is number 556. You said in relation to a statement that Andrew Yang had issued.
I can't hear what the page.
You said this was fine from Yang. They're not going to do anything else. Does this jog your memory about whether you had any discussions with the Yang campaign about any statements they would issue?
So, as I mentioned, I had asked them if they were putting out a statement. They did, and it appears that I did have that communication with them about it, yes.
And you communicated with them about whether they were going to do anything else, is that correct?
According to this email, but I don't recall the exact conversation.
And is there any reason to think the email is incorrect?
No.
And you also flagged the possible appointment of Barbara Jones for the Yang campaign, is that correct?
Yes.
And
according to this email.
What did you flag to the Yang campaign about Barbara Jones's appointment?
I don't recall, but we had put out a statement, I think, saying that the governor was kicking it to Barbara Jones to investigate. So I assume that's what I meant by that.
And did you have any discussions about the response to the governor's proposal to appoint Barbara Jones to investigate the allegations against the governor?
With
anyone.
With whom? With anyone? Yes.
Correct. Okay. Who did you discuss it with?
I remember discussing it with reporters, with a couple of reporters. I don't remember the specifics. I remember that we'd sort of divvied up making sure that people saw it.
And what did you discuss with reporters?
Just that the governor had done that.
Did you get any questions from reporters about the governor's appointment of an investigator to investigate himself?
I may have, I don't remember.
And did you have any discussions with anyone about the referral to the Attorney General?
I mean, I think we discussed it internally. Externally, I can't remember.
What internal discussions did you have?
About whether the governor would refer it to the Attorney General.
And what was discussed?
My recollection is that his referral to, and again, I might not be using the proper terminology here, is that the Barbara Jones thing wasn't going over well, and that it was sort of an inevitability that he would have to refer it to the Attorney General's office.
And how did you understand that?
Understand that he would likely have to refer to the Attorney General's office.
Correct.
Because the Barbara Jones news wasn't going over well. I can't remember exactly what it was, but there might have been some media backlash or backlash from politicians. And it just did not seem like a politically tenable position.
And internally, who did you have those discussions with?
Steve Cohen, Josh Vlasto, those are the two I remember. But those are the two that I remember off the top of my head.
Did you have any discussions with Melissa DeRosa about this?
I may have.
And do you know what the governor's position was on referring the allegations and complaints to the Attorney General?
My recollection was that the governor's preference was that it would go to Barbara Jones.
And did you understand the reasons the governor preferred that the complaints go to Barbara Jones?
I don't know that I ever discussed it. And I just don't recall if I ever discussed it with the governor himself.
And even if you did not discuss with the governor himself, did you understand, based on your discussions with anyone, why the governor preferred that Barbara Jones look into the allegations?
I still don't. So I don't feel comfortable with my recollection being vague, ascribing anything to the governor. This is what I would feel more comfortable saying, is that I do know that there were concerns that that it could become more politicized if it were handed off to another political office.
And you're describing the Attorney General's office as another political office?
Yes, as another elected office.
Let's go to tab 60. So this is a text message from you in which you say, just give Tish what she wants. What did you mean by that?
Meaning just refer it to the AG's office.
And what's the reason you were saying that?
As I mentioned before, it seemed untenable. We were monitoring the media coverage, the chatter on Twitter, and it did not seem like, you know, the governor's decision, the Barbara Jones stuff was going over well. And, you know, it just seemed inevitable that it was going to end up in the hands of the AG.
And what exactly did you understand was politically untenable?
The Barbara Jones situation.
And what are you referring to when you talk about the Barbara Jones situation?
So again, I'm not great with the specific legal language here. But I know that whenever we said that or made it known that he was going to refer to that there was, you know, some backlash online. I can't remember the specific who it was from, whatever. I just remember on Twitter and among some journalists, maybe some electeds, that it wasn't received well.
Were there questions about whether it made sense for Barbara Jones to do the investigation, considering that she had worked with Steve Cohen?
That's possible. I just don't remember those specifics.
Let's go to tab 58. So do you see the email from Dana Rubenstein on February 27?
Yes.
And do you see that Dana Rubenstein raised two questions? One, why did it make sense for Barbara Jones, who worked with Steve Cohen, to do the investigation? And two, why did it make sense for the governor to have any role in selecting who conducted the investigation? Do you see that?
Yes.
Does this jog your memory about some of the questions that were raised about the Barbara Jones appointment?
So I see this now, and I've got it. I'm going to go back to what I said before. I'm not an expert on Albany, on state government procedures, on legal stuff. Of the things that we've discussed today, this would be the thing that I would understand the least, and understand the least about how it's traditionally done, the way that you do it. So I can't say that I had a ton of understanding about it at the time, or have a lot of understanding about it today, even looking at these. So what I do remember, though, was just seeing some backlash about it online, you know, from reporters and from politicos and the like.
And to be clear, I'm not asking about your understanding. I'm not interested in your understanding. I'm interested in hearing the nature of the backlash to the proposal to appoint Barbara Jones.
So, yes. So
wait,
okay.
Let her finish the question.
Please go ahead, Ms. Smith.
So I guess what I'm saying is that it would be hard for me to understand the nature of the backlash, because this is just not like my bailiwick. Like, you know, this is something that's sort of out of my normal comfort zone. I don't know how special investigators and these things are usually set up. I don't know who Barbara Jones is. I've never heard that name before. I don't know how things are always done in Albany. I'm not super familiar with like the legal system. So I can't, so asking me to say, I understood this, it's just, this is sort of out, outside of my realm of my comfort zone is what I'm trying to say.
To make it simpler, you're on this email, correct? You're on the email at the top?
Yes.
Okay. So you received an email from Peter Ajemian, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Peter Ajemian forwarded this email from Dana Rubenstein, right?
Yes.
And Dana Rubenstein raised those two questions in her email, correct?
Yes. Oh.
Sorry, the screen's just gone blank.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear and see.
Can you see us okay?
Yes.
What happened?
Our screens just went blank.
Did it go like on do not? Because you.
Wait,
there we go. Okay, got it.
Okay.
We're back.
Okay, we're back.
Yeah.
Right.
That was so weird.
All right. So let's go to tab 68.
I'm sorry, 68?
Correct, 68. So you see here, Ms. Smith, you asked Peter Ajemian if he screamed at the Times. What did you mean by that?
I don't remember the exact context of that day, but it seems to be whether he pushed back with the Times on a story.
Whether he yelled at the Times?
I wouldn't take it that literally.
Okay, so you use the term scream to refer to pushing back?
Sometimes it depends. I mean, I don't think I was using it seriously in this context. Peter Ajemian's not much of a screamer.
Okay, so let's go to page 9 of this document, which has a number 719 at the bottom. And here
yes.
You say, "You guys have turned me into a monster. I screamed at my editor at HarperCollins today." What did you mean by that?
That just, I think that the stress of all of this was getting to me.
Were you suggesting that you were behaving like members of the executive chamber and yelling at people?
No, I think some of this is gallows humor and just is making, bad jokes to cut some of the tension.
And then going to page 13 of this document, which has the numbers 723 at the bottom. You describe a discussion you had with the New York Times, I believe, about an article regarding Anna Rush. Is this also a joke?
Yes, that definitely reads like a joke.
And when you say on the next page, he took it in stride, what did you mean by that?
That he took it in stride as it was intended, which is, a joke. I don't think that anyone, that it is a particularly serious conversation when you're saying I'm going to mock something on Twitter.
And what did you mean at the end when you said, "I'm trying to get them to Biden in the story"?
To just to put in context that, so my recollection was that was the story about the hands, which is that that Biden had faced similar criticisms during the presidential election.
And earlier you had talked about a media prep session on March 2nd and March 3rd. So that would have been a day or two after this exchange, correct?
Yes.
How did the prep sessions come about?
After, I believe it was, well, one, at some point, the governor had to address these issues head on camera himself, versus just doing what we had been doing, which is putting out statements from him, either in, individual one-offs and stories or in, in blasted statements. And so it became clear at some point that he had to address it head on. And so after, I believe that was right after the Charlotte Bennett thing, after Anna Ruch, that it was just like, let's just get out there. Let's get out there and address it.
And you mentioned that the first prep session was on March 2nd and the second was on March 3rd. Did both prep sessions take place in the mansion?
Yes.
And so did you travel to Albany for the prep sessions?
I did.
Okay. How did you get there?
I drove.
Who did you go with?
Jeff Pollock.
And how long were you in Albany for?
Let's see, we got up there about 6 p.m. on the 2nd, and we left right after his press conference on the 3rd.
And where did you stay when you were in Albany?
Jeff and I spent the night at the governor's mansion.
Did anyone else spend the night at the governor's mansion?
Well, the governor, his daughter. I think that's it.
And do you know whether Jeff Pollock has been compensated for his work in connection with the response to sexual harassment allegations?
I don't know. I know that he continues to conduct polling for the governor, but that would be a question for Jeff.
Did you ever speak with Jeff about your role in helping with the response to sexual harassment allegations?
Yes.
What discussions did you have with Jeff?
I mean, we were in it together, so we I'm sorry, that's just a broad question. Is there is there something specifically that you're interested in?
What do you mean when you say we were in it together?
We were, serving in these roles as advisors, in similar roles as advisors in this situation.
And were you doing this work jointly?
No.
Did you participate in the press conference on March 3rd?
Like, what do you mean, did I participate in it?
In any capacity, did you participate in the press conference?
No, I watched it.
Did you provide advice during the press conference?
Yes. Jeff and I were texting with Melissa in real time.
And what were you texting with Melissa in real time about?
Just how we thought how it was going. If there are any, she's up there sort of on the dais, or I don't know, however you describe it, with the governor. And, if there are any pointers she could give to him while they were up there together.
And was there a spin that you wanted to emphasize during the press conference?
During or after?
During or after?
I think that he had, that he had handled it well. And it wasn't, frankly, that was what we wanted to emphasize, but it ended up being what a lot of the, coverage reflected, which is that he addressed the allegations head on, spoke directly to the people of New York, was contrite, handled it well. Those are the main things.
Okay.
Yeah, I just spelled copy myself.
You want to keep going? You want to take a break?
Yeah, can we take a break? I'm just getting
Sure.
a little blurry-eyed.
We're having a hard time. One of our screens is out, but I think I can see you on the small screen. Could we take a break?
We might. It appears that Miss Minna has dropped off the call. This is the end of Media Unit 4. We are off the record at 5:05 p.m. This is the beginning of Media Unit number 5. We are on the record at 5:14 p.m.
I think that before my video froze, I was asking about the spin you wanted to emphasize during the March 3rd press conference. What was that spin?
Just that, overall that, and, it wasn't something we actually had to push too hard, but the governor had done well. He had, taken every question that was there. He'd taken a lot of questions. He had been contrite, and, spoken directly to the people of New York. Did a good job.
Let's look at tab 76. So tab 76, a live text exchange during the governor's press conference. Is that correct?
Well, it says it's 6:36 p.m. Is that, or no, sorry, 1:36. Okay, got it. Yeah, that could have been something I sent during the press conference.
So on the first page, you say, what is he doing? And Jeff Pollock says, and now he is not sounding contrite, so let's get back to that. Does this jog your memory about the evolution of the governor's performance during the press conference?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I don't remember the second by second, play by play, but I do remember Jeff and I were both, sort of sending real-time texts to Melissa at the time and to the group at the time.
And you were urging the governor to sound contrite during the press conference. Is that correct?
Well, sort of urging the powers that be to help him sound. It's not like we were communicating directly with him or anything.
You were communicating with Melissa to try to get the governor to sound contrite during the press conference.
Well, if in this, right, we're doing this as the governor is speaking. It's not like she can interrupt him and say, you know, you need to sound more contrite. A lot of this, frankly, is just us speaking amongst ourselves to get sort of our anxiety out.
Okay, so you're reacting to the press conference, is that fair to say?
Yeah, yeah.
And you say on the third page, that's a page with numbers, 810.
Is it 8? Okay.
And 811. You say stop. Maybe this is 811 and 812, yep. Stop. And then you say it again, stop. On 812. And then you say tone is not, you see that?
Yep.
On 813.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
And then you say on page 817 and 818, Melissa, soften.
Sorry, Melissa, what?
Melissa, soften. And that,
okay.
does that reflect you suggesting to Ms. DeRosa that somehow the governor needed to be told to soften his tone?
Yes. But it doesn't, you know, if I recall, you know, if I recall correctly, a lot of this was just Jeff and me just sending these texts as it was happening, not necessarily at a time when it could be, you know, changed or anything like that. You know, it's just sort of the anxiety that comes with being in these, watching a press conference where you otherwise feel pretty helpless.
Okay. And who's Katie Tur, Ms. Smith?
She's an anchor on MSNBC.
And you texted with Katie Tur after the press conference, correct?
Yes.
And Katie was repeating your spin on TV, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that spin?
I remember she said something like, you know, friends of Andrew Cuomo say he did well, was contrite, you know, something like that.
And that was based on the information you're providing to Ms. Tur?
Yes.
And let's go to tab 78. And this is still on the day of the press conference, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you ask, can we get allies complimenting him? You refer to Quinn, Kaplan on Twitter. So who are you referring to as the governor's allies?
So when I use the term allies, I mean, it's just anyone who's friendly toward him. Or might be inclined to say positive things, or just, you know, anyone who will say anything positive. You know, after a politician does a high-profile press conference or a big press conference, you know, a standard practice in my line of work is that you have, we call them validators, allies, put out statements or tweets or whatever, sort of reinforcing the message and saying, oh, he did a great job. You know, you see that from, you know, the president on down to city council members.
And which individuals were you referring to? Who is Quinn?
I believe that's Christine Quinn.
And what's the reason you are describing Christine Quinn as a potential ally or validator?
She's a high-profile woman who had been a supporter of the governor.
And who is the Kaplan you refer to here?
I believe that's Robbie Kaplan.
And what's the reason you had described her as a potential ally or validator?
I think, again, she's a high profile woman who in the past have been supportive of the governor.
Okay. Let's go to tab 140.
I'm sorry,
140. And I'm interested in just the last page, 42-page exchange, and I'm only interested in the last page. To a text message that you sent on March 3rd, 2021, saying, yeah, it's good, but all depends on who else comes out. He has been sleeping with people he works with for decades, I have been told. Consent when power is involved is complicated, as is flirtation.
Yes.
Excuse us for 1 minute, there's a phone ringing.
If you look at the text above, it says from WAPO, meaning from Washington Post. So that was me copying and pasting an email I'd received from a Washington Post reporter into the text chain.
And before that, right, Melissa DeRosa says, what's everyone hearing, right?
Yeah, so she said, what's everyone hearing? And so I said from Washington Post, and I copied and pasted the email I'd received from someone at the Washington Post, or maybe a text, I don't know.
Okay, and if you haven't produced that text message, we would like it.
If I didn't produce it, it's because I don't have it.
Okay. Have you heard anything about the governor sleeping with people he works with for decades?
Have I? No, except from this reporter.
And who was a reporter?
Michael Shearer at the Washington Post.
Did you ask Michael Shearer from the Washington Post for any additional context?
No.
And when your text message says consent when power is involved is complicated as a citation, are those your words or Michael's words?
No, these are all Michael's words. Again, if you look at the text above, I say from Washington Post, and then this. These are all of his words.
Okay. And how are you so sure of your memory now?
Because I remember that conversation well.
What else do you remember from that conversation?
I remember he and I had talked on the phone. And I just asked him what he was writing. He told me that he was like looking into some of these claims, but hadn't found anything concrete yet. That he was working on a story for the Washington Post about it. And he wanted to talk to me as a woman who would work for Governor Cuomo.
Anything else?
Not really. I mean, he was just looking into sort of doing a story like this about Governor Cuomo. It was sort of a mixture of office culture and, they were going to, office culture, whether it was bullying culture, and to see if there was any more stuff that they could add in about, sexual harassment.
And that conversation took place over the phone?
Yes.
In a phone call?
Yes.
So your text message, was that you transcribing what you were hearing from Michael?
I can't remember. I honestly, I gotta tell you, I can't remember exactly, or if he had texted or emailed that. That's not language that I myself would use. That's just not how I talk. But I can't remember if it was like a language I'd taken from like an email or text, or if it was something I'd transcribed from over the phone.
Let's go to tab 141. Now here you are asked by a reporter, I'm working on a story on Cuomo and who is advising him amid the sexual harassment tumult. Are you part of the team advising Cuomo? Did you respond to this, Ms. Smith?
No, I didn't. I've forwarded it to Danny Lieber because I don't, and this was the Albany reporter that I'd referenced before, because I just don't have a relationship with him. I don't know him.
And is this another example of a question that was not specific enough about your role in responding to the sexual harassment allegations?
No, I wouldn't say that. So if you want to go back, you had asked me about reporters who had reached out about this. And I mentioned a reporter that I didn't know well, that some Albany reporter had reached out. This was the Albany reporter in question. I forwarded it to Danny because she knew him. And, you know, I felt like it's sort of weird. It was sort of a cold, weird outreach to me. And so, you know, I remember that Danny had mentioned he'd reach out to her as well. So Danny talked to him, and that was it.
And you said,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
You said it would be bad for your credibility. You said this would be bad for my credibility and yours. What did you mean by that?
Just to, you know, right there be in the middle of all of this, you know, of advising. I think I believe that the context was just in the middle of, you know, advising during this like sort of firestorm around sexual harassment.
And in what way would it be bad for your credibility to for it to be known that you were advising the governor in responding to the sexual harassment allegations?
It was just because it was just a big national story at the time, and I just don't think I, you know, felt the need to be featured prominently in it.
What did you mean by your credibility?
I think what I just said, that, you know, it was a big national story, you know, big firestorm, and it was not something that I felt like I needed to be in the middle of. And I know Danny
in the middle of it, isn't that right?
No, there's a big difference between being in the middle of it behind the scenes and being in the middle of it in a newspaper. So I do think that's different.
And you didn't want your involvement in helping the governor's office respond to sexual harassment allegations to be public, correct?
Yeah, I've been advising people behind the scenes for, you know, the last, you know, bunch of months. The governor's not the only person at that time that I was, you know, spending time on advising people behind the scenes, and I didn't feel the need to have my name in the paper. Similarly, I know Danny had just taken a job at Facebook, and I feel like, you know, she didn't want her name in the paper either.
And when you said "and yours," who are you referring to?
Danny, I believe.
Can I just ask the witness to move the microphone a little further away? Coming in much louder now.
Here.
How's that?
Oh. But I honestly, looking at it, I believe it was Danny, but I'm not positive.
Right, because you're responding to Rich as a party's email, correct?
Yeah, but you know, this guy, John Campbell, had reached out to both Danny and me. So, you know, when I'm reading it, I'm thinking about Danny and me, because Danny had just started the job, and she didn't want to be mentioned in the story because she literally just started the job. But this is one where it's hard for me to read and figure out the exact context, this far removed from it.
Did you have a concern, Ms. Smith, that your credibility would be undermined if it was known that you had been helping the governor's office respond to the sexual harassment allegations, given that you were presenting yourself as an independent source with respect to the sexual harassment allegations?
There was a maybe minor thing. In my conversations with reporters, the conversations that I had with reporters, I didn't go out of my way to I'm trying to think about how best to, I'm just going back to my conversations at the Times. There was maybe a small element of that because I wasn't going out of my way to tell reporters, about, the fact that I was advising the governor at this level. But at the same time, I wasn't dealing with a ton of reporters, as we discussed earlier. My biggest concern, my real concern was I just didn't want to be in the media right then. I just didn't want to be, in the middle of this firestorm right then. And that was sort of my main concern. And thinking back, that's real, and looking back and, remembering the feeling at that time was just, we're coming off pandemic. I just didn't, feel like, going from that to jumping into the, this big media thing.
Let's go to tab 66. This is March 1, right?
Yeah.
And you said you had incoming from Dawsey, Scherer, Charlotte Alter, Dan Merica at CNN. Are all of these individuals reporters? And these reporters were all contacting you, correct? On the next page, you said you...
Yeah.
Sorry. On the next page, you said you did not have bandwidth to handle these, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever speak with Dawsey about the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Yeah, I remember connecting with Dawsey on the phone. Yes.
You spoke with Scherer about the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Yes.
You communicated with Alter about the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
I think we connected via phone.
You also connected with Dan Merica about sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Trying to remember if he and I connected via phone. Yeah, it's possible that he and I might have connected via phone. And, to be clear, I remember, I do think that I connected with them all via phone. And I remember Charlotte and Merica were writing pretty simplistic stories just about what this means for the governor and the politics of it.
Let's go to tab 80.
Oh.
I'm interested in your email at the top. And you're asking, why am I not getting media reports? And why are we not even trying to work anyone when they have the worst political actors on their shows attacking the governor? His reflexive critics are on TV with zero pushback or context. What are you saying there, Ms. Smith?
So, generally after sort of a big event, like a big press conference, you'll get like media reports, like what is being covered where, like what shows are picking it up and discussing it. And it allows you a way to make sure that that you are getting allies on shows to sort of balance out the news and make sure that a different perspective, the governor's perspective or whoever's perspective is offered on there.
So are you trying to connect with people in the media to make sure that the governor's perspective was represented?
No, I'm not. I'm trying to tell them to do that. I'm trying to tell the governor's office that they need to be doing that. And
was there a reason you were not doing that yourself?
That's because that's just not what that's not really what I do. That would be something that is the governor's office would do.
And let's go to tab 87. And here you refer to texting with Bill Maher's producer.
Yes.
And you ask for information, including presumably the governor's statement, apology, and you say he wants everything we have. Can someone get it together? Please help me help you.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
That was before Bill Maher's show. I was the only person on the team that had a relationship with Bill Maher. So I was trying to reach out to get, he's got a big audience. So I was just reach out to get him stuff.
And what were you discussing with Bill Maher's producer?
Just getting him like the background of, of everything that was going on with all these situations. Like, usually in a situation like this, you just put together all the background points. What did the governor say? What are the best points that you have on your side? I was trying to get that sort of stuff to him for a show.
And when you were communicating with Bill Maher's producer, in what capacity were you communicating with him?
So I'm friends with the producer because I've done Bill Maher's show and I'd done it not long before then. So I don't think we had ever really discussed capacity, but I can't remember.
Did you tell him that you were helping the governor's office respond to the sexual harassment allegations?
I can't remember, to be honest.
Is there a reason you would have told him when you were trying to keep it a secret?
Well, one, I didn't talk to him. Two, trying to keep it, I'm not sure, trying to keep it a secret is the right way to describe this. Obviously, I'm reaching out to be helpful on his behalf, on the governor's behalf.
Do you think that you would have told Bill Maher's producer that you are helping the governor's office respond to the sexual harassment allegations?
I may have, I don't remember.
Let's go to tab 83. So what does the first text message mean? This is from you to Melissa DeRosa on March 5, and you say, also would like to help with the sex harassment stuff The Mara people offered to do a call with me today, but I need something from your team.
Right, which is, I mean, that's just sort of going back to what we were just discussing, which is that like sort of like need to get the background together to send to them.
And what does this first part of the statement mean? Also would like to help with the sex harassment stuff.
Sorry, this sexual harassment stuff.
So were you offering to Melissa DeRosa that you would like to help with the sexual harassment allegations?
I don't know. I mean, I think I already was at that point.
So do you have any?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand what this statement then meant. Also would like to help with the sex harassment stuff.
I think what I meant was I'm trying to help you guys with Bill Maher. I think that reads pretty clear.
Did you have a call with the Maher people on March 5?
Did I have a call with them? I think I did. I think I had a brief call maybe with his producer. I think I had a brief call with his producer.
And what did you discuss?
The governor's statement on March 3rd.
And what about the governor's statement on March 3rd?
You know, the substance of this statement, what I think he achieved, things like that.
Basically your spin on the governor's performance on March 3rd?
Yeah.
Let's go to tab 88. So this is a text message from Melissa DeRosa forwarding an email chain between her and Charlotte Bennett, correct?
Yes, yeah, sorry, it's a little hard to read there's a lot of stuff there, but yes, that's what it looks like.
And were you involved in any discussions about providing Charlotte Bennett's email to anyone?
No. And I don't recall there being any discussions about providing that to anyone.
Was there any discussion about publicizing that email?
Not that I recall.
All right, let's flip to the 6th page of that exchange. With the numbers 1164 on the bottom. Do you see Melissa DeRosa says, should I get this out there?
Yes.
Does this jog your memory about whether there's any discussion about publicizing Charlotte Bennett's email?
I mean, when the first response is no, and that's the extent of the thing, that doesn't sound like a conversation to me. Okay. A conversation to me sounds like where it's an interchange of ideas. This doesn't sound like a conversation.
Okay. Did anyone make a statement about publicizing Charlotte Bennett's email?
Did anyone make a statement about it?
Yes.
Meaning what? What do you mean by a statement?
Did anyone say anything at any point about publicizing Charlotte Bennett's email?
There's this question from Melissa saying, should I get this out there? And Jeff saying, no. I mean, I think that was the extent of it, but I can't remember. I honestly don't even remember this interaction.
Did you ever communicate with George Stephanopoulos or Chuck Todd about the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
Yes, I did talk with them once or twice.
What did you talk to them about?
The governors, I talked to them about the governors. I think it was just about the governor's stuff on March 3rd.
And when you spoke with them, did you tell them you were helping the governor's office respond to the sexual harassment allegations?
They know I'm allied, that I'd worked for the governor, and that I was, friendly with him.
To ask my question again, did you tell them you were helping the governor's office respond to the sexual harassment allegations? I don't recall the substance of my conversations, and frankly, I don't open up, all of my conversations with reporters that I've known for a very long time by, stating something like that. Both Chuck and George have known me for a long time and have known that I've friends with the governor, that I've worked for him in the past, and it's just sort of assumed that, if I'm reaching out to them, that I would be helping him. That you'd be what?
That I would be, helping him in some, form or another.
Do you describe yourself as allied with the governor?
Yeah, I would consider him a friend. Yeah.
The word I used was allied. I think you started using that earlier. Do you describe yourself as allied with the governor?
Sure.
Let's go to tab 117. So this is a text message from Chris Cuomo forwarding a purported set of documents concerning Charlotte Bennett from her time in college. Do you see that?
I do. Or it looks like tweets, like he's sending tweets about something.
Okay. And on the second page, the page with the number 471, there is a against that involves Charlotte Bennett. Do you see that in the tweet?
Yeah.
Were you involved in any discussions about this?
No.
Do you remember reacting to this tweet or this information that Chris Cuomo shared?
I actually don't even remember this. And I'm still having trouble understanding what this is saying. Is this, wait, here's. No, I don't remember this.
So just to follow up, were you involved in any discussions about sharing this information with anyone?
Not that I remember.
And to make sure I'm clear, did anyone raise a question whether to share that information with anyone?
Not that I recall.
Let's go to tab 85.
Yep.
And this is a series of text messages about another allegation. Do you see that?
I do.
And you said, I have a bad feeling about this.
Yes, I see that.
And I presume this is about Karen Hinton's allegations. I'll let you flip through this.
No.
Why don't you take a minute to look through it?
Okay,
If that's good, yeah, take a minute.
I just ask you again to move the microphone a little farther away. That comes in.
Sure.
Okay.
What were you referring to when you said, I have a bad feeling about this one?
I don't, I just don't remember the context of it. Looking at the rest of the text messages, I can see that this is about, I can deduce that this is about the Washington Post story. I don't know if I was saying anything specifically about the Post story, or if I just had a generally bad feeling about it.
And do you remember what your bad feeling was?
No, as I was saying, I can't remember whether it was about anything specific in there or the story in general, or, you know, but Josh Dossie and Michael Shearer are you know, pretty heavy hitter reporters. So it's possible that I just had a bad feeling about the story in general. But I don't remember what I'm actually saying I have the bad feeling about in that text.
Okay, so I understand you don't know what you are reacting to in the article when you said you had a bad feeling, but what did it mean to say you had a bad feeling about this one?
Again, I mean, it's hard for me to say out of context. It's difficult for me to say out of context.
Were you saying that you had a bad feeling about the potential impact of the allegations in the article?
It's possible.
Let's go to the page numbered 1026 on the bottom. And for context, you should look at the page before that, 1025.
Yep.
And in the page before that, 1024, where, so Danny Lever says, calling men pussies.
Yeah.
Okay. So Danny Lever says, calling men pussies, and you say, that's survivable, this isn't.
Yep.
What are you referring to?
Again, I can't remember. So with that survivable, I'm saying that in reference to the governor, you know, I remember the Washington Post said that he called men pussies. I said, that's survivable. This, I just don't know what this is in reference to.
Have you ever heard the governor call anyone a pussy?
I don't think so.
it possible that you've ever heard the governor call someone a pussy?
I've heard a lot of politicians call people pussies. So it would, and I've worked on 20 political campaigns. So it's very possible. But that's just because of the nature of politics. People use pretty coarse language in this business.
Let's go to tab 93. And there, Rich, as a party, asks whether he should deny the claim that the governor called men pussies, and you responded to say you wouldn't push back too hard on pussies. Is there a reason you made that statement?
I mean, when you're pushing back on stories, you got to pick your battles, right? By this point, there had been a number of stories written about the governor using coarse language or, being a tough boss in the workplace. I just think if you've got limited bandwidth for these stories to really push back, that's really not worth the effort.
And is it possible that you also advised Rich not to push back on denying claims that the governor called anyone a pussy because the governor may indeed have called someone a pussy?
I mean, that's reading a lot into, a few words on the page here. I just think that you've got limited bandwidth to push back on these stories, and the politically damaging things in these stories were not the governor's, use of coarse language. That's not really what people were focused on.
So is this what you're remembering now, or are you making this assumption?
Sorry, is this what I'm remembering now, or am I making an assumption? No, as I said, I just wouldn't push back too hard on pussies. I just don't think that's a great use of time. So that's what my advice would be. That's what my advice is now. So I don't have any more context for you on it than that.
And to be clear, are you saying that your interpretation of your statement, I wouldn't push back too hard on pussies, is that you said that because you didn't think the chamber should spend the time or effort to push back on the claim that the governor called anyone a pussy?
Sorry, what was that question again?
Ms. Moskowitz, can you repeat the question?
Question to be clear, are you saying that your interpretation of your statement, I wouldn't push back too hard on pussies, is that you said that because you didn't think the chamber should spend the time or effort to push back on the claim that the governor calls anyone a pussy?
Thank you.
You were breaking up saying that. Can you say that again?
To be clear, are you saying that your interpretation of your statement, I wouldn't push back too hard on pussies, is that you said that because you didn't think the chamber should spend the time or effort to push back on the claim that the governor called anyone a pussy?
Yeah, it just did not. That just doesn't seem like a great use of time.
Let's go to tab 101. So Melissa DeRosa mentions an important call. Do you remember joining a call on March 9?
I do not.
You wrote back to ask for the dial-in information. You said you were talking to Chris Cuomo and he asked to be included. Does that jog your memory about whether you joined a call on March 9th that Melissa DeRosa described as an important call?
I cannot remember if I joined a call on March 9th. If the emails seem to indicate that I may have, but I cannot tell you off the top of my memory if I joined a call on March 9th.
Okay. So let's go to tab 142. And there's more discussion. A call on March 9. It's between you and Melissa DeRosa. You see these texts?
Mm-hmm.
And then you say at 11:24:48 a.m., did your assistant get me too'd? That's gross.
No. Okay, 11:24, I say that after, if your assistant texts, I'll get on. Her assistant wasn't texting, so I made a bad joke because I wasn't hearing back. Because when they send an email, you can't click on it and immediately it goes, right? I don't know, it's some formatting thing with Gmail. So that was me making a bad joke. Whatever that, if you look at the time lapse between 11:24, 11:36, those two things are not connected. This was connected to her assistant not being responsive to getting me the number and me making a stupid joke.
And who are you referring to as Melissa DeRosa's assistant?
I don't know. Whoever, usually she's just got people who are sending texts with things to the group to get on to calls.
Okay, let's go tab 102. Now you say, what's with all these women going to the mansion? Can you just fire every woman in the office? What's this about? Same date?
I think what it is about is me having a not particularly funny sense of humor, but me engaging in gallows humor in the middle of a stressful situation.
What's the reference to what's with all these women going to the mansion?
If I recall correctly, that was when another story had come out. It could have been, because there had been a couple stories about people at the mansion. So it was after one of those came out and me making a comment, out of frustration about that. And then me making a bad joke. Can you just fire every woman in the office? Obviously, that was just a bad joke.
What were the couple stories about women in the mansion?
There was Charlotte Bennett. Accuser number 6. I think that those are the ones that I'm thinking of.
Okay. And what did you hear about accuser number 6 again?
That she was someone who was like an assistant to the governor or to Stephanie or in the office.
And you mentioned earlier hearing either about an internal complaint or a Times Union article about accuser number 6, correct?
Yes, I just can't remember if it was on that day.
Okay, let's go to tab 100.
Okay, this is the Times Union story.
And is this the story about the woman you've been describing as accuser number 6?
Yes.
And earlier you had said there was an anonymous complaint. You think of that person as accuser number 6, and you heard about it on March 9th, 10th, or 11th. It was the week after the governor had done the first press conference addressing the allegation, and the week when calls had begun for the governor's resignation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you heard that her name was Brittany Commisso, right?
Yes.
And you said her job involved her occasionally going to the executive mansion, right?
I think so. I don't know, like, honestly, I don't know what her what it specifically was, but yes, yes.
So when you were referring in your text messages with Melissa DeRosa and you said, did your assistant get Me Too'd, were you referring to Brittany Commisso?
No, I don't think so. I not to my recollection, I don't think Brittany was her assistant.
Okay. Other than your understanding that you don't think Brittany was her assistant, is there any reason why you don't think you were referring to Brittany Commisso's allegations?
Yeah, I think I was just making a bad joke because I wasn't hearing from the assistant.
So when you said after, did your assistant get Me Too'd, that's gross, what were you referring to?
So again, you gotta look, there's a difference. I think you and by the way, who am I talking to? Because I can't see the person on the screen here.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the question who's been all.
Okay.
Who's been asking questions all day.
Okay, so if you look at those text messages, that's gross is clearly, that's like 12 minutes removed from the previous comment. So I think saying that it's like related to that is like, I don't know that necessarily reflects the flow of the conversation.
I'm not saying anything, so, I'm asking you questions.
No, actually you were, because what you were saying was you said this and then you said that's gross as if the two were connected.
What did you mean when you said that's gross, Ms. Smith?
So I can't recall because this is, like, as you'll know, during a lot of these text conversations, we are texting in the middle of phone conversations. So they're in the context of a phone conversation. So I don't have the context of the phone conversation in front of me while we're reading these texts.
Okay, so were you on the phone? Were you on a phone conversation on March 9th?
My guess is if I'm just saying that's gross out of context, then probably. I know that you guys had asked if I had been on the March 9th call, and off the top of my head, I can't remember if I was on a call on March 9th. But, you know, given the circumstantial evidence that, you know, Melissa had tried to get me on a call, and we have text during then, and that, you know, this story was the 11th. That it was likely then that I was on a call on the 9th.
Going back to tab 102, what does the statement, what's with all these women going to the mansion mean?
I think that was in reference to the story about and a story about a woman at the mansion, and it could have been this one, the accuser number 6. I would have to check the timing of the timing of that text and the timing of, you know, the Albany Times Union story.
Well, the story was published on March. Let's see. We can go to the story, but you also said you might have learned about the allegations from an internal complaint, correct?
So my recollection, though, was that there were 2 stories about this. That there was one, the one that we had just read was the later one. That there was a story a couple days before that was more vague, in the Times-Union that had said that someone had like lodged a complaint about something that had happened at the mansion. So it would be helpful, honestly, to see that story, because that's what my recollection was that there was like maybe a more innocuous, like public, rendering of that story, that the Times-Union had popped a story on it that said, staffer had said something had happened at the mansion, but then 2 days later or 3 days later, or whatever it was, had popped a story that had like more details in it.
Okay, so we'll try to find that. But I guess I'm trying to understand. So let's say there was this earlier story. What would it help you to understand?
Potentially what we're talking about on March 9th, I think, isn't that what we're trying to get at here?
And what are the possibilities right now other than Brittany Commisso's allegations?
Well, I'm saying that it could be the earlier iteration of that story, not the September 11th. No, sorry, not the March 11th story.
But same complainant, correct?
It's possible, but I would sort of have to see the timing of it.
Okay.
I mean, you also have to keep in mind that, I'm trying to remember all this stuff, and I'm looking at these text messages, but like, this was a time when there was a lot going on, and every day you're overloaded with information, knew this, knew that, a story here, a story there. And I'm looking at texts months later. So it's hard to always get to remember the exact context. I can tell when I'm making a bad joke because I know, the tone I use when I employ my horrible sense of humor. But it is hard for me sometimes. And I can understand that it might be hard to sort of comprehend how these texts are done, because I can also see that some of these are, back to back in response to each other, but some are also probably just responsive to things that are happening in the middle of a phone conversation.
Okay. So on March 9th, you also spoke with Danny Lever about Brittany Commisso's allegations, correct?
I don't remember.
Did you ever speak with Danny Lever about Brittany Commisso's allegations?
I don't recall.
Okay, let's look at tab 103. So you say to Danny Lever on March 9th, did you hear what it is? Danny Lever says, no, what is it? You say, pushed this chick up against the wall, kissed her, put hand up her shirt. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. This is about Brittany Commisso's allegations?
It would appear so.
And this is the same day that you are texting with Melissa DeRosa about firing every woman in the office and asking, what is it about? What's with all these women going to the mansion, correct? Same day?
Well, I'd like one clarification there, which is that the fire every woman was clearly a joke, and you're not treating it that way. And I think that that's an incorrect and frankly unfair interpretation of it.
On the same day, on March 9th, when you texted with Danny Lever, that was the same day that you had texted with Melissa DeRosa and you made the statements, what's with all these women going to the mansion? Can you just fire every woman in the office? Is that correct?
Yes, it's the same day. But again, what I'm taking issue with is that you are what was clearly a comment that was made as a bad joke is something that you're representing as a serious comment.
So let me ask you a question, Ms. Smith, because as I said, I'm just here to ask questions. When you said, can you just fire every woman in the office? What did you mean by that, Ms. Smith?
I was making a very bad joke.
And what were you making a very bad joke about?
Just that there are a lot of women in the office, and that, I think it was just out of frustration. I was not literally saying to fire all women in the office. I myself am a woman that works in politics. I hire a lot of women in politics. And like a lot of people in stressful situations, I engage in gallows humor. And I would say that that's what that was.
And when you said,
yeah.
Please go ahead.
No, can you continue?
When you made the very bad joke about, can you just fire every woman in the office? Were you referring to the executive chamber as the office?
No, I don't think I was being that specific in my humor. It was a bad joke is a bad joke. And I don't think it was I don't think I, had limits around it. I don't think it was the executive chamber versus EDC versus, constituent services versus anything.
Were you referring
I think that reading it, reading that way is, I just don't think that that's the accurate way to read that.
Okay. When you made the very bad joke, were you referring to the governor's administration more generally?
I didn't hear that.
Sorry.
What did you say that you broke up?
When you made the very bad joke, were you referring to the governor's administration more generally?
I mean, maybe, yeah. I don't think I put that much thought into it, to be honest.
Just now you said there were a lot of women in the office. So just now when you said that, what were you referring to?
Oh my God. In the governor's administration, I don't know. And I'm sorry, we're going around in circles here, but sometimes in text messages, I make bad jokes. I don't put a ton of thought into them. I'm not sure that I can give you a full breakdown of what my thought process was there then. And, I'm not sure what else to say there, except, I engage in gallows humor at times.
And when you said, what's with all these women going to the mansion, did the mansion refer to the executive mansion?
Yes.
And was that very bad joke you were making in reaction to Brittany Camisso's allegations?
And so I'm sorry, can we look at, just because this would help me, can we look at the timing of, it would seem to make sense that it would be, but can we just look at the timing of it relative to when I had the text with Danny? Because I just can't remember the time of day that we learned about this. And when the March 9th story came out.
Of course, what do you want to look at, Ms. Smith?
Like when my texts with Melissa were, and when the Times Union March 9th story came out. Because I believe there's a story on March 9th or March 10th. The story that you have in here is March 11th. Oh, so that's March 9th at 4:14.
This is March 9th. I don't know if this is an AM or PM.
So is this what, Eastern time?
I don't know. If you can figure it out, you say. If you can't, then just say you can't figure it out.
I'm sorry. I cannot figure out the timing here. And I can't remember the sequencing of this.
So tab 101, right, is the text message from saying important call, need you guys on.
I didn't get the beginning of the text message.
Sorry. Tab 101 is a text message from Melissa on March 9th. It says important call, need you guys on, and according to the subject at 11:14, 58. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So my text to Danny here, that would suggest that that was in reference to accuser number 6.
Okay.
But I don't remember the sequencing of the timing when I heard about this, whether it was on the 9th, the 8th. You know, with some of these stories we found out from the reporters as the stories are being filed. From some we found out before. And with this one, I know we talked about it earlier, but you know, it's been a long day and I'm struggling to recall the exact timeline of it. And I would like to be helpful on it. It's just that I just cannot remember the exact timing of this.
Of course. So your text to Danny, tab 103, began at 11:40:57 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that Eastern time? Because it says UTC -5. Do you understand that to be Eastern time?
You produce, this was produced, I would not know. So let's move to tab 102. The text message that I was asking about, what's with all these women going to the mansion? According to the timestamp, it's 11:37:15 a.m., same day, March 9th. And my question was, do you understand that joke or statement or whatever it is to be in reaction to the allegations by accuser number 6?
Now, looking at these texts side by side, that would appear what it would be. But as I've stated again, and I'm going to state it again, because I want to make this clear, I was not seriously suggesting to fire everyone in the office. And I just want to have that be very clear in the record. But looking at the sequencing here, right? Is that it looks like this would be some sort of correlation, right? Because that was that was a story about a woman making an allegation that occurred in the mansion. And then me a few minutes later texting Danny. So, you know, I don't recall this. I don't recall the timing of this, the sequencing of this, but looking at these back to back, that would make sense.
And is the joke, Ms. Smith, that since women were making, is a joke that since a series of women were making sexual harassment allegations against the governor, then the solution was just to fire every woman in the office? Is that what the joke was?
I guess, you know, I guess so. It's not very funny in retrospect, but yes.
Okay, let's go back to the other text message. I think it might be, if I'm remembering correctly, tab 142. And according to the timestamp, this is March 9, 11:24:48 a.m. And there you ask, did your assistant get Me Too'd? And then there's a later statement, that's gross. Melissa DeRosa responds, which part? And you respond, all of this. Is this
right
in response to the allegations by accuser number 6?
So not the, did your assistant get Me Too'd? If you're looking at, if we look at the timestamps here, 11:36 to 11:37, right? And that's where I'm saying that's gross. She says, which part? I say all of this. That's at 11:36. At 11:37, I say, what's with all these women going to the mansion? So I think that, you know, 11:36 to 11:42 is, its own conversation. Prior to that, these are all, from 11:21 to 11:24. It's me expressing frustration about not being connected to the call or not getting the call and sent to me in the right format.
Okay. And so is it your understanding that the text messages beginning "that's gross, which part all of this" are in response to the allegations by accuser number 6?
Looking back now and seeing the full context of this, again, it's hard for me to say definitively, but that seems like it would be the context of those comments.
And did you have a discussion with Ms. DeRosa about this business about dial-in numbers and who should send the dial-in numbers?
Yes. I mean, I think there are other emails in here about, and me with Stephanie, whatever. I'm notoriously bad with dialing into phone calls. And I think on various chains, you'll see me, on email chains that I, sent to you guys or whatever, that you'll see me complaining about having trouble dialing into phone calls. I'm just notoriously bad at that.
And did you ever get any explanation from Ms. DeRosa about why she was sending about why her assistant was not sending the dial-in information?
No, I don't know, because that was just an offhand comment that I was making. So I don't think so.
And was your initial reaction to the allegations by accuser number 6? What were your initial reactions now that you're seeing these text messages?
What was I'm sorry, what was it now that you're seeing the text message?
Yeah, let me, Ms. Smith, did you understand my question?
That what you said, what was my initial reaction now seeing these text messages?
Correct.
Well, earlier today you had asked me, and I think what I'd said was that I had a bit more of I can't remember the word I used, but a bit more of a reaction to this, relative to other accusations, because it was, different in nature. The allegation of, a physical contact at the, forced physical contact at the mansion, the allegation of that, I think it would be hard for someone not to have a reaction to that.
Were you disturbed by those allegations?
Yeah.
And how did you get the information that you were relaying to Danny Lever in the text messages in tab 103?
So I can't recall exactly. We've got these texts in front of us that seem to indicate that I was on a call at 11:20 or something, and that then I'm relaying this to Danny at 11:40. So it would appear that I got it on that call, but I don't recall the specific circumstances.
Do you remember who was on the call?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Was Melissa DeRosa on the call?
It appears so from these text messages.
Was Chris Cuomo on the call?
I don't recall.
Steve Cohen?
I don't recall.
Jeff?
I don't recall.
The governor?
I don't recall, but I seriously doubt that.
What's the reason you seriously doubt that?
Because he's on very few calls. So there were very few of these calls that he was actually on, so I just doubt it. And I just cannot tell you that. I just can't remember the details of this call, who was on it, that sort of stuff.
And just so I'm clear, what's the reason you were disturbed by these allegations, other than that they were different?
Other than what you said?
I mean, we've discussed this now a couple times, so I would just refer you to what I said earlier.
So that they were different?
Yeah, and I gave you, I said a few different things earlier, so I just refer you to what I said earlier.
Well, what I understood you to say earlier was that these allegations were different from the other allegations. Is there anything else you have to say on?
I think I said more than that, but I mean, I don't know. If we want, can we check the transcript? Because I think we discussed it a couple times. I'm sorry, it's been a long day, and I'm just, it's hard to just keep answering the same questions over and over again. So I would just refer you to what I said earlier.
Appreciate that. I would like to understand what you found disturbing about these allegations, other than the fact they were different from the other allegations.
But she said, she's given the same answer to that several times. She also said they were different. They involved physical contact.
And Ben, I don't need you to testify, and it will take us longer if you continue to.
No, what's taking us long is you're asking the same question again and again. That's what's taking us longer.
Okay, Ms. Smith, anything you have to add?
No, like, again, look, I think I did address this a couple times. And so I refer you to, Ms. Moskowitz's transcript, because we've talked about it a couple times.
Is there anything that you're concerned about in trying to answer the question the second time?
No, I'm just running out of steam a little bit, to be honest with you.
Okay. At any point, did you believe the allegations by accuser number 6?
I would say that when I first heard them, I was surprised. And I very much did want to hear what the governor's response was. And as I said previously, he very vehemently denied them and denied that they had happened. I believe the governor.
And to ask my question again, because I did not get an answer to it, at any point, did you believe the allegations by accuser number 6?
I think, as I said, when I heard them, I was shocked by them. And I wanted to hear what the governor said before I sort of drew a conclusion. And when I think for me, it's important to hear what different sides have to say. And when I, heard him, I believed him.
And considering that it's important to you to hear what different sides have to say, have you heard what accuser number 6 has to say about the allegations?
Yes, I've read the press coverage.
You've read the press coverage. Have you heard what he has to say about the allegations?
The press coverage is the only publicly available things that she said. So that's what I'm going off of.
Do you recall that the governor had a press conference around the time that accuser number 6's allegations came out?
Yes.
Did you have any discussions about what the governor should say if those allegations came up?
So my recollection is, again, so this is what's complicated, and this is what's complicated about the way that we're discussing it is that the way you have it organized in here is that it was like one time, but if I recall correctly, there was one story that came out one day and another that came out one day with more details. So it's hard because it almost seems like you guys are conflating these two things, even though it's same story, I would say same accuser, but they're two different stories, right? If I recall correctly, there was one midweek and one like end week. Maybe there's like one on a Tuesday, one on a Thursday, and that the stories were slightly different. So, and that's part of what is adding to the confusion here with reading the text, is that the Albany paper sort of did two versions of it. I don't know why that is, but they did. So you're asking me about something, but my recollection is I think he ended up doing two different things, responding to two different iterations of this story.
Okay, let's take them in turn. What was the governor's response to the first iteration of the story?
Well, so part of the problem here is you don't have the first iteration of the story in here, which is fine because you don't have every iteration of every story in here. But I remember there being a press conference call. I think both were press conference calls. I know I did not brief him before the second one. The second one, I think, was on a Friday. And that was the one that came out after, it was either on a Thursday or Friday. That was the one that came out after this iteration, whatever iteration you have in here, which is the March 11th one. But there was a more sort of like, I don't know, there was a more vague iteration of that story that had come out a couple days beforehand. And I remember like 30 minutes or something like after it went online that he did a press conference call. And I believe, if I recall correctly, I think I was on a brief call with him before it with a small group of people.
What was discussed?
The allegations that were, the allegations that were in the story. And again, now I'm having trouble remembering what exactly was said in the first iteration of it. And, what we discussed on the call, because this was more complicated because of how it played out. But I remember that the story came out and we just told him to go and just, go out there and address it so that it didn't stay out there in the ether and without a response from him. I can't remember exactly what was said on the call, except he denied it because, again, I can't remember the specifics of this story, but we just told him it was important to go out there and, address, the allegation, which I think the allegation was like that a woman alleged improper behavior at the mansion or something like that. And he did a short press call where he addressed it and took a few questions.
Did you prepare any questions for the governor to help him get ready for discussions about the allegations?
It would have all been on the fly. because it was very last minute. Like it would have only just been a couple of people throwing out questions on the phone, and then that's it.
Okay, I think we've been able to pull up the first iteration so we can put it up. Thanks, Anna.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful because, again, these are two stories that came out within like 2 days of each other. Right.
It's hard to see. Is this dated the 9th?
Yes, and so then.
I can't.
Yeah,
it is? Okay.
And on what page is the 11th? What tab is that one? In here? Because it like, yeah.
Tab 100.
Here we go. 42. There we go.
100.
Okay. So yeah, so this one was more vague.
Okay. Do you want Ms. Smith to read this?
She asked for it, so Ms. Smith, feel free to use it as you wish.
Yeah. So, and if you, my recollection is that, so this says it posted at 3:10. I feel like if you look at the record that the governor did like a press call around like 4 or something that day, like pretty quickly afterwards. And that there had been, that there had been just a very brief, like on the fly sort of call with whoever could get on the call with him beforehand about it. And that even we knew, I think that we had been told by the reporter about the allegations that ultimately came out in the 11th, in the story on the 11th, but for whatever reason, the reporter didn't use it in the story on the 9th. But I'd heard about the allegations on the 9th. And we had been asked, the governor's office had been asked about the accusations on the 9th, and I'd heard about them on the 9th.
Was there any discussion about whether the governor had a consensual relationship with any of the women alleging sexual harassment against them?
In this one, I remember asking a couple people if by chance like this had been a consensual thing, because it seemed, because I just remember being, given the accusations of physicality, I don't know, for some reason, I was just curious to see, do you think that there's any possibility that maybe that this was a consensual thing that had gone wrong? I think I'd asked a couple members of staff about it.
What did they say?
No, and that the governor had said that that wasn't the case here. I don't remember if I asked the governor directly about it, like that specific question, but I remember he had very vehemently denied that this had happened.
Which staff members did you ask?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I just, I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm
Did
sort
you ask
of
Melissa DeRosa?
So would be me sort of going in a direction of saying the people I would be most likely to ask would have been Melissa and like Jeff Pollock. Would probably be the people I'd be most likely to ask. But again, I don't remember the specifics of who I asked.
And what did you mean when you said, given the physicality of the allegations, you asked whether there was a consensual relationship between the governor and accuser number 6?
I think just in my head, I was just trying to piece together, because as I mentioned before, I just thought that this was sort of came really out of far left field and was just trying to wrap my head around, different possibilities.
Did you consider any other possibilities?
Did I consider other possibilities?
Right.
Yes, potentially that this could have happened, potentially that it could not have that it didn't happen. But then, as I mentioned, spoke with the governor, I get, my brain is getting a little fried now. But the governor had very vehement in his denial that this had ever happened.
And to be clear, did you hear the governor's denial directly from him?
I think so, yes.
And
I'm sorry. I was going to say at an appropriate time, I'd like to take a break, especially as the witness has understandably said a couple of times her brain is fried or something like that. We've been going a long time.
Of course. Let's take a break.
Okay, thank you.
This is the end of media unit number 5. We are off the record at 6:49 p.m. This is the beginning of media unit number 6. We are on the record at 7:00 p.m.
Ms. Smith, let's turn to tab 105.
Okay.
Looks like a series of text messages about a call on March 10. Do you remember this call?
I do not remember the call.
Did you join the call?
It appears from the text messages that I did.
Let's move to tabs 109 and 110.
Okay.
Do you recognize these documents?
Yes.
What are they?
From March 12th?
Correct.
These are the statement that I think the governor gave on TV that Friday morning or Friday afternoon on the 12th.
And what were the statements concerning?
It was, so after the second iteration of the Times Union story came out, that evening, the evening of the 11th and the morning of the 12th, that's when you started to see like a rush of people calling on the governor to resign. I believe like the congressional delegation did. And so he gave a statement that, and this was a statement he gave basically being like, responding to those and specifically saying, I'm not going to resign.
Were you involved in drafting the statements, either of them?
I was not.
Did you comment on the statements?
I did not.
Did you have any role in connection with the statement?
I did not.
Did you review the statement?
I did not.
Did you discuss the statement with anyone?
I did not.
So you just received the emails?
Yes.
Is there a reason you were not involved?
Yes. By that time, it had been about 2 weeks. And I remember that morning was the day that my body just gave in. And I had a very bad cold. I missed the emails. I missed the calls. And I think I even missed the governor when he went on live TV to do this. So I might have only tuned in to see the sort of tail end of this, but I wasn't a part of any of the calls or any of the emails that morning because I was sick.
And when you say that your body gave out, did you understand it to be a response to anything?
Yeah, just general, exhaustion, which is happens to me when I work long hours or get stressed or sick like that. But I just got a cold. I just got a bad cold.
And was it related to all the work that you were doing in relation to the response to the sexual harassment allegations?
Probably just a lot of late nights.
And earlier you had mentioned a conversation you had in mid-March about getting compensated for all your work in helping respond to sexual harassment allegations. Did those conversations happen before or after March 12th?
I can't remember.
And do you remember if those conversations happened before or after the allegations by accuser number 6?
I can't remember.
Were you involved in response to the allegations by accuser number 6 at all, at any point?
Yes. The response for on the 11th, I was involved with the response for that story. And as we were discussing before we went to break, that there had been sort of like a very last minute short call before. I believe the governor did like a press conference call on the 9th, shortly after the first Times Union story posted. And then I remember being a part of the response that he gave for the September, sorry, I don't know why, I guess because it's September, like I think of September 11th, but for the March 11th story. And I remember helping to write this statement for that and being on a call about that.
So let's go to tab 139.
Okay.
You recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It was a conversation between Melissa, Peter, Rich, and me during a fact check for New York Magazine.
And who was on the call other than, who was on was there a phone call?
Yeah, it was Rich had a phone call with them, and Rich was speaking with the fact checker, and Melissa and Peter Jemian were in the room, and then they called me, and there was a muting so that I could just listen and just hear what was being said.
Did you announce yourself on the call?
No.
And what's the reason you were involved in the call?
Because I wanted to listen in on the fact check and see what was going to be in the what they were being fact checked on.
And you say at 8:19 p.m., OMG, it's Caitlin, I fucking lost it at the Lumberjack. What is that in reference to?
With Caitlin, I think as I mentioned earlier, we'd heard that she had said to other staffers that she was upset because the governor had been upset with her when she failed to transfer a call. And that detail was in the story. It was from an unnamed staffer. So me saying, OMG, it's Caitlin, was me guessing that it must have been Caitlin who is the blind source for the story.
And then later at 8:33 p.m., you say that last chick wouldn't have lasted an hour in Pete for America comms. What are you referring to?
There was an unnamed staffer in the report who complained about being reprimanded for, I think, typos in a press release. So I was just making a joke about, that they wouldn't last, for an hour on a presidential campaign communications operation.
And what was the joke?
That, generally when you work in, high profile press offices, you do get reprimanded when you make errors in press releases.
And I think earlier you referred to a couple of articles in March in the New Yorker regarding the sexual harassment allegations. Were you involved in discussions about those articles?
What do you mean, was I involved in discussions about the articles?
Were you involved in any internal discussions with members of the chamber, current, former, about either reacting to, responding to, or providing comments on those articles?
Yes, with sort of that, with the team that was on that text chain.
And what was your involvement?
Just giving advice on how to respond.
What advice did you give on how to respond?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
What advice did you give on how to respond?
We would have to go over the specifics in there. It was sort of a detailed story with a fairly detailed fact check.
Let's go to tab 114. And starting with your texts on March 14 at 3:18:09 a.m., according to timestamp.
Yes.
Are those about a New Yorker article?
Yes. And I remember the context of these. Yes.
What's the context?
I called a friend of mine who's a PR professional who has handled a lot of New Yorker stories. And I asked him sort of what is like the best way for, if you had recommendations for how to handle it with sort of like these, like, can you just give me point by point by point what you would do? And so I wrote out points based on what the person told me for Peter Jemian to use.
And who's that person?
The person who gave me these points?
Yes.
His name is
All right, let's go to tab 120. So I'd like to understand the context for these messages.
This was just, so I see, I don't know who the fourth person is on here. Melissa just sent, so I think there had been, earlier today we went over, and I think these tweets were mentioned in an earlier email that we reviewed. It could have been for this story or another story about, some of, Lindsay Boylan's tweets that maybe were worth potentially flagging for a reporter.
Okay, did you provide advice on this?
Yes, it says, yes, I agree. Why not? Why not provide the tweets? Because, and again, we discussed this earlier today with regard to another story about the tweets because, public domain.
You're saying the tweets were already in the public domain, so it was fine to provide them?
Yeah.
And do you understand Beth Garvey's statement about saying, I don't have a problem, but I'm not sure how many of these are false that we had to respond to?
I don't know. No, I can't say that I know. I don't know that I know the context of that. No.
And what did you mean by your statement?
I think I was just referencing just some other things that regarding Lindsay, just as I was saying, like when we have internal discussions, like I remember that there'd been an internal discussion that she'd been represented by a Tara Reid lawyer and had sent threatening, and during the course of, in the previous few weeks had sent like threatening messages to members of our staff. Of the governor's staff, like, Danny Lever and people like that.
And moving to tab 121, what's the context of that chat?
This was, again, passing along advice about how to handle the New Yorker story, which is, for the fact check, which is like to get as much as possible in writing, like what are they gonna, what are they likely to say in this story? And then, and if I recall correctly, this was also advice that I'd gotten, from who had worked with, who had worked these fact checks before. And so I was sort of taking notes on our conversation, and then the end goal is to make sure that all evidence proving the accounts are challenged inaccurate, and that the proof is included in the story to provide readers with objective facts to consider on evaluating credibility. So, okay, this was a point that, okay, the point that, if I recall correctly, that my friend was making was that sometimes with the New Yorker stories, there will be, in the fact-checking process, things will be brought up to you, right? Let's say things would be brought up potentially to Peter, who's handling the fact check, that are demonstrably false, right? And Peter can knock them down immediately. But in a normal article, the author would keep in those inaccurate facts and include the pushback. But sometimes what happens in New Yorker stories is that the facts that have, the inaccuracies, the things that have been knocked down are completely taken out of this story, which then sort of presents a distorted sense of this story, because you don't have a sense that a lot of inaccurate statements have been made and knocked down. So anything that sort of like challenges the underlying thesis of the story, or shows, like, makes it seem shaky, is taken out. So objective facts that allow readers to evaluate the credibility of, a New Yorker story are sort of removed because they're inconvenient. And so, the end goal thus the end goal is to make sure that the inaccurate facts are still included in the story with the pushback, because then it shows that a lot of inaccurate facts have been presented, and it allows the reader to see, okay, well, there are a lot of inaccuracies that are being presented in this story.
And do you remember whether there were any discussions about potential responses to the points in the New Yorker article being possibly retaliatory?
Sorry, what?
Do you remember any discussion about whether any of the responses to the points raised by the New Yorker could be considered retaliatory?
It's possible. I don't know. It's possible.
Let's go to tab 130. So this is still about the Ronan Farrow piece. And
I didn't get that, sorry.
Sorry, this is still about the Ronan Farrow piece. At the bottom of the email chain, Peter drafts a response to a statement by Lynn Boylan. And you say, I'm not sure name calling coming from you guys is super credible. What did you mean by that?
As I said earlier today, I think that, and frankly, not really in this case, in how they've responded to sexual harassment stuff, but that the Cuomo administration can sometimes be a little hard-edged in how they respond to people. Frankly, it's sort of a New York politics thing, where people do engage in more name calling than you see in maybe like Ohio or South Dakota. And so the point that I was making there is that seeming like you're above name calling isn't super credible.
Because they engage in name calling all the time?
Well, that all the time, I think is your word choice there. For what I would just say is that they have engaged in name calling, as do a lot of New York politicians. And, I think the advice that I would give to Bill de Blasio would be the same as well.
So let's go to tab 138. What is it?
What is this? These are notes from it looks like a conversation with Peter Adjemian. Okay, so this goes back, the first thing here goes back to the point I made a couple emails ago that, right, is that if you knock off one thing, to keep these things in stories that you knock off, because that if it shows that there's like a litany of inaccuracies that are in a story, and it's like someone said this, the governor's office provided proof that that's false. Someone said this, the governor's that's really important context that should be in a story for reporters, but that the New Yorker sometimes has a history of taking that important context out of stories. And that, like, if you take out some of that context, if you keep that context in, then a lot of other things can like fall apart in terms of like, making sense or creating a rock solid story for the New Yorker. On the second point, this is Adjemian was saying how in his conversation that that something that the New Yorker was looking into was the chain of custody with I believe that was in relation to the Lindsey Boylan personnel file back in the day. And the general sense that that the New Yorker was asking about Cuomo intimidating the press and trying to smear his opponents. So it was notes on, it was just sort of shorthand notes on those conversations.
Is it your practice to take notes of conversations that you have?
Sometimes. It just depends.
On what?
On whether I take notes or not, whether I have a pen and paper in front of me.
Have you taken notes of any other conversations regarding the sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
When I was looking through my records and all of that, this was all I could find.
Let's go to tab 132. So this is an article from March 19th, 2021 in the New York Times about allegations by Alyssa McGrath against the governor. Do you see that?
Yep.
Let's go to tab 134. And these are text messages between you and Danny Lever. You say, I just reread the Times story. He's so fucked, it's bad. Are you referring to the article in the Times about Alyssa McGrath's allegations that we just looked at in tab 132?
Yeah, yes.
What did you mean by he's so fucked, it's bad?
So my recollection here was that there's something in here that I misread as contemporary corroboration of something, or I'm looking through it. Oh, okay. If you go down to 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, if you look at paragraphs 4 through 7 here, I misread it in a way that I thought was troubling. And it was I remember because it was a mistake that a bunch of other reporters had made. And I think other people in the group had made in reading it. You have to read it a couple times to see the meaning of it, right? Which is, that the way it read the first time I read it was like that she was saying that she had like contemporaneous like corroboration or of what had been said by accuser number 6, and that she'd been alleging that she had contemporaneous corroboration. And I thought that would be just like really, really damaging with the media. And then upon a third, fourth reading, or maybe it was a conversation with a coworker, I realized that I had misread that.
So what had you misread?
If you look at 4 through 7, I had misread that section.
Can you read the first sentence of the section that you're referring to?
The most serious accusation against the governor.
Okay. And you said you had initially read that as contemporaneous corroboration of accuser number 6.
Yes, and that the press would take that could be taken as just like, sort of like an escalation of things, in addition to just like another story coming out. But I can't remember whether someone else on the team or whatever had told me I'd read it wrong. But I also remember at the time that a bunch of reporters were tweeting, "Oh my God, this is so bad. There's like this in there." They had also misread it. So it was a combination of my interpretation, but probably also what I was reading online of reporters saying that. Because, generally when stories come out, I try to see what are people saying in real time. And I just remember reporters being like, "Oh, this is a death knell," or whatever. So I think my recollection is that was sort of the context of my text to Danny.
And your initial interpretation was about how the press was going to react to the information, not whether the allegations were true, correct?
No, it was actually how they were reacting in real time. Okay. And there were, and I remember there were tweets from reporters being like, this is a whole other level. This is a death knell. This is there was a lot of doom and gloom. And I myself had misread it, but I do remember a number of reporters being like, "He's screwed, blah, blah, blah." And, people were, it was very reactive. And I was, probably being very reactive in the moment as well.
And you said initially that you had spoken with a coworker about this. What do you mean by coworker? What did you mean by coworker?
I mean, like Danny or other people on the team. By like Danny or Jeff or Rich or someone like that. I think Rich was the one who pointed out that, and he was the one who got it clarified with reporters who are tweeting like, "This is awful. This is," who had sort of misread it and got those tweets taken down.
Has Melissa DeRosa said anything to you about the allegations of sexual harassment against the governor?
Has she said anything to me about them? I mean,
Has she said anything to you or in your presence about the allegations?
Yes, I mean, that's sort of what all these conversations are, is that we've discussed, it's been, this is sort of a running discussion of it over, I don't know, many week periods. So, I mean, I think it's clear in here that we discussed that.
Has she said anything in your presence or to you about the truthfulness of any of the allegations?
In the same way that any of us have discussed the nature of these allegations.
Just to ask my question again, has she said anything about the truthfulness of the allegations, about whether the allegations are true or not?
Yeah, I mean, she's of the opinion, I think, like others on the team, that they're not true.
Let's go to tab 143. And specifically the end of it on the last page. There's a message from you on March 24th at 5:47 p.m. that begins, I am getting the sense that they have sicked a whole bunch of pro-Melissa partisans on me, including you, which is fine.
Yes, that was a reporter. They've sicked. That was from a. Oh, this was. This was me. This was a message that Henry Goldman at Bloomberg News had sent to me.
What was the context?
He was writing a profile of Melissa DeRosa, and I had called him about the profile, or he had called me about the profile to ask, like, what was my experience like working with Melissa in 2018.
And did you respond?
Did I respond to Henry?
Yes.
To the reporter? Yeah, he and I had a couple conversations.
What'd you tell him?
I thought that Melissa's tough, and politics is a tough business, and Melissa's a tough person, but she works as hard as anyone else. I was quoted in the story, so it would have been in the story, I think.
Did anyone ask you to provide a comment for the story other than the reporter?
Yeah, so generally with stories like this about anyone, whether it's about a politician, whether it's about a staffer, you get, like, there's sort of an effort to get people to comment, right? Because you want people writing stories to do more positive ones. But in this case, Henry had reached out to me. Proactively. I think even before the Cuomo people even knew that this story was happening.
Did you also speak with the Cuomo people about Henry's story?
Did I?
Yes.
Yes.
What did you discuss with them?
That I relayed the conversation that I had with Henry about it. He also had reached out to them as well. I think it was after our conversation, or, contemporaneously or something like that.
In your interactions with Andrew Cuomo, has he ever spoken harshly to you?
No, he's been pretty good boss.
When you describe him as being a pretty good boss, what do you mean by that?
You know, I've worked for 20, on 20 different campaigns. I've worked for all sorts of different politicians and people with different personalities, and some people that I've liked, some people that I've disliked, some people who have treated me, with respect, some people who I think have, been treated me with less respect. I would put him on the spectrum of treating me with more respect. And someone who's been supportive of my career as well. After I left working for him and I was working for Pete Buttigieg, it was a long shot campaign, but he would call just periodically to check in, see how things were going.
Has he ever yelled at you?
No.
Insulted you?
No.
Threatened you? Thrown anything at you?
No.
Has he ever touched you?
We've hugged each other, given a kiss on the cheek, high-fived, fist bumped.
Has he ever kissed you on the lips?
No.
Has he ever commented on your appearance?
Yeah, I think to say, I like your dress, something like that.
Has he ever made any other comments on your appearance?
Not that come to mind.
Has he ever commented on your relationship status?
Yes, we discussed my relationship status. I would, when I was working for him, I would sometimes seek his advice on my personal life, my boyfriend situation, things like that. So in the context of me sort of soliciting, sort of soliciting advice, things like that. But that's, something I would do with any politician that I work for.
Would he ever initiate discussions about your relationship status?
Maybe just ask, hey, how's it going with this guy? Or what's the latest?
Did you ever hear him make comments of a sexual nature?
No.
Did you ever hear him make comments about the size of his hands?
No.
Did you ever hear him make comments with sexual innuendos?
In a joking context, I probably did.
What do you mean?
So I can't think of any specific, examples or anything that stand out as inappropriate, but I'm trying to think. I sort of I remember at like fundraisers, he would sometimes rib some of the politicians, some of the male politicians there about stuff. But I can't really. I honestly can't remember the specifics, to be honest. But it was sort of. I just sort of remember that sort of thing a couple times, or maybe it was with like labor guys, that sort of context.
And do you remember anything about that ribbing?
No, for some reason, I'm just going back to I feel like there was a labor event in 2018 that I remember that was really funny. But I just can't remember any of the specifics.
Have you ever observed or heard about Andrew Cuomo being upset with anyone?
I've certainly read news stories that have alleged about him being upset with people.
Other than what may have been publicly reported?
Have I ever seen
or heard about Andrew Cuomo being upset with anyone?
I have not seen it, but I've heard rumors.
What have you heard?
Just that he's someone who can be abrasive with people, and with, in the sort of New York style, the Albany style, where you sort of go back and forth with people, you tussle with them a little bit when you're going over legislative stuff. I think, again, some of this is very much native to the New York political style.
Have you ever heard about any incidents of Andrew Cuomo being upset with anyone?
I mean, yes, I guess again, I'm thinking of media stories. I'm trying to think of
stories.
Right.
I'm sorry, did you say setting aside media
setting
stories?
aside? I'm trying to think if I've heard anyone personally relay a story. I'm just blanking. I'm sorry. Outside of media stories, I just can't think of, anything that I'd heard firsthand or secondhand.
Have you ever seen or heard about Andrew Cuomo yelling at anyone? Other than media stories for all of these questions.
Yes, from, former staffers have said that he could sometimes raise his voice, in the office when he was frustrated.
Have you ever seen him yelling at anyone?
I have not.
Have you ever seen Governor Cuomo curse at anyone?
Curse at anyone. Not in an unfriendly, malicious way.
In what context have you heard Governor Cuomo curse at anyone?
Just in the way that, I think a lot of people use cuss words in, day-to-day, their day-to-day conversations. And politics, for good or for bad, is a business where people do tend to use a lot of cuss words, especially in New York.
Can you give an example?
I mean, I'm sorry, you're putting me on the spot. So I'm struggling to think of a specific example, but in day-to-day conversation, I've definitely heard him use cuss words. I just can't think of anything that specific or memorable.
Have you ever heard the governor insult anyone?
Insult anyone?
Yes.
Yes, I've heard him call the mayor of New York incompetent.
Anything else?
I'm sorry, I'm just drawing a blank, but that's the first one that came to mind.
Have you ever heard of the governor insulting anyone?
Have I heard of the governor insulting anyone? I mean, again, I've read this in news accounts. Secondhand, have I heard of the governor from someone has someone told me outside of a news report about the governor insulting someone? I just can't think of a specific example.
Have you ever?
But because what you're asking for is a specific example.
My first question is not a specific example. I'm just asking whether you've heard of the governor insulting anyone, setting aside media reports.
I mean, I'm sure I have. I just can't, some of these questions are very tough because it's like, they're very broad questions and my mind is just freezing at them. So, I have, but I just cannot think of any, specific examples to cite.
Have you ever heard of the governor threatening anyone?
No.
Have you ever heard the governor threaten anyone?
No.
Have you ever seen the governor throw anything at anyone?
And can I go back to the other one? Just because in the story about Ron Kim, I read in the media that he had threatened Ron Kim.
For all of these questions, I'm asking about anything other than media stories.
Right, but I wanted to give you, I wanted to at least to say that. Have I heard about, throwing anything? No, I've never heard that or read anything about that.
Gavin is frozen. Oh, you were frozen.
Yeah.
Who's frozen?
I think I was.
Okay.
Okay.
Have you ever seen the governor throw anything at anyone?
No.
Have you ever heard of the governor throwing anything at anyone?
No.
Have you ever seen the governor flirt with anyone?
No. Well, I mean, sorry. I mean, he had, I saw him at events with Sandra Lee. I don't know if that's flirting, but, relationship flirting, I guess.
Have you ever heard of the governor flirting with anyone who is not Sandra Lee?
No. Except, okay, let me just clarify. I've heard rumors that the governor has had flirtatious relationships with people, yes.
What rumors have you heard?
In Albany, which is a town, again, that likes to talk, there's certainly were rumors that he had a flirtatious relationship with.
Have you heard any other rumors?
Sorry, excuse me?
Any other rumors?
Any other rumors? No.
What
Just
did you
that he had a flirtatious relationship with.
What did you hear regarding the governor's relationship with?
you know, because they do have and again, this is not what you're asking, but I'm just going to.
We'll just answer her.
Just answer a question. That they had a close relationship. I think that people in Albany like to speculate about, you know, the nature of that relationship.
Have you observed anything in the governor's interactions with that caused you to speculate about the nature of that relationship?
No.
Have you ever seen anyone sit on the governor's lap?
No.
Have you ever heard about anyone sitting on the governor's lap?
Only in the, we got, there was a media request we got, and I know this is not what you're asking, but again, I'm trying to answer to the best of my ability and give you stuff is, a reporter for a story was looking into whether, you know, female staffer had sat on his lap, but they did not, you know, ultimately track it down or anything like that. But that was the only hint of anything I've heard about that.
And who was that staff member?
I don't remember who that staffer was.
Have you ever heard the governor use nicknames to refer to anyone?
Yeah, he definitely has used nicknames for people. I'm just blanking. I'm so bad at these types of questions. I just can't remember any specifics.
Have you ever heard the governor refer to anyone as mean girls?
No, only in the media reports.
Are you aware of any articles about the governor and the relationship?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Are you aware of any articles about the governor and relationship?
In March, I believe it was in March, the ran a piece like showing the governor and it was, you know, saying that they were being flirtatious.
Did you discuss that article with anyone?
Yes, I discussed it with sort of the core group around. She was just curious about whether, you know, we thought it would get pickup, if it was something she should be worried about, et cetera.
Did you discuss anything else about the article?
No, just just sort of if there would be any other press pickup of it.
I'll pause to look over my notes and let my colleagues ask any questions they may have.
So do you want to take a break while you go over it, or can we just stay on?
Sure, let's take a 3-minute break. We can come back.
Fine, okay, and then we'll go over our notes as well.
Okay.
Okay.
We are off the record at 7:58 p.m. We are back on the record at 8:02 p.m.
Ms. Smith, are you aware of any opposition research into members of the investigative team appointed by the Attorney General?
No.
Are you aware of any other potential or actual allegations of sexual harassment against Andrew Cuomo that have not been made public?
No.
Is there anything you'd like to add or any answers you wish to clarify before we finish?
No.
Anything else that you can think of that's relevant to our investigation?
No.
If you'd like to make a brief sworn statement, you may do so now.
I'm good. Thank you.
We are now going to conclude this examination. Thank you again for speaking with us today. I'll remind you that you have continuing obligations under our subpoenas. If we need you to come back to answer different questions, we will contact you through your attorney. And if you have any additional documents that are responsive to our document subpoena, you have a continuing obligation to produce them to us.
Excuse me, sorry.
Okay.
Paper rustling, and I did not get the last statement that you said.
Okay, thank you. If you have additional documents that are responsive to our document subpoena.
Sorry, go ahead.
If you have additional documents that are responsive to our document subpoena, you have a continuing obligation to produce them to us. And I'll also remind you again that under Executive Law 63.8, you're not allowed to discuss with anyone your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
understand your position. Okay, thank you.
This is the end of media unit number 6. We are off the record at 8:03 p.m. Monday, July 5th, 2021. And this concludes today's testimony given by witness 7/5/2021.